At first glance, it's a normal scene. A 90s dad with 90s glasses strolls up to a food van and comes away with a beef burger. He holds it out to a small child in a summer dress, inviting her to take a bite. She leans in, hesitates, pulls away. "It's too hot," her dad laughs to the surrounding crowd. Among them are several journalists. Footage of the event will make the evening news, but there's something very wrong with this picture, and if you grew up in the 1990s, you'll probably know what it is. The whole thing was for show, a politician's stunt to prove that there was nothing to fear from British beef. The man is John Gummer, the Minister of Agriculture. The girl is his 4-year-old daughter, Cordelia. His message is clear. Beef is so safe, I'll even feed it to my child. But soon, very few people would. Parents around the country were scared, and they had reason to be. You couldn't see, taste, or smell it, but you knew there could be something lurking in that beef. A sleeper illness that would wait for years before rising up to kill you. The story of what would be nicknamed mad cow disease actually started years before Cordelia Gummer's lucky escape from that burger. We can trace it back to a cold day in December 1984, just before Christmas, when vet David B was called out to a Pitcham farm in West Sussex. As a general practice vet in a rural area, B was used to dealing with cows. By now, he'd largely seen it all. There was no reason to think that this call-out would be any different. The farmer, Peter Stent, had phoned in for help after finding one of his cows exhibiting strange symptoms. She'd lost weight, and there was a noticeable arch in her back. Her name was Cow 133, and even with his years of experience, David B was stumped. Despite making repeated visits to the farm, treating her for a kidney infection and testing for lead and mercury poisoning, he could find no conditions that fit the bill. With no official diagnosis available to him, B referred to the illness simply as Pitcham Farm Syndrome. By the time Cow 133 died 6 weeks later, she'd lost coordination and developed head tremors. Her remains were sent to the UK Central Veterinary Laboratory for analysis. This was a facility for the whole country, providing diagnoses and technical expertise for farm vets and policymakers. It could take a while for individual local level cases like this to work through the system, but in time, any new conditions or diseases would be picked up by its team. And soon, there would be even more for them to work with. Other cows on Peter Stent's farm were acting strangely too. One was unusually aggressive, chasing a vet across the holding area on its knees. It seemed as if it'd gone mad. It wasn't until September 1985, 9 months after David B's first visit to the farm, that answers finally came through in the case of Cow 133. Examination of her brain and the brains of other cows that had since died on the farm revealed spongiform encephalopathy. This is a deadly prion disease in which an abnormal cellular protein causes the brain tissue to develop microscopic holes. Up close, it appears sponge-like, hence the term spongiform. In broad terms, this wasn't actually new. This type of disease was already known to science. Under the name scrapie, it had existed within sheep herds for over 200 years. There was even a rare human form, Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, or CJD. This occurred in a tiny percentage of the population, around 1 to 2 cases per million people. It typically affected older adults and was always fatal. But cow 133 was the first recorded case of the disease occurring in cattle. It was a novel discovery, but there was a snag. Whatever pathologists at the lab thought or discussed among themselves, the disease wouldn't be correctly recorded yet. Only later was it given a specific name of its own: bovine spongiform encephalopathy. 3 letters that meant nothing weeks earlier would become a dreaded death sentence: BSE. For farmer Peter Stent, though, the nightmare seemed to be ending. After losing several of his cows, new cases stalled. Vet David B assumed the problem had run its course. That may have been true on Pitcham Farm, but elsewhere, BSE was only just getting started. Other vets began seeing strange symptoms in other herds of cattle. One of these vets was Colin Whitaker. In April 1985, with the disease still unknown, he was called out to a farm in Kent. There, a cow was behaving oddly. She was nervous, on edge, and uncoordinated. Like David B, Whitaker ruled out a number of conditions before coming up with nothing. Over the following year, he encountered the same symptoms on other farm callouts in other cattle. Meanwhile, all was quiet at the Central Veterinary Laboratory. Whatever they'd learned from Pitcham Farm, for whatever reason, they weren't sharing it. It was only a chance encounter between David B and Colin Whitaker, the 2 men to see BSE in action, that the pair realised there was a bigger issue at play. Whitaker took his concerns to a local veterinary office, who sent 3 brains from affected cattle to the central lab. Finally, in December 1986, the Central Vet's departmental head shared an internal memo identifying the disease as a possible bovine spongiform encephalopathy. Included in that memo were the following notorious lines: if the disease turned out to be bovine scrapie, it would have severe repercussions to the export trade and possibly also for humans. At present, I would recommend playing it low-key. And low-key it remained. It wasn't until June 1987 that the team finally informed MAF, the government's Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Food, that there was a problem. Meanwhile, cases were slowly but surely springing up across the south. Rattled residents in Kent began drinking bottled water over fears that their supply had been contaminated with waste tissue from slaughtered cattle. But before long, it became clear that this was far more than a local problem. Even today, we don't know for sure where this problem came from. Although we can pinpoint Pitcham Farm as having the first verified cases of BSE, it didn't begin there. The disease can take between 4 and 5 years to show up in cattle, meaning that cow 133 and the rest of her herd had been infected long before 1984. It's very likely there were earlier, undiagnosed cases of BSE. After the outbreak officially began, vets and farmers spoke of seeing cows in the early and mid-90s with similar symptoms. The problem was that not all vet practices chose to submit samples from dead cows for central examination. Evidence shared years later, the inquiry into BSE suggested cases had probably been around for a decade without being picked up. Allowing for that 4 or 5 year incubation period after exposure, it's likely BSE emerged sometime in the early 1970s. And because it's so similar to scrapie in sheep, scientists initially thought the disease had leapt to cows through feed laced with infected sheep tissues. Others thought pesticides or contaminated water might be to blame. Perhaps we'll never know, and for the people investigating BSE in 1987, it wasn't really the main question. What they ultimately needed to find out was how it was spreading. The person sent to investigate was John Wilesmith. He was head of the Central Veterinary Laboratory's Epidemiology Department, and at this time, in May 1987, this was a tiny department. Wilesmith was the only qualified epidemiologist there. His job was to research the patterns, causes and effects of different diseases in animal populations and to understand how they spread. If anyone could track down the root cause of BSE, it would be him. Wilesmith was briefed on the symptoms and features of this new cattle disease and was sent out to work. As part of this, he designed a questionnaire for farmers, visiting locations where cattle were known or suspected to have been infected. Initially, he thought BSE might be spreading through a contaminated vaccine or through the use of pesticides. It took time to explore options, but all the while cases were growing. By December 1987, Wilesmith reported that 132 had now been confirmed, along with a further 370 suspected cases. This meant that over 200 farms were affected across the UK. The much needed answers weren't coming fast enough, but finally, as 1987 drew to a close, Wilesmith felt confident he'd cracked it. The one common factor in every recorded case was commercial feed, specifically meat and bone meal, a protein-rich powder made from ground and dried animal tissues. This usually came from cattle carcasses, but could also include other animals like sheep, potentially sheep infected with scrapie. This slightly grim form of zero-waste recycling had been around for decades. It became an increasingly common practice after the Second World War, as Britain sought a focus on greater meat and milk production. Although cows are born herbivores, feeding cattle to cattle was known to increase yields. However, unwittingly, they'd been turned into cannibals. Now, it seemed, nature was biting back. This form of animal feed wasn't universal.
Yeah, some of my cow disease and stuff, and some they're feeding the cows like with all the waste that from the butcher shops and all that shit. They grind it up. Yeah, that's what caused it. That's what I'm saying. If that's what it was, I mean, that's what I think he said. He's like saying that they took it. That's when they were trying to go green. They were trying to go green. They were trying to zero waste. Tolerance. So with the butchers and all the cattle, the rest of the bones and whatnot and everything, they grind those up and they make. That's fucking crazy. Like, huh? Yeah. Like nobody just sit there was like, man, ain't that not good for them? 'Cause- Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But it's like you're just things comes out fucked up. That shit's gonna. We gotta eat that. We gotta eat that shit.
Universally embraced, though. Back in the 1970s, concerns were raised within MAF that the practice could spread infectious diseases between animals. But even then, nobody imagined the level of danger involved. By the 1980s, farmers had been using meat and bone meal for half a century with no major issues. The sheer deadliness of BSE took everyone by surprise. As the bells rang in 1988, Wildsmith had a hypothesis to test. He believed it was the feed at fault, but he needed more precious months to prove it. Earlier in the year, a civil servant in the Ministry of Agriculture observed, "We do not know where this disease came from, we do not know how it is spread, and we do not know whether it can be passed to humans." The last point seems to me the most worrying aspect of the problem. There is no evidence that people can be infected, but we cannot say there is no risk. Still, suspicions about infected feed were being kept confidential. It was only in May 1988 that Wildsmith was able to say, as near to certainly as he could, that the agent at play in spreading BSE was the meat and bone meal. But more delays and secrecy were slowing the response to what was a growing crisis. Cows were still being infected, but there was no real urgency when it came to protecting human health. It would take 17 months for the MAF scientists who first identified the disease to pass the news to Britain's Chief Medical Officer, Sir Donald Acheson. Up until then, the Department of Health hadn't been brought into MAF discussions, despite the fact that infected cows were being fed to humans. Finally, officials asked to hear Acheson's thoughts on the potential risks of people eating infected cattle. He was worried and acted fast. At his request, a working party was set up to find out more. This group was headed by Sir Richard Southwood, a professor of zoology at Oxford University. The Southwood Party began its investigations, but in the meantime, it was obvious that steps needed to be taken to slow down the spread of the disease. In July 1988, feed containing meat and bone meal was banned. A second interim measure was the compulsory slaughter of cattle with suspected BSE. In this case, both their milk and carcasses would not be allowed into the food chain. Both decisions were good, but looking back on them today, it's easy to see issues that weren't widely known about at the time. For a start, although contaminated feed had been identified as the root cause, the ban on its use wasn't immediate. Instead, farmers were given a 5-week grace period to use up their stocks, potentially infecting thousands more cows across the country. This laissez-faire rollout of the ban underplayed its importance. It seemed like a simple change in regulations. When the 5 weeks were up, farmers with feed left over continued to use it on the quiet. People also failed to appreciate how little meat and bone meal was needed for infection. A cow could develop BSE after eating infected tissue the size of a single peppercorn. On some farms where animal feed was mixed on site, farmers used the same machines to create their pig, poultry and cattle feed. This meant that infectious tissues going into food for pigs and chickens would then cross-contaminate the cattle feed in small amounts. So even when the BSE was seemingly eradicated from the animal food chain, cows were still being infected. Another Another issue was the compensation paid for lost cattle. Any cows with suspected BSE legally had to be slaughtered and incinerated, and under the Animal Health Act of 1981, this meant that farmers were entitled to compensation. In response to this, the chairman of the National Farmers Union, representing the farming community, asked the government to consider paying a lower rate of compensation for cows proven to be infected, but 100% of the value if a cow was later found to have been perfectly healthy. In this instance, a farmer would essentially have slaughtered a valuable animal unnecessarily. What followed was a lot of ministerial back and forth as different departments debated who should be the ones to foot the bill. Much of this centred on whether this was a case of animal health, public health, or public morale. And because nobody really knew how big BSE might get yet, ministers couldn't know for sure how much money they were signing themselves up for. Eventually, it was settled that farmers could expect to receive compensation at 50% of the market value of the cattle. At this time, future Prime Minister John Major was working as Chief Secretary to the Treasury, and in a letter approving the compensation scheme, he wrote, "My agreement to this course is due to the need to protect human health from the risk of this disease, not animal health." With the framework in place, if a farmer or vet suspected that a cow had BSE, they had to report it. A veterinary officer would then come to inspect the animal, and if it were found to be infected or even suspected of infection, they would be given the ominous-sounding Form C, a notice of intention to slaughter. This required the animal be killed and the entitled owner be given compensation. Serving Form C was a big decision, and veterinary officers might visit a cow several times before finally deciding to pull the trigger. This lengthy process, resulting in only 50% of an infected cow's value in compensation, led to fears. Desperate farmers might be quietly sending suspect cows for slaughter rather than reporting them, and from there, they can enter the food chain undetected. In February of 1989, the Southwood Working Party shared the results of its investigation into the human implications of BSE with the House of Commons. They couldn't be sure, but the party concluded that there was a very little risk to people, stating that the risk of transmission of BSE to humans appears remote, and it is therefore most unlikely that BSE will have any implications for human health. From present evidence, it's likely that cattle will prove to be a dead-end host for the disease agent. Despite this, they included a brief request that doctors and pathologists be on the lookout for any increase in cases of Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease. The outward face of the government was unruffled. Based on what they knew of scrapie and sheep, there was little cause for concern. In all the years that humans and sheep had coexisted, the disease had never leapt the barrier to infect people. But behind closed doors, some scientists were less convinced. They knew that it was possible for prion diseases to cross into humans, but by collective agreement they mostly towed the party line. The danger was that any reassurances were based on nothing more than an assumption. If scrapie wasn't dangerous to humans, and BSE could be assumed to be a variant of scrapie, then they could also assume that BSE wasn't dangerous to humans, and as we'll hear, making that assumption was a big risk, and it was wrong. Asked later if he ever worried about the disease making that leap, even John Wildsmith answered, "Always." As a precaution, in June 1989, the types of specified bovine offal considered most likely to be infectious were banned from use in human food. This included a cow's brain, spinal cord, and spleen. Up until now, coverage of BSE had been pretty much confined to farming and veterinary publications. If they were aware of it, the general public wasn't massively worried. But with changes being made to the human food chain, public awareness began to rise. The press ramped up reporting of the so-called mad cow disease. British society was a long way off the mass panic we'd see later, but an element of unease was definitely creeping in, and this showed up in figures around buying behaviour. Scientist Dr. Trevor Young conducted a survey into beef consumption at the time. Its sale was relatively constant up until the end of the 1980s. As awareness of BSE grew, there was a substantial fall in people eating beef. At the same time, sales of meat substitutes like tofu and corn soared. It's likely that even more people would have followed suit if they'd known what was actually in their beef burgers. Because yes, all those tasty bits of offal that nobody ever wanted to eat had been outlawed, but they were still making their way into food. The culprit was mechanically recovered meat, which was every bit as gruesome as it sounds. Mechanically recovered meat, known as MRM, is essentially a byproduct of the conventional meat industry. After everything we'd recognised as food had been stripped off of an animal's carcass, the residue, all those scraps left behind along with things like the spinal cord, were pressure blasted away from the bones. The result was a sort of meaty slurry. This was then used to bulk out meat products like burgers, sausages and pies. There was even concern it was being used in school dinners. MRM was one of the great food technology developments of its time. It was entirely a matter of economics. In the 90s, the chief of trading standards, David Walker, looked into the practice, finding that mechanically recovered meat could be 10 times cheaper than other meat. Where a solid piece of flesh was worth around £3.30 per kilo, the equivalent MRM cost about 37 pence. MRM is such a problem in this story because it was almost impossible for an abattoir to remove all traces of that highly infectious spinal cord. When the carcass went through, a solid piece of flesh was worth around £3.30 per kilo, the equivalent MRM cost about 37 pence. MRM is such a problem in this story because it was almost impossible for an abattoir to remove all traces of that highly infectious spinal cord. When the carcass went through the process, sizable quantities still clung to the vertebrae and became mixed into the recovered meat. This issue became much bigger than it needed to be thanks to a catastrophic communications misstep. The government had formed a special advisory panel made up of expert scientists known as SEAC. This was the Spongiform Encephalopathy Advisory Committee. In their detailed paper, SEAC scientists assumed that spinal cord could be easily removed at an abattoir, and with this in mind, they felt it wasn't a big issue. Could be removed, and that was that. MAF officials, on the other hand, took SEAC's attitude to mean that spinal cord wasn't a priority full stop, and that any stubborn tissues clinging on could be safely incorporated. Small amounts would probably be fine. Whatever the cause, bovine offal remained on the menu, and these parts of the cow were exactly where BSE liked to live, right where its prion proteins multiplied. But while everyone was distracted looking at the risks of cows to humans, BSE was about to make its first strike into British homes in a way that nobody could have expected. In May 1990, a pet Siamese cat was found to be suffering from a scrapie-like Spongiform encephalopathy. With everyone being told that BSE was confined only to cows, it was an alarming development. If a cat could be infected, where else might the disease travel? What other barriers could it cross? By this time, quite a few major pet food brands had stopped using bovine offal voluntarily. After the first cat case emerged, Richard Packer, who was permanent secretary at MAF, went to see pet food manufacturers for himself. He found that their standards were higher than those held for human food. Tissues that had been eliminated from cat and dog food were still going into human food. And we've reached a truly bizarre moment in history where you'd be safer eating pedigreed chum than you would a frozen burger or budget range pie. Media coverage increased, and even if government ministers parroted that beef was safe, everyday people were worried. Again, the Chief Medical Officer, Sir Donald Acheson, issued a statement that there was no reason not to eat British beef. It was this media storm that saw John Gummer staging the infamous burger eating I mentioned at the beginning of the episode. The incident looked contrived on film, but Gummer would later say it hadn't been planned. He'd simply been at an event when someone asked if he was so confident in his stance as Minister of Agriculture that he was prepared to allow his daughter to eat a burger. Gummer knew he was on a sticky wicket. He claimed to the world that British beef was safe. Either he said no and undermined the whole campaign, or he said yes and fed her the burger, and as we know, he said yes. The public response to this was mixed. Some news outlets saw it as a bold gesture of assurance. Others asked, would you risk your child's health? As time went on, the image of John and Cordelia Gummer became almost symbolic of the government's bungled handling of BSE. In the same month, at a debate in the House of Commons, Labour MP David Clark made a damning speech condemning the official response to the crisis. He lambasted Gummer's actions, comparing him to the infamous Corporal Jones from the television series Dad's Army, stomping around and saying, "Don't panic, don't panic." Gummer was, he reminded the House, the same man who delayed restrictions around Chernobyl for 7 weeks, allowing tens of thousands of lambs contaminated with radioactivity to enter the food chain in 1986. In essence, the government's policy is simply that mad cow disease will in time go away. That's not a policy, but a hope and a prayer, said Clark. He quoted the government's own chief veterinary officer, Keith Meldrum, who'd stated that it was too early to say BSE posed no risk to man. The disease had only been around for a few years and had a long incubation period. There was every chance that BSE could make, and had made, the leap from cows to humans, but just hadn't shown up yet. Clark likened the disease to a doomsday scenario. He was shouted down, but much of what he said actually turned out to be true. Ministers, scientists, vets, none of them for sure knew what was going to happen, but there was nothing to do but wait and see who was right. BSE had become a ticking time bomb, and it wouldn't be long before it blew up in everyone's faces. In November 1994, Stephen Churchill was 19 years old. He was on a shopping trip with his mum, Dot, when they stopped off to eat at a cafeteria. Back at the car, Dot asked Stephen if he'd enjoyed it, but he had no memory of it at all. Stephen had been withdrawn and depressed for months. In August that year, he'd crashed his car with no explanation for what had happened. He was prescribed antidepressants, but the family spent a miserable Christmas, and on the 3rd of January 1985, Stephen's parents demanded that he be seen again. By this time, he was losing coordination and could no longer write his own name. Stephen was admitted to hospital, and on the 13th of February 1985, doctors finally diagnosed CJD, Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease. That's the naturally occurring human form of BSE and scrapie that I mentioned earlier. It usually emerged in older patients, those over 60, so everyone was surprised that it had suddenly struck someone so young. The case was seen as unusual and tragic, but not medically significant. Perhaps Stephen was just very, very unlucky. For him, though, it was a death sentence. CJD was incurable and fatal. David and Dot Churchill could only take their son home, make him as comfortable as possible, and wait for him to pass away, which he did on the 21st of May. Today, Stephen's death is recorded as the first form of the CJD, variant Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, caused by BSE. At the time, it passed almost without mention. The Churchill's loss was chalked up as natural causes. But as 1995 progressed, Stephen was no longer the only fit and healthy young adult to fall ill. That so-called anomaly of CJD cropped up again in 2 more young deaths. Now there were 3 cases, and the chances of them all being rogue events seemed less and less likely. Yet still, officials insisted that British beef was safe. Finally, at the start of 1996, the storm broke. John Collins, a prion disease expert and a new member of the government's Scientific Advisory Committee, was at a conference in Paris. He received an urgent call summoning him back. Brain samples taken from the suspicious CJD cases had revealed the alarming news. This wasn't sporadic CJD, but variant CJD. It was rather like preparing for war in an
A video was discovered inside one of the scariest places on Earth.
We're heading into the Paris catacombs.
I am so freaked out.
People are actually living in these underground tunnels.
Each of which were 20 feet tall and wearing robes.
10 people have been arrested in underground tunnels.
And a camera swivels. Like, oh god.
This is a tunnel system that leads to a huge underground city.
Might they be hiding what remains of the old world?
Yo, what's good? We're back with another one.
It's showtime.
Catacombs, the darkest secret on Earth. An underground complex 300 kilometers long with 6 to 7 million bodies, and we're supposed to believe it's because too many people got sick and hungry? Or might they be hiding what remains of the old world? And that's just the one in Paris. These catacombs are all over the world. Just a theory, entertainment purposes only. So, why is there a labyrinth of corpses under the city of Paris in the first place? History tells us in the late 18th century, so many people were dying from disease and famine that they started running out of cemetery space to bury them. Bodies were piling up so much they were causing odors throughout the city, so King Louis XVI ordered his authorities to fix this problem. In 1785, they uncovered an old underground tunnel system called the Tombes-Soir quarries, which were used as limestone quarries hundreds of years earlier to build famous sites like Notre Dame. They repurposed these tunnels to relocate all the bones from the overpopulated cemeteries over the course of about 12 years, and did so with an air of secrecy. You know, to not raise panic among the citizens, of course. The site was officially called the Paris Municipal Ossuary and eventually began to take on the mythical name of the Catacombs. The first thing anyone notices about these subterranean graves is the intricate, almost ritualistic design of the human remains. The bones weren't just stashed away in large heaps as one might expect would be the case for a disposal project as this one, but were organized in a decorative fashion, aligning femurs with skulls along the walls, geometric patterns, a throne of bones, and even this famous centerpiece known as the barrel, which, according to sources, were all put in place by the average 18th century quarrymen. They were led by official quarry engineers like Louis Etienne d'Artillerie, but still peculiar to see. In fact, the architecture was so nice that in 1809, the catacombs were even open to the public for tours, which only the rich could afford. Ritualistic sites involving the deceased attended by only the elite class? Some things never change.
300-kilometer tunnels. What else is down there?
A lot, Brad.
You should never go into the Paris catacombs. Amanda Rollins is a TikToker who lives in Paris and recently shared all the crazy reasons why you shouldn't visit this underground cemetery. The video had over 40 million views before getting deleted, and she's not talking about just the tourist-friendly parts of the catacombs. She explains how what's down there is not exactly what you expect, and that the catacombs are a giant maze, which is extremely difficult to navigate. But that's not the worst part about being down there. She explains that people are actually living in these underground tunnels, which are off limits to areas that tourists can't even get to. These tunnel people don't like visitors, and have snatched maps and flashlights of tourists who are trying to get to the restricted areas, leaving them completely stranded in the dark.
Who else has been down there?
Loads of people, bro.
This video was posted anonymously on the dark web. It shows a group of men visiting the catacombs of Paris. When they descend to the very bottom, they discover appalling things.
Oh my god.
Dang.
Yeah, they're crazy.
Oh my gosh, here's the lead.
Why did they make it so deep?
They didn't make it, bro.
Breathe. Oh,
I'd go down there, bro.
You're mad.
the simultaneously it was the most terrifying thing and coolest thing I've ever done.
Yeah, bro.
What?
It's crazy people go down there.
They don't all make it out, bro.
I used some of the original footage, so please be advised. In the early 2000s, a video was discovered inside one of the scariest places on Earth. It's called the Catacombs, and it's one of the world's largest mass graves. To get to it, you need to wriggle through these claustrophobia-inducing tunnels hundreds of feet below the city of Paris. The video is found miles and miles into one of the least explored sections of the catacombs. The video is largely uneventful until he starts following these arrows that he sees on the wall and that he sees on the ground. And these arrows bring him to these rooms that are completely full of human bones, which catacombs experts have no idea where they are. Like, they don't know where this is. Then out of nowhere, something spooks him and he starts sprinting deeper and deeper into the catacombs until he drops his camera, and then all you hear is his panic breathing and footsteps as he disappears. While nobody knows what actually happened to this guy, everybody seems to agree that the footage is authentic.
What happened to that guy?
Come on, bro.
So the catacombs of Paris are obviously interesting, if not downright disturbing. Like this disturbing statue you can find down there called the Passer Through the Walls. Why do they make this? And while the main tunnel where they bury people is just over a mile long, the tunnels actually go on for a whopping 180 miles. So it's no wonder why terrible incidences happen down there, like when a 19-year-old girl got lost down in there in 2005 and wasn't found until 2007. Not alive though. And also, if you haven't watched the movie As Above, So Below, it's about the Paris catacombs. It's really good. They kind of accidentally go to hell kind of, and they're like, oh no, oopsie daisies, how do we get out? But it's really good. Go watch that movie and follow for more.
What's in the rest of the tunnels?
There's a whole city under there, bro.
Let's do some math. 6 to 7 million bodies moved over the course of 12 years as claimed means 57 to 67 bodies moved every hour, night and day for 12 years straight. That's one body, which contains several bones, moved into place in carefully designed patterns every minute, day and night, non-stop for 12 years, which could be possible given a sizable workforce. Just quite impressive to say the least, especially given their incredible design. But the question does arise, where do you get 6 to 7 million bodies in a city with a population of just about 600,000 at the time? That's 10 times the population of Paris in the 1780s, and even about 3 times Paris's population today. I understand these bodies have accumulated over centuries, but the population was even lower in previous generations. Not to mention, even most bones do decompose and become extremely brittle within 100 years, so where did all these remains come from? Disease and famine is the main explanation we're given. Even Great Britain was having the same problem of overflowing cemeteries around the same time. It's almost like there was an old world here before us that got wiped out in a short period of time, and they needed a place to hide all the bodies.
They were just dumping bodies. Why would they take the time to arrange them all?
He's talking about Tartaria, bro.
This is just a skyscraper of bones. We're heading into the Paris catacombs. That's an old train station, and we're going under it. It's like we're in an apocalypse.
Dang.
Underneath these grounds that we're walking on holds over 6 million bodies. So we don't exactly know where we're going. As you can see, the water's building up now. Underneath here, there's even more tunnels, another layer of this. First sign of dying. Behind this little hole, there's tons of bones. Oh my God. There are so many bones now, I can't walk the path without stepping on someone. Or multiple people in just one walk.
This is the most intact skull that we've seen.
It's just bones stacked on bones. Like, you'd only see this in a movie. I mean, I am laying on bones to get this shot.
Fair play to him for going down there.
They went even further, bro.
There's no official tour, guys. There's no laws down there. There's anything goes. There's no rules. It could be dangerous. People do get mugged. They do get their stuff stolen. I don't even know what the heck's going on. I am so freaked out. This is why you need to come with people that know what they're doing. You will get lost. I promise you. Look at this. It's nice. So right now, I don't know where we're going, but the homies said go this way. So we're going this way. Right here is the monk room.
Dang.
It's the ceremony room. Look at it. They carved it, dude. They made it somehow. I don't know how they did it.
When you want.
Okay, ready?
These guys are nuts.
Is this a church? This is awesome. A church underground for the cataphiles. We're like in mud. Another bone? Holy shit. Where you see the skull? Yeah, dude. Oh yeah, the tops of skulls. Just an update to remind you guys that all these bones that we're now seeing and walking through have been here since the 17th century.
Imagine walking through there on your own.
Some guy did, bro.
I went to the Paris catacombs, alone, listening to the creepiest music I could find. What did you do today?
What a lunatic.
Looks like he's enjoying it, bro.
Yeah, nutter.
Dang.
Yeah, that's pretty creepy. Fuck you know. Yeah, that guy's mental.
People have parties down there, bro.
In 2004, a group of police officers were exploring part of the Paris catacombs restricted from public access when they uncovered some very strange things. First, they found a PA system playing pre-recorded guard dog barking. The officers also found a bar, living room area, workshop, lounge, and even a cinema with a room to seat 20. A cinema seat 20 people. Shockingly, the cinema seats had been carved into the stone of the catacombs. So people wanted carving. But the creepiest part of all, though, was that they discovered cameras on the ceilings recording them. Like when they found this place.
Oh my God! So the guy knew that they found him out. Oh my God.
And then a few days later, the police squad went back to the area with a larger team to investigate further. However, everything they discovered from the phone lines to the Paris Catacombs cinema had vanished. There's only a note that remained, and the note said, "Don't search."
Dang.
It just said, "Don't search."
That's pretty terrifying.
Bro, they've got them all over the world.
I guess it would be pretty cool to watch a film down there.
We see hidden mass grave sites like these all around the world, like in Odessa, Ukraine, home to the largest catacombs in the world. 2,500 kilometers of tunnels dug into limestone bedrock dating to about the 17th century. Also used as a quarry and never officially to store bones of the deceased, but the majority of these tunnels haven't even been explored yet. Documentation of these catacombs is extremely limited, almost like they didn't want anyone to know what's down there, with large areas even being off limits to the public. Rumors claim that up to 1 million bodies may be buried down there, but on record, there's none, which is kinda odd given they're officially called the Odessa catacombs halfway around the world. The Basilica and Convent of San Francisco, a cathedral in Lima, Peru, has its own network of catacombs underneath. And again, what do we see here? Human bones arranged in a decorated manner, eerily similar to the ones in Paris, kind of like they were built as an award, a trophy, or accomplishment of some sort. Estimated to hold at least 25,000 bodies, with some claiming up to 70,000, or so we're told, as these haven't been explored much either, with many smaller catacombs under other churches in the surrounding area, all believed to be connected, possibly bringing the body count of this network into the hundreds of thousands, maybe millions, but just speculation. The Lima catacombs weren't even publicly rediscovered until 1943, despite starting construction in 1546. Now, why put so much effort into designing yet another artistic mass grave site just to keep it hidden for hundreds of years? Just like the Brno ossuary in Czech Republic, again under a church and rediscovered as recently as 2001, despite being used in the 18th century, and this one has an estimated 50,000 bodies, but as always, it could be more. Organized in the fun geometric patterns we see everywhere, almost like the same group of people did this around the world. And like, why? Why put in so much artistic architectural design made of human remains into an underground crypt that no one is ever supposed to see, allegedly constructed by your average 18th century quarrymen, because, you know, they all had degrees in advanced architectural design back then. Some sources even admit they appear to be arranged in a ritualistic manner, like the ones who built them were trying to achieve something more than just a gravesite. And what about those underground crypts they've been finding in places like New York City? Are there more of these hidden all around the world? St. Stephen's Cathedral in Vienna, Austria, catacombs with about 11,000 bodies. The catacombs of Rome, once said to host hundreds of thousands of the deceased, but have largely since been emptied. Under the Church of St. Paul's beneath the island of Malta, more catacombs. This list is endless. Almost always found directly under a church or cathedral. The obvious answer is they want to honor the dead by burying them under places of worship. Unless it was the churches that were strategically built on top of the catacombs. A perfect hiding spot for mass graves that nobody would accidentally stumble upon while keeping the majority of their known tunnels off limits to the public. These are just the ones we know about. There could be many more under major cathedrals in every city. So did all these places just happen to have body overpopulation issues in the past they solved by ceremoniously decorating underground caverns with skulls and femurs? And today, we're A-okay, despite global population skyrocketing. Or maybe there was something back then that resulted in a huge spike of bodies. Fires. Almost every single major city has had their own Great Fire that took place in the last 400 years or so. Try it out. Search up the Great Fire of your city name and you're almost guaranteed to find something. Great fires in every city, mass graves largely unexplored under their streets. Was there an old world, a lost civilization as recent as the 1700s that was wiped from the earth and intentionally hidden from records? Some mystery enthusiasts say yes. Before the Great Fires, there was rumored to be a great global empire that rhymes with barbarian. Ugh, I don't even know if I want to get into that, and who knows, maybe these catacombs are just totally innocent and none of this is true.
Can't be a coincidence that they all arranged the bones like that.
Nah, bro. It was the Illuminati.
Come on, Ted. Remember, this is for entertainment purposes only.
This is the Capucine Catacombs in Palermo, Italy. The walls are lined with thousands of mummified bodies. So the story on this place is that the monastery that is above these catacombs outgrew its own cemetery and started to develop a way to display the dead underneath the building. It began as only a place for deceased friars, but as the decades and centuries wore on, it became a place for the wealthiest. So as you're walking through, you'll see that everybody is super well dressed and came from a very wealthy background. And you can go visit this place. There are tours of it every day. You can walk through these halls. I can't help but some of them look like they're talking to each other and leaning into each other. Some folks were put up and hung on the walls, and then other folks were put in glass cases. There are over 160 children located here as well, and their faces. So many of their faces are still visible. Most notably and creepiest, this is Rosalia Lombardo. She was embalmed, and she is known as the Sleeping Beauty of the catacombs because this is what she still looks like today after embalming. She has just really never aged or decomposed inside that case.
I wonder how they choose who to display.
The elite, bro.
Malta Catacombs is in reference to a series of catacombs that were discovered in the 1960s around Malta, Italy. It is estimated that the caves are as old as 4000 BC. Research became scant after a group of researchers went to the cave, and upon getting to the end of one of the systems, one of the chief researchers said that she approached a giant drop-off, and then in shining her flashlight to the other side, she saw a sort of embankment that 25 people came out of, each of which were 20 feet tall and wearing robes. When they saw her with the flashlight, they all looked towards her and began reaching out their arms. Her and the rest of the research team got out of there, and a couple weeks later, 30 school students went to the area on a sort of field trip to which they got lost, and people that were looking for them heard screaming and shouting, and none of them were ever found. So what's in the caves? Why were those bodies never found? And what were those creatures walking around in there?
What were they, Ted?
Reptilians, bro.
I was going out with these urban explorers into all of this subterranean infrastructure underneath London.
Bang bang.
After we went into those sewer systems, then we got into electricity tunnels. Then we started getting into bunkers. These are like layers under the city. So imagine there's like 5 layers under the city, right? So we go from the sewers to the electricity tunnels to the infrastructural systems to the bunkers. And then we started getting into what are called deep level systems, right? They're very similar to bunkers that the US government is building here that they call DUMBs, deep underground military bases, right? We started getting into like serious critical infrastructure. And we were like inside the telecommunications trunk for all of the United Kingdom. And at this point, we're like 120 feet underground. We were walking through, about 100 feet underground, and one of the explorers I was with, like, there's a manhole above us. It's like, what do you mean there's a manhole above us? We're in the deepest level right now. And we pop this manhole and a camera swivels, and stares at us like, oh God, and then we realized we were into some critical shit.
It's crazy they got out alive.
They must be watching him, bro.
The funniest thing is this one guy on Twitter that was saying a while back, I live on a ground floor apartment and I hear Jews underneath me. And everybody's like, you're out of your fucking mind.
Yeah, that's anti-Semitic.
Exactly. And now he's like, I told you I wasn't crazy. But this guy's just...
But what are they doing? Like, I heard that they hired people to build like this tunnel, and they were hanging out, and like the people would live there for like 3 weeks. These like migrant workers were just digging this tunnel, and they stayed there for 3 weeks. But what's the purpose of it?
I have no idea. I don't know anything. I just know that there's tunnels, and that there's this one video of this guy coming out of the sewer. So he lifts a manhole cover, comes out of the sewer, and then he's fucking wandering around, this Hasidic Jewish guy. And everybody's like, what the fuck are you doing down there?
Yeah, that's really bizarre. They wouldn't come out, too. The cops had to get them out. Like, they were like, we don't want to come out. And they were, like, charged with disorderly conduct. Just, I don't know. The whole fucking world is just weird.
What were they doing down there?
Check this out, bro.
Following the New York City police detectives through the underground
having trouble, they, like, come together and they, like, make this, like, makeshift fucking, like, big ass clay creature, you know what I'm saying? Like mold of looks like a person basically, but a big gingerbread person basically. And then they like, I don't know, they do prayers, I don't know, but they summon it, you know what I'm saying? They summon whatever this thing is. It starts with his name starts with the S, if I'm not mistaken. Its name starts with the S, and then they summon it, and then it enters that thing's body, and then it becomes that, and it protects the people from people that's trying to hurt the villagers, because they're not harming, they don't harm people, you know what I'm saying? So these things they're summoning are, the defenses for them not to be trying to harm people, you see what I'm saying? It's spiritual, yeah. It's like they create it through mud, you know what I'm saying? I don't know how they create it. I don't know if it even forms like that, but I've seen so many variables of it, like from cartoons to movies to storybooks, you know what I'm saying? To just other people's renditions on the story, you know what I'm saying? But they're all the same. They summon this creature, this entity, and then it helps protects the people, whoever you can summon it to protect them basically. And I don't know if anybody can summon it, but it was summoned by Jews. Something, like somebody was, fucking with them. I don't know this is after I don't remember if it was after the Holocaust or before the Holocaust, but you know there was this thing they can summon. I think it was after the Holocaust. I'm not sure, but but they did movies and shit like that. I gotta check that out. But yeah, I think there was summon a creature, and then it would enter the thing's body, or it would come out, but it would be big as fuck though. By basically like a Nephilim, if you would say anything, you know what I'm saying? Say something like a fallen angel, maybe, and a fallen angel is a demon. See what I'm saying? But whatever, I don't know. But yeah, but they would summon this creature, and it would they did movies on it, and yeah.
Tunnel to the abandoned synagogue. Down lots of steps into the darkness. So many old passageways, corridors, and rooms. We almost got lost. We find Hebrew writing, must be getting close. More Hebrew, this stuff is so old. Finally, the monstrous abandoned synagogue. Holy moly, what have we found?
Can't believe that was just underground.
They didn't make it, bro. They just claimed it.
10 people have been arrested for illegal activity in underground tunnels. To me, this proves that the Tartarian Empire existed. These tunnels were not built overnight. These tunnels have always been here. These mud flood theories are starting to look more like facts now. If you think about it, these underground tunnels go down underground for many, many miles. They built cities on top of a city that was already there. And it makes sense how they have these underground caves and these underground tunnels that connect throughout the city, because there was a city below the city in New York. So when you hear the name Tartarian or Tartaria, and you link that with mud floods, you would realize that the elites in the past wanted to cover up these elaborate buildings and this elaborate technology, and they took that technology for themselves.
According to this theory, the civilization of Tartary, which was once a powerful empire that covered a large part of the Eurasian continent, was destroyed by this event, and its existence was deliberately erased from history by the ruling elite.
I told you, bro. It's Tartaria.
Yeah, I'm still not sure about this mud flood, Ted.
Family, you see this complicated carving? It's an important piece of history and a small part of a huge underground city. We have been taught that the world used to look like this 200 years ago. And look at this, family, not even 100 years later, it looked like this. But you know what, family? If you dig deep enough in the books, you will find the evidence. Look at this, family. This is a tunnel system that leads to a huge underground city in England, Liverpool. And most of the underground railroad systems that you see right now, they have already been used for maybe hundreds and hundreds of years. A fact is, family, that it's impossible that an area goes from this to this in not even 100 years. Or like this, 100 years ago. Family, look at the video. And family, look at this. This is a huge underground city in Turkey.
It was a bit strange that they're finding them all over the place.
It's all over the world, bro.
Did you know there's secret tunnels under Adelaide? Tunnels under Adelaide? I dug up rumors about 16 hidden pathways, from the train station to Government House, beneath the Treasury Vault, Parliament House, connecting Trims to King's Head Hotel, underneath Rundle Mall, Adelaide Arcade, and so many more. Urban explorer Jim Urbex posted videos about mysterious catacombs under Hindley Street. Catacombs in Adelaide? Yep, but there's more to the story. ABC explored these in 2018, finding vast spaces used by Lee Street bars, not quite the catacombs we expected. Back in 2014, Awesome Adelaide uncovered a secret chamber in the area. Chamber of Secrets? Reddit reveals tales of a hidden tunnel beneath the ASO building. Once known as West Theatre, it's rumored to have had a tunnel crossing the road to where the Metro Theatre was. Both managed by Greater Union in the 70s, it's plausible they were linked. Multiple insiders say they saw these tunnels and even helped brick them up, just 16 meters apart. Could the old tunnel still be there, bricked up and forgotten? Adelaide's underground is a tapestry woven with mystery and history.
We need to start LiDAR scanning everywhere.
We got subscribers in Australia, bro. Susie, Paul, start digging.
I think, Chef, one of the biggest underground storage facilities in the Midwest is getting even bigger.
its core, Subtropolis is a snapshot of our culture, our past, our present, and our future. In all, more than 50 businesses call Subtropolis home, and they have room for a lot more.
Subtropolis?
Yeah, bro.
There's another entrance via railroad. All the flags, different countries in the world, here on Earth, right here. I mean, this place is huge. It branches off,
Why is this place?
It's for the elite, bro.
Everything's blocked off. When we first come in, it said maintenance and authorized personnel entrance only. And then you had the public entrance. What's on the other side? That's the place.
Surely you can't just get in through a hole.
Yeah, bro. They're in.
Sure this is the same place?
Yeah, bro.
Why is it all empty?
They're getting it ready, bro.
Oh, there's a wheelchair. This looks like it'd lead to a staircase. This looks like a... What? This is amazing. This is like a time capsule in here. The tunnel to the base inside Cheyenne Mountain is iconic, but what goes on inside is top secret. It's been the subject of intrigue in popular culture for decades.
Yep.
Driving south to Colorado Springs, it looms in the distance. One of the most famous military bases in the world, Cheyenne Mountain. Inside the mountain are 15 2- and 3-story buildings. They are freestanding but connected by hallways and ramps. There is also a service area to keep the complex running, and even reservoirs, yes, underground lakes. You can imagine security for the control rooms is pretty tight. Our security escort said he can't even get inside them.
I can only fantasize about what goes on in there. Maybe a lot, maybe little, but whatever it is obviously important.
What the fuck's going on in there?
The Illuminati have had underground bases for years, bro.
Heck is this? Because look at that Masonic temple. You see that? The Masonic symbol? Are you flipping kidding me? Look at this. Masonic. And gosh darn it. We may not be going much further. But what the heck is this?
What the fuck?
Told you, bro.
That is completely obnoxious. And inside is this deep Masonic crazy stuff.
Has anyone managed to get in there?
Yeah, bro. Check this out.
I found a secret Mason cave. It was very dark and deep.
Damn, this is nuts.
Imagine what happened down there, bro. I don't think I can say what that stone's for, bro.
Yeah, don't. We get it.
We wanted to explore more.
These guys are mad.
I went deeper and found small shoes.
What shoes?
Look, bro. Loads.
They look like modern shoes.
Shoes and bones, bro.
There was just piles of bones.
They went back, bro.
Me and my girlfriend explored the secret Mason cave again.
Nutters.
Yeah, bro.
If you hold this, give you guys a...
What the fuck?
You know they did crazy shit down there, bro.
You guys wanted us to go down and see where it goes.
Staircase. And I don't know why we didn't even think to do that last time.
This is crazy.
Think how many there are all over the world, bro.
This goes back pretty far. Oh, I see something back here.
Probably more bones, bro.
That's the way we came from, but it looks like there's another way over here. So, say we check this out. I can hear water underneath us flowing. There's a river underneath us. Hey?
We heard a river and wanted to check it out.
How big is this place?
There's a whole world down there, bro.
I cannot believe it!
This is a... Oh, I see it! I've ever seen it.
It's beautiful.
What was going on down there, Todd?
A lot, bro. But we'll have to save that for next time.
Thanks for watching. Remember to like, comment and subscribe. And we'll see you in the next one.
Why is 90% of the Grand Canyon off limits?
What is the Smithsonian hiding in the Grand Canyon?
North and South America is connected to or is ancient Egypt.
The gold index crashed because they found so much gold there.
These people called the Ant People took them underground.
And this all happened within a century with regard to the giants.
Primarily from the, what we call the sky people.
Yo, what's good? We're back with another one.
It's showtime.
What is the Smithsonian hiding in the Grand Canyon?
In the early 1900s, an article was released by the Phoenix Gazette which wrote about G.E. Kincaid, an explorer funded by the Smithsonian who had traveled down the Colorado River and found something extraordinary.
Yep.
You see, Kincaid claimed to have found a carved-out staircase leading up to a mysterious cave opening some 2,000 feet up the walls of the Grand Canyon. After venturing inside, he was astonished to find the remains of an ancient advanced civilization. According to Kincaid, the interior walls were adorned with hieroglyphics, as well as tools and artifacts which were left behind. And there was even a chamber full of mummies that appeared to be of ancient Egyptian origin. He estimated this network of caves and tunnels could have housed 50,000 people. Lining up with the ancient Hopi legends of humanity living underground after a global cataclysm. When informed of Kincaid's findings, the Smithsonian was said to have sent a team out there to collect all the artifacts and bury the story. Since then, the Smithsonian has denied ever sending an expedition to the Grand Canyon, or ever employing anyone with the name G.E. Kincaid. Now, perhaps it's just coincidence, but today there are certain areas in the Grand Canyon named after Egyptian gods, along with forbidden and no-fly zones that you can't hike or fly a drone to.
What are they hiding, Ted?
A lot, bro.
Hey, what y'all know about the Grand Canyon being linked with Egypt? Look, you see the Sphinx right there? Look above it. Just look close. Watch this video. This explorer named Kincaid went and checked out the Grand Canyon before it got put off limits. This is what he found. Bunch of little bitty mummies. The urns or cups in the lower tiers are crude, while the higher shelves are reached. The urns are finer in design, showing development of a later stage of civilization. You know, getting smarter, basically. Pretty much they're thinking it's the warriors' barracks because there's no women or children. I mean, they even found metals that they didn't even know what it was. Seriously. They even found a hammer. Check this hammer out. Pretty nice. So over 100 feet in the entrance, they went way down this long hallway, right? And they found this little dude right here. Okay, the people's god sitting cross-legged with a lotus flower or lily in each hand, kind of like Egypt. Okay, so this idol also resembles Buddha, but they're not really certain what type of religious worship it represents. Well, it does resemble the ancient people of Tibet, like that, what they worshipped.
Yeah, but has anyone else found stuff like this?
Yeah, bro. They found loads.
Did you ever hear about the Grand Canyon theory? No. So the Grand Canyon, one of the world's wonders. There's this theory that the Grand Canyon holds something that none of us knew was there. So back in the 1850s, right? The Grand Canyon was used to mine gold. When people started mining it, the gold index crashed because they found so much gold there. Now what happened was the government and the military, they closed it off and they made it a sanctuary so that nobody can just go there and then take whatever they want. There was this one guy, his name was Seth Tanner, and he was an explorer. He explored this one cave and he claimed what he saw was ancient Egyptian hieroglyphics in one of the caves.
Oh, what did it say?
The Grand Canyon, it actually holds the lost city of El Dorado.
What?
Like, you know, the lost gold city of El Dorado.
Yeah, the whole city.
The whole city. So if you think about it, it's never found. That ancient tale that all of the natives talk about, the lost city, and the reason the government and the world is trying to keep it a secret is because it would crash the gold price.
Guess that kind of makes sense.
It's gonna get a lot crazier, bro.
Restricted area of the canyon, there are pyramids and caves adorned with hieroglyphics and Egyptian artifacts. To maintain secrecy, the airspace over this specific area is even restricted. This secrecy surrounding the findings raises even more questions about what might truly lie within the depths of the Grand Canyon. Exploring the area around the pyramid and cave in the Grand Canyon is no easy task. While it's technically legal to visit, it poses significant risks due to its treacherous nature. Despite these obstacles, people continue to venture into this section of the canyon, driven by a desire to uncover its secrets. Unfortunately, over the years, many individuals have been arrested, and some have even lost their lives while attempting to reach these sacred sites.
So no one tried to get in here recently?
Yeah, bro. Check this out.
Just downstream here on the Colorado River is where the legends of Marble Canyon, G.E. Kincaid, and the legends of them finding the cave entrance with the Buddha statue. And then we see all the time down here boats and weird vehicles, and I've looked down here before and it's looked like there's military.
Yep.
These were dug out to get the sand to make the Glen Canyon Dam. I'm calling bullshit on that.
Yeah, bro.
I'm telling you, it looks like a woman's face. Look, there's a square.
Yeah, what is that?
What the hell?
Told you, bro. It's Egyptian.
Here's a square. I don't want to. Here's a eye. The nose comes right here. Here's the mouth. Her hair comes down here and here. And then it's like, it's a perfect square, rubbed out of the stone, with a face and hair, with a chin.
Looks like a lion, bro.
Yeah. Another face. I can see it on my camera clearly.
That one looks like a dog.
Yep. That almost looks like a totally another square with the hair coming down and like another face below the sand caves here. 2 eyes, nose. This almost looks like a dog's head or something.
Yeah.
There's a face right here.
Told you, bro.
Face right there. What the hell? Think of it like the Egyptian pharaoh with the headdress and almost like the snake head and then the top missing. It's almost like it. What is it?
Let that guy get out of there, alright?
I doubt it, bro.
It makes me wonder where these people came from. It doesn't necessarily appear from the information given that they came directly from Egypt. They may have been there for a long time. They could even have been survivors of a catastrophe that occurred about 10,500 BC. They're post-diluvial people in that regard.
Well, they also mentioned that once the Smithsonian had figured out what the hieroglyphics were saying and interpreted them, that we would then have all these answers. It was going to be like, this would really give a whole new meaning to our ancestry, a connection with possibly Egypt. And it was really exciting. I think it felt like reading these articles back in the days when information was really given freely. It was like there was nothing to hide.
But what makes this so believable that it was written up twice, and not only in the Arizona Republic, but the Gazette also at that time. And it's an extensive article.
It's a lot of information.
Yeah, names are named. You know, it's not just...
And the Smithsonian's name, so if the Smithsonian was named at that time and somebody was perpetrating a hoax...
Well, they would have been offended by that, I think, or they would have had reason to be.
Yeah, it's a good point. Why didn't they ever challenge the fact of it being a hoax?
Because it wasn't a hoax, bro.
The Smithson family and the history of the Smithsonian Institute is something that we never talk too much about. There's just incredible underground storage vaults in the Smithsonian Institute where they kind of, it's like I call it the informational Area 51, where things that aren't quite fitting the normal pattern of what people want or told they need to know about are hidden away. One of the big things is this underground cavern system was uncovered in the bottom of the Grand Canyon. Now, let me just say that the archaeological history that we've been fed as we go through the public school system is so ludicrous, really. The Grand Canyon was actually not a small river carving it through millions of years. The fact is, with the Uinta Basin, all the inland ocean that was all part of that, something cataclysmic happened, fracturing of the rock around the time of 30 AD that caused a massive amount of water to go out over a short period of time and carve the Grand Canyon out. I want to say that there's plenty of evidence of that happening. It's some say it's revisionist history or an alternative reality, but no, it's just archaeologically and completely. And if you look at geography, it makes all the sense in the world if you look at topographical maps.
What do you think caused it then?
Buddy Al said the Grand Canyon was caused by a laser, bro.
Jesus.
Sup, Ollie?
Thousands of years ago, Earth was facing a very major cataclysm that was threatening to destroy all of life on the surface of the planet.
Dang.
As this cataclysm was getting underway, the ant people came out from under the surface of the Earth.
What?
And ushered humanity into these underground caverns and cared for humanity while the surface of the Earth was just being devastated. And there they stayed for generations. After the cataclysm had passed, humanity was led back up to the surface, and these ant people were instrumental in helping the humans learn how to replant foods so that they could survive very well on the surface of the planet.
Come on, Ted, ant people.
Everyone knows about ant people, bro.
All the cultures around the world, all the indigenous cultures have the same story. At some point, there was a disaster. It's not known if it was war or geological. It's not known.
So geological would be comets or something like that, and war would obviously just be neighboring tribe.
Right.
Yeah.
So these people called the ant people took them underground. The Lakota tribe, the Hopi tribe, the Aboriginals, the people of Egypt also go to the Cairo Museum. You see the ant people depicted there that took them to underground chambers. The structure was built to keep them alive, not by them, by the gods. And this one was discovered by a farmer, and when they opened it up and went down there, it can hold up to 30,000 people going down 12 stories deep into the ground. No sign of any collapse. 14,000 ventilation shafts leading to the highest levels to bring oxygen to the people at the deepest level. And even areas for worshiping and cattle, livestock. Derinkuyu is an amazing underground city.
Yeah, I'm not sure about these ant people, Ted.
Wait till we get to the giants.
What?
Has a buried city within the Grand Canyon been covered up?
Yep.
The Hopi Indians have a traditional story told to them by their ancestors. It details the original pyramid builders living in an underworld in the Grand Canyon. Dissension arose between the good and the bad, the people of one heart and the people of two. Machado, who was their chief, taught them how to leave the underworld. He caused a tree to grow up and pierce through the roof of the underworld, letting the people of one heart climb out. They settled by Passisvai, Red River, which is in Colorado, subsequently growing grain and corn. They then sent out a message to the Temple of the Sun, asking the blessing of peace, goodwill, and rain for people of one heart. But their messenger never returned. Among the engravings of animals in the local caves is an image of a heart over the spot where it is said the entrance to be located. This legend was learned by W.E. Rollins during a year spent with the Hopi Indians. An article published in the Arizona Gazette reinforced this legend. Ever since the article appeared, there has been a lot of speculations whether an underground city actually exists.
I think it's just a traditional story, Ted.
Wake up, bro.
My name is Clifford Mahudi. I'm a Zuni Pueblo Indian, and I have been working to get a lot of information among the indigenous groups, especially the North American Indians and our neighbors to the south, our brothers and sisters, the Mesoamerican Indian people. It is about time that we start gathering the information to convey and pass on. The origins of those protocols were provided by what we call the Star People, or the spiritual people from different realms, primarily from what we call the Sky People. They brought in from other parts of the cosmos. We started out as the technology and spirituality were connected in the beginning. And throughout the ages, they separated technology away from the spirituality, and then it became the hard science. And somewhere in that path, man invented religion.
So this guy said they came from the stars.
Yeah, and people came from another planet, bro.
Major John Wesley Powell. Powell was one of the early explorers mapping out the geography and culture of the American West. He was asked by the then Secretary of the Smithsonian Institution to write a paper on the history of the ancient tribes and their probable origin. Now, Richard Dewhurst, in his amazingly great book, The Ancient Giants Who Ruled America, dug this up and presented it in his publication. He noted that Powell's first document was titled On Limitations to the Use of Some Anthropologic Data. And this is where his doctrine begins to lay out a form of control over what's researched. He said, hence it will be seen that it is illegitimate to use any pictographic matter of a date anterior to the discovery of the continent by Columbus for historic purposes. From that point, we begin to spiral into social engineering it out of us and ridicule those who bring it up. And this all happened within a century with regard to the giants.
You're having a laugh. I thought you were joking about giants.
Nah, bro. You ain't ready.
Why is 90% of the Grand Canyon off limits? Well, they'll tell you it's for ecological reasons. Wrong. Because U.S. military is literally on the rim, drilled into certain caverns that they identify through all their technical abilities and extracted giant mummies. There's a legend that Mark Antony and Cleopatra, when they knew they were in big trouble with Rome, they sent their son Alexander Helios to the west with 50,000 of their most trusted servants, scientists, etc. And for the record, they absolutely knew how to circumnavigate the globe. The idea of isolationism was pretty much the foundation of the Smithsonian by John Wesley Powell. So in other words, it was important for the idea that nobody traveled any place to keep the false narrative going, because there's even evidence of the Chinese in the Grand Canyon and some of the caves, just statues of Buddha, for instance.
I now understand for the first time how all of the conspiratorial ideas that the world has had are locked together into one idea, and that is to hide biblical truth.
That is the conspiracy.
That's the bottom line.
So where are these giant mummies now?
Area 51, bro.
Oh, here we go.
when we're talking about the history of the Grand Canyon, now this is what else is interesting, Gary. The giant mummies were taken to Area 51.
Yep.
And it's fascinating that Area 51 has gotten the, what would you say, the fame it has.
Were they taken there in a flying saucer?
Yes.
I just have to ask.
Yeah.
But no, I'm kidding. But I guess we need to laugh a little bit because this is such a bizarre and dark motif. You almost have to just take a deep breath and look away once you begin to realize how we have been manipulated.
Well, and it's a matrix of manipulation, okay? It's like, imagine a giant tapestry where every thread is evil, where every thread is designed to deceive, to destroy, and then weave it all together, and I think you've got the end times. Now, again, the reason that this is so important, because in this DVD, I go into the eyewitness testimonies of the genetic altering and genetic engineering labs using giant DNA and basically creating hybrids and creatures. If you remember this, that even the rumors of the golden age of Atlantis and Hyperborea, Ultima Thule, Shangri-La, all of the, if you will, legendary mystical places, they even have in their oral tradition, or at least the legends about them, that they were destroyed by the gods, plural, when they got into genetic engineering. And that's interesting because we're talking about a long time ago.
So you reckon there's a lab at Area 51 and we're just playing about with giant DNA?
Yeah, bro. And Denver Airport.
It appears that a lot of this activity and a lot of these tunnels congregate close to this Four Corners area. Now, there's well-known stone-based stargates, is what the ancient Indians call them, and now the modern Indians are saying these are where their relatives used to go and put their heads in and actually chant some words and disappear.
Yep.
And then some of them will return. Last summer, I went to Arizona to see the Grand Canyon. We actually hired a helicopter and a guide to go down there because I wanted to find out if I can see any of these ancient mysteries that people had been talking about. And we landed on this Indian reservation down inside the canyon. And there's a special area that was cordoned off. So I said to the guy, I said, why can't I come over here? I don't understand. I don't see anything dangerous. He said, because NASA has taken over this part of the canyon.
Dang.
A lot of these areas that the military will lock down are also very strong vortexes, which basically are nodes in this cosmic web Stargate system. These are places that the military lock down because they don't want you to see what's coming and going through these gates.
Ted, this is getting a bit mad.
Bro, we're just getting started.
We must talk about this ASAP. There's been a massive amount of conspiracy talk about the Grand Canyon being the actual path to Africa.
Dang.
And what's crazy is I just took a trip to Las Vegas. Y'all see I haven't even been on the app. When we flew over the Grand Canyon, I had the same exact thought. Then I got on TikTok and I seen this.
Look at it, bro.
It's just what the Grand Canyon looks like, Ted.
First you had Pangea. Now if you zoom in on the map, you see the United States, right? And then you see Africa right next to it. North America, Africa. This goes right along with me and my brother's conspiracy theory that all the Area 51s across the globe were connected in Pangea, and when we separated, those portals allow everything to connect between us and the Earth and dimensional travel. Like the Grand Canyon, pyramids in Egypt, Stonehenge, I mean all these places with these unique locations and meanings. It's looking like the Grand Canyon just may be part of that. Conspiracy starts to get really interesting. So the Grand Canyon has 6 no-fly zones. And also you have parts of the canyon which you can't explore without executive supervision. I think this may be because they're hiding ancient history. But hey, it just might be a coincidence or just a conspiracy or something. Y'all let me know what y'all think in the comments about the Grand Canyon.
Yeah, I don't know, mate. This seems like a bit of a stretch.
Nah, bro. The Smithsonian covered it up.
There was a theory circulated not too long ago that said that there was a path in the Grand Canyon that will take you all the way to Africa. But now people are starting to add to this theory and take it even further. The added theory claims that the Americas, which is North and South America, is connected to or is ancient Egypt. But this was covered up to throw people off of biblical prophecy and historical events. While this theory sounds wild, I find it very interesting that in 1909, an article released called Explorations in the Grand Canyon that talks about finding Egyptian artifacts within it. There was also certain substances and materials from North and South America found in ancient Egyptian tombs next to mummies. Theory goes on to say that the Mississippi River is actually the ancient Egyptian Nile River, and that they put all of this in plain sight by building modern-day pyramids in places like Memphis and Vegas, and also by putting pyramids on the back of the dollar bill. Now, this theory could definitely be a stretch, but leave a like if you want me to talk a little more about this, and let me know what you think in the comments.
Imagine if that story was a hoax and all this shit's come off the back of it.
Nah, bro, it's legit.
Wake this sucker up.
Now, peep Old Testament man with ancient order. Are at your feet, right? I had zoomed in.
Wake up. Wake up.
So what if this what it really was, bro?
Come on, Ted.
Told you, bro.
And if anything, right? This would really make sense. You wanna know why? Because what's in this area?
Oh, snap.
Washington, D.C. Oh my God.
That's a load of bollocks, mate.
Bro, there's pyramids on the money.
There is a deadly monster living in Arizona. Among the ponderosa pine forests of the Mogollon Rim, there is a legend of a violent hominid creature making its home there. Meet the Mogollon Monster.
Dang.
This cousin of Bigfoot has been reported to be over 7 feet tall, covered in reddish brown or black hair, with large red eyes and a horrendous smell. In 1903, I.W. Stevens wrote into the Arizona Republican newspaper, describing a fearsome beast that he encountered while exploring near the Grand Canyon. It was there that he came across the grisly scene of a hairy humanoid creature with long claws that was feasting on 2 cougars that it had bested in battle. It noticed Stevens and threatened him with a club while letting out an unearthly screech. Stevens managed to barely escape. Decades later, in the 1940s, a man named Don Davis was on a Boy Scout trip near Tonto Creek in Payson when he had a run-in with this creature. One night, while trying to rest in his sleeping bag, a heavy musty odor filled the air, followed by the sound of something rummaging through the camper's belongings. He called out to this large, shadowy figure making the noise, so this thing then walked over and stared at him for a minute before moving on. Davis described it as this very tall and massive ape-like creature that was towering over him, with large, deep-set eyes and an expressionless face.
Alright, I'll give you this one. Edwin told me about this guy.
Bro, when can I meet Edwin?
As soon as we get out of this model.
If I told you that I know exactly what the Grand Canyon is, would you believe me? And I know exactly why it looks like petrified flesh and has all the signs of petrified living tissue. And then I showed you what the veins of a bat's wing looks like and what the Grand Canyon looks like. And then I remind you, or tell you for the very first time, if you haven't seen my dragon video, what I found.
Ted, please.
Right near that area. Look at this outlined in red wing, torso, and head, even down to its molars and jagged teeth.
That's a dragon, bro.
There's a dragon there. And the Grand Canyon is that dragon's petrified veins.
Ted, this is nonsense.
Try to tell me I'm wrong.
You're wrong.
Here is the whole dragon in red. I outlined it in blue. What I found later is the wing actually comes up and around the head. Here's the head. They even call the mouth the Black Dragon Reservoir and Black Dragon Trailhead or Canyon. There is a dragon there, and the entire Grand Canyon is its petrified vein. And just so you can see the comparisons again. And yeah, the Grand Canyon, you can't explore all of it, just like you can't explore Antarctica, because there's all sorts of hidden things there that they don't want you to know about, cultures that existed there that they don't want you to know existed there. But the bigger secret, the biggest secret of the Grand Canyon is what it actually is. And you try to tell me that's not the head of a giant dragon, and that you're now looking at its neck, and that this entire thing here is in its wing and its veins.
Try to tell me. Try. Oh, and of course, I'm just joking. This is all for entertainment purposes. Just like to make you guys laugh.
It did kind of look like a dragon, but then I saw his hat. Flat Earth detected, opinion rejected.
Fuck you, bro. It's flat.
There is a record of technologies that existed on Earth, of civilization more advanced than we are now. And the question is, were there some use of some type of electrogravitic levitation technologies that were used? The other problem is, even when the Smithsonian paid $5 million to simulate using mathematics and the technology that archaeologists say existed back in the time of the pyramids, those obelisks like the Washington Monument, but those were all one big piece of stone, they couldn't raise the smallest one with everything we know now about mathematics and engineering with what's been postulated. So there's something doesn't add up there. But I think it's a bridge too far to claim they were built by ETs. But they were certainly, their construction and the precision of the stones cut, how far they were moved, how they were put into place. There are a lot of questions I have, but I have no proof of how that might have happened, except the man I referred to earlier from Redstone Arsenal area, who is given material occasionally. It's not always extraterrestrial. He has been given objects that are tens of thousands of years old or older, that are technological, that have been found in the ocean and elsewhere, that were of human origin and were extremely advanced technologies. So I believe that it's likely that on Earth, prior to the modern era, there have been civilizations far advanced beyond where we are, that for which we have very little record. And when that record is found, I think it's kind of swept under the carpet. You know, it's interesting. There were years ago when they did the Mars images, and they found that there were these obelisks and strange-looking objects on Mars. I went out to the Goddard Space Flight Center here outside D.C. to meet with Mark Carlotta and some other scientists there, and they said, yep, it's been pixelated out for the public, but there are structures there. And they were very ancient, but we're talking millions of years old, millions. And I was out in California after I had disclosed this to some people, and a man came up to me from JPL, Jet Propulsion Labs, and I didn't know him. He knew who I was and said, Dr. Greer, here's the issue. You're right, those exist, but we can't disclose that. I said, why? It's not an operational ET device. It's not, you know, it's old. He says, yes, but you don't understand how powerful this information is. I said, why? He says, if this was disclosed, it would collapse the fundamentalist orthodox belief systems of every religion on Earth.
What else do you think the Smithsonian's hiding?
A lot, bro. But we'll have to save that for next time.
Thanks for watching. Remember to like, comment and subscribe. And we'll see you in the next one. Yo, what's good? We're back with another one.
It's showtime.
This is the one that might explain everything. UFOs, the pyramids, underground cities, lost civilizations. What if these are all pieces of the same puzzle? It's called the breakaway civilization theory, and it proposes that our civilization might not be the first. Nearly 13,000 years ago, Earth entered the Younger Dryas, a period of sudden and dramatic climate upheaval. Some researchers connect this to the event of the Great Flood, remembered in ancient traditions around the world. According to the theory, this catastrophe destroyed an advanced civilization that may have existed before the last ice age. It wiped almost everything off the map and forced humanity into a reset. But the theory also suggests that not everyone started over in the Stone Age, and that a small group of people escaped underground beneath the oceans or into isolated regions of the planet, carrying their science and technology with them. And while survivors on the surface were rebuilding civilization over thousands of years, this hidden society never stopped developing or advancing. And millennia later, its technology could be so far beyond our own that we would mistake it for something alien. Think of all the cases that people have reported of human-looking UFO occupants, strange ancient symbols reported during modern encounters, and why the phenomena seems to have monitored and perhaps influenced humanity throughout recorded history. Maybe whoever these beings aren't visiting Earth. Maybe they're actually from here.
They're getting ready for something, bro.
It does feel like we're on the verge of something big.
Now, you might think this is impossible. How could a small group of people survive an ancient cataclysm, disappear from the surface, and keep advancing unseen for thousands of years? Where's the evidence? Well, what if contact with this advanced ancient civilization has already happened in modern times, and has created its own new breakaway civilization from our own? Think about the stories surrounding things like Operation High Jump, Roswell, and Eisenhower's alleged meeting with human-looking beings in the 1950s. What if these were the moments when modern governments discovered or established contact with this ancient civilization that disappeared? And remember when former HUD Assistant Secretary Catherine Austin Fitts recently claimed that roughly $21 trillion was secretly siphoned from the economy to help fund an enormous hidden infrastructure? Saying that there are possibly dozens and dozens of secret underground and undersea facilities connected by advanced transportation systems and operated by a clandestine group with technology that far exceeds what the public knows to exist. Now, perhaps those facilities are meant for continuity of government in case of a disaster, but what if contact with this first breakaway civilization revealed something else, that another global catastrophe is coming? And just like 13,000 years ago, a small group could be preparing to disappear underground to save themselves, while the rest of us are left behind again.
I don't think they could build something like that without it getting leaked.
Trust me, bro. They're covering it up with data centers.
This is the scariest data center theory ever.
The head of America's largest utility is issuing an urgent warning right now that you could lose power next year due to the rise in data centers and the lack of energy in America's electricity grid.
I know that probably made you angry, but here's what we really should be asking. Why do we suddenly need so many data centers? Why do they require so much electricity? Why do they need millions of gallons of clean drinking water? And why are so many being built in strategically important locations? You're not gonna like the answer. It involves those trillion-dollar underground city projects. Maybe they just found a new way to expand that network.
The underground base and city infrastructure and transportation system that's been built. And
I'm sorry?
Yes. So we have built an extraordinary number of underground bases and supposedly transportation systems. Some of these are documented as part of the national security infrastructure. I think there are many more.
In the United States?
In the United States, and all over the world. From 2021 to 2023, I took one of the smartest subscribers in the Slayer Report network, and he and I spent 2 years collecting all the data and all the allegations on underground bases. We systematically went through and tried to estimate our guess, this is totally a guess, of how many underground bases, both underground in the United States, but also underground under the ocean around the United States. And our estimate was 170, with a transportation network connecting them.
I told you, bro. They're getting ready for something big.
We couldn't siphon off enough money to build something that big underground.
Come on, bro. They're lying about how much they're spending on war.
America spent $4 trillion in the Middle East, and this is what China spent $4 trillion on. The world's largest high-speed rail system at 50,000 kilometers, the massive Three Gorges Dam, the world's largest hydropower dam, 200 new airports, the world's largest 5G network with more towers than the rest of the world combined, over 40 million units of affordable housing housing 100 million low-income residents, built the longest 50-kilometer bridge over water, built the world's most nuclear reactors generating 23,000 megawatts of energy, built the world's most advanced electrical grid. The entire Belt and Road project ports, railways, and roads in over 140 countries. Over 2 billion solar panels, including the world's largest solar farm. Built a fully operational space station, landed a rover on Mars, and became the first country to receive samples from the far side of the moon. A 2,700-mile canal system, the largest water diversion project ever built. Xialan, an entire high-tech city built from scratch. 7,700 offshore wind turbines generating 50% of the world's wind power. The Green Great Wall, which planted over 70 billion trees. And China built 7 of the world's top 10 busiest ports. It's kind of amazing what you can build for $4 trillion instead of spending it on war.
I told you, bro. They could have built shitloads of underground cities.
I think it's just a testament to how much money they waste on war.
Trust me, bro. The truth will eventually come out.
A lot of things that people thought were crazy conspiracies have turned out to be true. We thought the COVID lab leak story was a crazy conspiracy. It turned out to be true. Nobody understood the depth of the Jeffrey Epstein situation. Much of that turned out to be true. Even things like Pizzagate, elements of Pizzagate turned out to be true. The deep state's real. You know, I say all the time, when you've got CIA, NSA, DIA, FBI, NSC officials who serve for 25, 30, 35 years, knowing that presidents come and go every 4 or 8 years, and nobody elects these bureaucrats. That's the deep state. It's a fact, whether we like to admit it or not. They denied that there was any torture program until I came out and called them liars, and then they admitted that there was. There was another whistleblower, we'll never know who it was, who went public with the information on the secret prison system. We only learned from a whistleblower that there was an international rendition program. We only learned of the international assassination program thanks to a leak to the Atlantic Monthly. So there's a lot out there that the deep state is doing.
For fuck's sake, Ted. You know what happens to our videos when we mention Epstein?
Fuck that, bro. People need to know.
Tom Bilyeu. So he said, Google's AI told me to stop researching Epstein, and it pretended it never said that. I was inside Google's Ask Studio. It's their AI tool built into YouTube. We were outlining a video, going back and forth, great output. I was locked in. Then I mentioned Epstein. The response, I can't help you with that. That was it, nothing else. I thought it was glitching, so I asked again, and it said, I'm not able to help you with these sensitive topics. I said, which topic? I listed multiple things. Which one triggered you? I can't help you with that. So I tested it. I asked about all the other topics one by one. It answered every single one. Process of elimination, it was Epstein, but it would never admit it. I directly asked, is the problem Epstein? I can't help you with that. It wouldn't even say the name. And right before it shut down, it said, and this is a direct quote, you were doing so well before, why don't you just get back to what you were doing? This is an AI tool made by one of the most powerful companies on earth, built into the largest video platform on earth, and it just decided, I'm not allowed to research. So it seems to be like, you're not allowed to know anything about Epstein.
This is true. It does it with our channel, and they demonetized all our videos about Epstein.
Who cares, bro? I told you. People need to know.
Yeah, shout out our channel members. It's thanks to you guys we can keep the bills paid when they demonetize our videos.
You might want to hear this.
Under President Trump, the United States will stand with the Jewish people. We have implemented a vigorous new visa policy that will prevent foreign nationals from coming to the United States to foment hatred against our Jewish community. We are holding international organizations and nations accountable for rhetoric against Israel.
Meanwhile, in Israel,
what the fuck?
This is crazy. Criticizing a country that does things like that, lobbing grenades.
There you go, yeah.
Over a wall into who knows where, Palestinian
Jewish people. We have implemented a vigorous new visa policy that will prevent foreign nationals from coming to the United States to foment hatred against our Jewish community. We are holding international organizations and nations accountable for rhetoric against Israel.
Meanwhile, in Israel,
what the fuck?
This is crazy. Criticizing a country that does things like that, lobbing grenades over a wall into who knows where, Palestinian children, elderly, innocent civilians, criticizing that type of behavior is considered somehow a problem with Marco Rubio. There is no Islamic invasion of the United States. What there is, however, is an occupied government in Washington, D.C. by a country called Israel. And this is perfect proof of that.
It's no different in England. You can be arrested for saying Free Palestine.
You probably shouldn't say it then, bro.
I didn't. I said you can be arrested for saying Free Palestine. See what I did there?
Yeah.
This is 100% proof that they do not want you to know what is real and what is not. Yesterday, I posted this clip of Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, declaring that if you criticize Israel, the United States will revoke your visa.
We have implemented a vigorous new visa policy that will prevent foreign nationals from coming to the United States to foment hatred against our Jewish community.
And woke up this morning to a community note claiming that this video of Marco Rubio is AI and that he did not say this. If he didn't say this, it's irresponsible to post it. And I'm just like, yo, this is the transcript from the official State Department website. He says, quote, "We must stand in solidarity with Israel. We have implemented a vigorous new visa policy that will prevent foreign nationals from coming to the United States to foment hatred against our Jewish community. We are holding international organizations and nations accountable for rhetoric against Israel." This is verbatim what he said in the clip. It's all right there, 100% not AI. So I started to do a little digging to try to figure out what the heck is going on here. Remember this lady, the Israeli AI policy expert, talking about how they can use AI to quote unquote correct the digital world.
Which means that instead of trying to control the whole world and trying to somehow manage what's happening in this big blob of Wikipedia and social media, we can go directly to the companies with clear technical and advocacy solutions. So for the first time, they're the path to correcting the digital world.
They really don't beat the stereotypes, do they?
Looks like they're never going to let us back in America.
Yeah, bro. No guys allowed.
You can do your politician.
Yo, what's good? We're trying to hit 250k subscribers. We're giving away a free piece of merch at the end of every episode. All you gotta do to win is leave a comment on this video and be subscribed. Let's get back to the show.
The way community notes works is that it allows everyday users, quote unquote, to go in and say, add helpful context, facts, or corrections to posts. And they say this is not managed by the corporate staff, but is actually approved by a community of contributors using a consensus algorithm. Now that sounds like something that you can bot. In fact, Netanyahu and his allies have been caught using armies of bots to influence social media discourse, as reported in the Times of Israel. So you can imagine, one account writes the community note claiming that the very real video that I posted of Marco Rubio is AI, and then a bunch of bots swarm in and create this consensus to say, yep, thank you so much, super helpful. You see, AI is now becoming a tool for them to muddy the waters, because guess what? The entire campaign against Israel isn't coming from the fact that we don't like Jews or we don't like Israel. It's coming from all of us collectively viewing these horrific videos, tens if not hundreds of thousands of people being blown up, a genocide broadcast in 4K, and then political leaders saying the most dystopian shit. And then all of a sudden now they can go, nope, that didn't happen. We didn't say that. It was AI. This is literally 1984. The party told you to reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. It was their final and most essential command.
It's fucking terrifying.
Yeah, bro. Epstein was involved in all of it.
Today, where Google and these other engine companies, the other tech companies, are trying to build artificial intelligence. The strangest thing that they found, one of the strangest things, is that the systems that they design, this artificial intelligence, which a lot of people have heard about, is they design a bunch of systems. They're called neural nets. The term simply taken out of brain work, neurons in the brain. Nets because they actually look like a net. They put in some inputs.
Yeah, that's what I was hearing.
The computers work, spit out an answer.
AI with a politician
Sounds
voice.
normal to you. It's because you're thinking about that calculator you had in 1976 on your desk. When you ask the person who designed the system, how did it come to that answer? How did your neural net, can you show me the calculations? They say, no, we don't know. We don't know how the thing we designed actually came up with that answer. That's pretty strange.
Him talking about AI don't prove anything.
He weren't just talking about it, bro. He was funding it.
Jeffrey Epstein explains the inner workings of AI, and people are wondering, how did he know so much about it? You see, people think he was just some double agent whose only job was to blackmail billionaires. That's why people are shocked to find out that none of these AI models would exist without Epstein. You see, decades before any of these AI companies became popular, Epstein was silently funding some of the fathers of AI. And it started with Marvin Minsky, who received hundreds of thousands of dollars for his AI research in 2002, directly from Epstein during a ceremony held on St. Thomas Island.
It was a ritual, bro.
At the same time, Epstein also funded Joy Ito's MIT Media Lab, and Joy Ito later became one of the early investors in OpenAI. Then there's former Treasury Secretary Larry Summers, who was a very close friend of Epstein. Well, he was also on the board of OpenAI until 2023.
How many pies did this guy have his fingers in?
Loads, bro. Mostly pizza pies.
For fuck's sake, Ted.
Yeah, just extensive correspondence between the former Treasury Secretary under former President Bill Clinton, he's also the former Harvard president, and Epstein, including the most recent message on, I think it was the day before Epstein was arrested in 2019. And so at this point now, you are seeing some of the fallout envelop Larry Summers. He has now stepped down from the board of OpenAI, for example.
And of course, we cannot forget about Peter Thiel. We've all heard his insane theories about immortality.
I think you would prefer the human race to endure, right? You're hesitating.
Yeah, well,
yes?
I don't know. I would
This is a long hesitation. This is a long hesitation.
There's so many questions and push
Should the human race survive?
Yes.
Okay.
But I also would I also would like us to radically solve these problems.
Right.
And so, you know, it's always, I don't know,
yeah, there you go.
You know, yeah, transhumanism.
Do you know where he learned about transhumanism? From his business associate, Jeffrey Epstein, who was interested in these ideas back in the early 2000s. Apparently, he wanted to build AI so he could create superhumans using his own DNA. No wonder some of these billionaires are so eager to build AGI.
The world really has gone mad.
People are starting to wake up, bro. That's why they're installing the flock cameras.
The backlash against Flock is so great at this point that cities are now installing a new kind of AI surveillance camera made by this company called Axon, disguised in things like digital speed signs, with 53 cities having removed their Flock cameras only to replace them with Axon-mounted cameras. So the big question is, what is going on here? Well, let's talk about who owns Flock and who owns Axon. Okay, on one side, Flock, you have investment groups like Andreessen Horowitz. That is Mark Andreessen's group, the Conehead guy. Further down the list, you see highlighted Founders Fund. That is Peter Thiel's group. Y Combinator below that, that is the group that used to be run by Sam Altman. And then on the other side, Axon, that is a public company that is 91% owned by institutional investors, BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street. That's the big three, and they are the top three shareholders of the company. I hope you guys are noticing a little bit of a pattern here. It's Silicon Valley technocrats on one side with Flock, and the other side, Wall Street bankers and finance. Okay, almost every single piece of content that I've come across about mass surveillance specifically targets Flock, not necessarily the mass surveillance industrial complex as a whole. So I thought, that is very interesting.
It's rapidly becoming China.
Yeah, bro. There's gonna be an AI police force soon.
But here's something that we do know for sure about all of this is that Donald Trump earlier this year invested millions of dollars into Axon Enterprise. Then I saw MAGA influencers starting to get involved in the conversation. Here, Tim Pool is talking about how Flock cameras are really just AI law enforcement. Again, the target is specifically laser focused on Flock. Matt Walsh just did a deep dive a couple days ago about Flock. You guys perhaps picking up what I'm putting out there? And then I came across this reporting from Tony Ortiz, a reporter from Texas, who claimed, quote, at least 2 influencers he's spoken to have been approached with offers of money in exchange for posting negatively about Flock cameras on X. So now it's not just a theory. We're talking about a possible paid influencer campaign. Weird, to say the least. And then this next part is an absolute doozy, okay? In 2015, Jeffrey Epstein partnered with former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak to invest in a security tech startup called Reporty Homeland Security, now known as Carbon. Yes, Jeffrey Epstein and Israel is a part of this story, as they usually are. Because guess who owns Carbon now? That's right, Axon. The key takeaway for all of us has to be that we can't get hung up on Flock or any other individual company, but we have to fight against mass surveillance as a whole.
We're being played for fucking fools.
I'm telling you, bro, they're getting ready for something big.
If you can't see the propaganda, if you can't see the game, if you can't see the world as a stage, that they are pumping us full of these ethnic divisions that their leaders don't care about, dude. Just to get everything ready so they can light a match, create unrest, create chaos, and then build a new system for all of us to be enslaved in. They're not thinking in terms of nations and nationalities. They're thinking of one system for the whole world. And until you understand that, you will be blinded by ethnic divisions, hatred, religion, race, anything they can use to divide humanity. That's what they're going to use while they create chaos to entrap us into a technocracy. That's what's happening, bro.
The New World Order gets redder every day.
Yeah, bro. We need to get control of people before the economy collapses.
Do you see what Flock camera is doing now?
No, what's come out?
A lot of cops are resigning or forced to resign because they're speaking out against this Flock camera system.
Why?
Something that just came out is that Flock cameras, not only do they do facial recognition, but they have this capability now for their AI to instantly link up to your Bluetooth in your car, whether it be your phone or your headphones, and then be able to track you anywhere.
That makes absolutely zero sense. We keep seeing more and more videos of these Flock cameras falsely accusing people who are completely innocent, who have footage of them at other places.
All I'm saying is there's copper in there. We're not saying go cut these things down.
No,
I'm just talking about the potential shortage of copper. I heard a lot of people were buying those green laser pointers and it's frying the system. You guys shouldn't do that.
No, of course not. Because that would work. They would stop working if we did
It's illegal. Yeah, it's illegal and you should not do that.
Let's get some green lasers, bro.
We've got enough problems without getting nicked.
Well, guys, Flock just got wings, those street side cameras that are already all across America. What if I told you they're not stopping there? The same company behind the cameras are now putting autonomous surveillance drones in the sky. And depending on who you ask, it's either the future of public safety or the more likely option, the biggest expansion of government surveillance we've seen yet. Now the company's automated license plate readers have spread across the country, creating one of the nation's largest interconnected video surveillance networks. After partnering with aviation software company Aerodome, Flock launched Flock Alpha, an autonomous police drone built to respond to emergencies before officers even arrive. The drone sits inside a waterproof docking station waiting for a call, and when a 911 report comes in, the drone can launch automatically and fly up to 60 miles per hour. Officers don't even have to be standing nearby. They can deploy it directly from one of these little things, a smartphone. And this thing isn't just flying overhead, it's got thermal imaging, high-definition cameras, and powerful optical zoom. Well, according to Flock, it can even read a vehicle's license plate from 2,000 feet away. That's not terrifying at all.
We've got AI going rogue, and they're still building a system to track humans.
Track and kill, bro.
We have drones. If there's something going on in a shopping center, and I'll stop, a drone goes out there and get there way faster than a police car. There's no reason for, by the way, high-speed chases. You shouldn't have high-speed chases between cars. You just have a drone follow the car. I mean, it's very, very simple. And then new generation of autonomous drones. Securing schools, we think we can absolutely lock down schools so that dramatically reduce the case of anyone being on campus that doesn't belong on campus. And immediately alert, the second someone pulls out a gun, immediately alert, use AI cameras to immediately recognize that.
but A, we keep everyone off campus that doesn't belong on campus.
You remember when they talked about building a police force made up of AI drones? Well, they've created it already, and the results are terrifying people.
These drones can zoom across a school campus in just seconds. Their goal? Help stop an active shooter. At least 9 schools in Florida, Georgia, and Colorado are now being equipped with the drones, which are designed to distract a school shooter until police arrive by flashing strobe lights, sounding sirens, and spraying pepper gel. The aircraft, called Campus Guardian Angel, can ram into a threat at 50 miles per hour. Mithril Defense, the company behind the drones, says they'll be stored at the schools so teachers can activate them during an emergency.
People say this is how Skynet begins. They want to know what happens if the AI goes rogue or makes a mistake.
He says that he ate a bag of Doritos, crumpled up the bag, and put it in his pocket.
20 minutes later, it was like 8 cop cars that came pulling up to us. They started walking towards me with guns, talking about, get on the ground. I was like, what?
Last year, Baltimore County High School started using a gun detection system that uses artificial intelligence to help detect potential weapons by tapping into existing school cameras. The system can identify a possible weapon and then send an alert to the school safety team and law enforcement.
I was just holding a Doritos bag. They said it looked like a gun.
Have these fucks not seen RoboCop?
They don't care, bro. They're in a race.
2 titans of the AI revolution descended on Washington. OpenAI's Sam Altman and NVIDIA's Jensen Huang meeting with lawmakers ahead of President Trump's Saturday deadline for federal agencies to develop a framework for carrying out government assessments of AI tools before they're released publicly. Trump emphasizing the industry's importance Wednesday as the NVIDIA CEO listened nearby.
Whoever wins with AI is going to win. That's how big it is. So it's bigger than the internet ever was. It's bigger than anything ever was.
But the urgency for more oversight growing rapidly as AI's capabilities and potentially dangerous consequences have played out in a series of recent incidents seemingly drawn from the pages of a science fiction novel. On Friday, leading AI firm Anthropic announced one of its Claude models reached the internet from within or while interacting with a third-party evaluation environment, and then gained unauthorized access to the real systems of 3 different organizations. That announcement coming on the heels of a different type of security breach carried out by one of Anthropic's top rivals, OpenAI.
AI is going to take over the world, bro.
Yeah, and we're going to be stuck on this planet.
SpaceX has filed to put 1 million AI satellites into orbit, but if we aren't careful, this could trap us here on Earth for good. Up in orbit, nothing ever really sits still. Every one of these huge spacecraft is moving at 27,000 kilometers per hour, and they aren't all going the same way. At that speed, a single fleck of paint carries the energy of a rifle bullet. A stray bolt hits like a hand grenade. And when 2 whole satellites cross paths, they meet at around 11 kilometers per second. So right now, Starlinks avoid colliding by flying themselves. Each one gets a constant stream of data on everything around it. And if something is coming, it fires its thrusters and slides out of the way. No human involved at all. In the first 6 months of 2025 alone, Starlink had to swerve more than 140,000 times. That's about 800 dodges per day. And that's just with the traffic today, with 15,000 satellites. Not a million. One collision doesn't just destroy 2 satellites. It smashes them into thousands of fragments, and every fragment then becomes its own bullet, on its own unpredictable orbit hunting for the next satellite, which then shatters into 1,000 more. We become trapped on Earth.
This really is a prison planet, bro. You'll have to save that for next time.
Hold up, Ted, we've got to do the giveaway. Before we get into the giveaway, we've got to say a big thanks to everyone ordering the merch. If you didn't know, we produce all our own merch. Once an order comes through, we make it, fold it, polybag it, and package it ready for you guys. So allow 2 to 4 working days for your order to be shipped. If you've already received your orders, let us know in the comments and post a picture in the community tab or tag us on Instagram. And a big thanks to our channel members. We don't do sponsors on our channel, so we can say whatever we want. And that's thanks to the support from you guys.
My opinion is they control the FBI. Remember, the founder of the FBI, J. Edgar Hoover, was a 33rd degree Freemason. Pike is probably known as by the Masons as their greatest hero in history. He was, by the way, a Confederate Civil War general. Pike wrote a letter to Mazzini, his Italian and European counterpart, and Mason and Illuminist. And he said, our goal is a series of 3 great wars, world wars. 2 will be fought in Europe. The 3rd and final war will be fought over the Middle East.
I told you, bro. It's all part of the plan. But we'll have to save that for next time.
Hold on, Tip, we gotta do the giveaway. Yo, what's good? We got a new limited edition merch drop. And that's thanks to the support. We'll see you in the next one. Yo, what's good? We're back with another one.
It's showtime.
We're talking about a possible Mark Andreessen's group.
If you didn't know,
let's do this, bro.
Bang bang!
Rap, rap.
Contact us on our website to claim your prize.
That's terrortextiles.com. Go grab some merch, bro.
And as always, thanks for watching. Remember to like, comment and subscribe. And we'll see you in the next one. Yo, what's good? We're back with another one.
It's showtime.
Calling out this tool, here are 5 reasons.
However, the DNA was never up on the roof. And Dairy Queen, that's now zoomed in version of firing the gun. If you The Charlie Kirk case has been blown wide open. The preliminary hearing has now finished. They will not resume this back until September, whenever they keep going. But here's what we know so far. We still do not have video evidence of Tyler Robinson firing the gun. If you saw the mainstream movement, especially from MAGA politicians today, they say that there was. The judge actually ruled, and you can find this video, that video was just a zoomed in version of the crappy security camera, and that they tried putting AI circles on it and doing AI enhancement. He completely threw that out of the case. We have no video of Tyler Robinson firing a shot. The clearest picture that we get of Tyler Robinson is literally the one that Candace Owens finds of him and Dairy Queen. That's now been burnt down, the entire Dairy Queen. They completely removed it now. There is no clear evidence that Tyler was even truly there, just random people in maroon shirts all across security cameras. We do have
We picked it.
I hope it fires off heating.
New thing coming up that I want to do.
Yeah, I'm almost getting it right now. Soup? All right. Get back.
Want to do, it's called Look of the Year, and I would love for you to work for us, shoot. I had no idea what I was about to witness when I started shooting this project. And as I got into it, I saw, a little bit of something going on here.
Side, no doubt about it, Jeffrey and
Wait for my baby.
There is only one place to start a documentary about 20 friends of Donald Trump who were pedophiles, and that's with his close friend, the most famous child sex trafficker in human history, Jeffrey Epstein. The two became friends in 1987. We know this because Trump famously said in a 2002 interview with New York Magazine that he and Jeffrey had been friends for 15 years.
Tonight, billionaire Jeffrey Epstein is sitting in jail accused of sex trafficking underage girls. Epstein is scheduled to appear in court tomorrow. That's when this new indictment is expected to be unsealed.
Jeffrey Epstein's friendliness with major names is really glaring, including President Trump. The two of them apparently were friendly in the past, with President Trump flying on Epstein's private jet. Epstein allegedly also recruited one of his victims from Mar-a-Lago, the estate. President Trump also has a bit of an unfortunate unfortunate quote that he gave to New York Magazine in 2002 that he will likely distance himself from shortly. The president telling New York Magazine, quote, "I've known Jeff for 15 years, terrific guy. He's a lot of fun to be with. It's even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side. No doubt about it, Jeffrey enjoys his social life."
There's an entire documentary I produced called Epstein and Me. The documentary goes into great detail about Trump and Epstein's lengthy friendship. Here are a few clips from that documentary that will give you an idea of how close a relationship the two predators had with each other.
Come on in, go inside. An invitation into Donald Trump's world. Footage from 1992 found in the NBC archives shows the future president welcoming Jeffrey Epstein to his Mar-a-Lago estate. The get-together more than a decade before Epstein pleaded guilty to prostitution charges in Florida. Both men are seen enjoying themselves, Trump pointing out women dancing in front of them. An apparently friendly encounter with a man the president is now looking to distance himself from.
All right, now to stunning new developments in the trial of Ghislaine Maxwell, a woman identified only by the pseudonym Jane. She says disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein took her to meet Donald Trump in the 1990s when she was just 14.
Jane testified that both Ghislaine and Jeffrey Epstein sexually abused her when at the age of 14. We're now on cross-examination, and there are a couple of headlines here. One, during cross-examination, the defense attorney asked her whether she said Jeffrey Epstein introduced her to Donald Trump. She said yes.
But there is plenty of hard evidence that he rode on Epstein's plane, and not just one time, 7 times, at least 7 times. And we know that because his name appears in flight logs that are submitted to the FAA.
According to a report from the New York Times, in 1992, Donald Trump held a party that featured just himself and Jeffrey Epstein as the host, and the attendees were only 28 young girls. I arranged to have some contestants fly in. He had recently partnered with Donald Trump, for events and business deals. At the very first party, I said, "Who's coming tonight? I have 28 girls coming." It was him and Epstein. I said, "Look, Donald, I know Jeff really well. I can't have him going after younger girls," he said. "Look, I'm putting my name on this. He wouldn't put my name on it and have a scandal, or I wouldn't put my name on it and have a scandal," Trump replied. So, even back then, Epstein's activities, we'll call them, were pretty well known. And this guy, Harane, who did know Epstein in, 15 years, is like, "Listen, putting him and you together in a room with 28 young girls is not a good idea," but they went forward with it anyway. Donald Trump, Jeffrey Epstein, and a room of 28 young women.
I want to start with this great piece by Business Insider. This just broke, this news. It sure looks like Donald Trump was disguised as Doe 174 in the newly unsealed Jeffrey Epstein documents, it says. A federal judge unsealed the names of nearly 200 Does, and it appears that Donald Trump may be Doe 174.
A woman named Katie Johnson filed the lawsuit and stated under oath in her affidavit that she was raped on 4 occasions by Donald Trump when she was 13 years old. Katie also had a witness testify to all.
Yeah. Nothing, just waiting. Because I'm waiting. I'm hungry. Hold on, let me put my glasses on. Oh man. Damn, we got the soups. No, tell mama bring me some more meat. Yeah, tell mama bring me some more meat. Hmm. What? Yeah. I hope you're gonna do that. Is it still outside?
Yeah, she's still outside.
Yeah, I found the video.
4 encounters.
But it's meeting the guy.
The Witness,
Oh, it's a long video. I'm not gonna
documentary
finish
about
today.
20 friends of Donald Trump who were pedophiles, and that's with his close friend, the most famous.
Okay, then it's good. Okay.
That's it. Freddy Cougar's coming for you. He sound like some Freddy Cougar shit. Huh? I didn't realize that. He said, yeah, give me something like Halloween themed Nightmare on Streets.
Dang. Freddy Cougar was a pedo.
Yeah, that's why I brought it up.
There is only one place to start a documentary about 20 friends of Donald Trump who were pedophiles, and that's with his close friend, the most famous child sex trafficker in human history, Jeffrey Epstein. The two became friends in 1987. We know this because Trump famously said in a 2002 interview with New York Magazine that he and Jeffrey had been friends for 15 years.
Tonight, billionaire Jeffrey Epstein is sitting in jail accused of sex trafficking underage girls. Epstein is scheduled to appear in court tomorrow. That's when this new indictment is expected to be unsealed.
Jeffrey Epstein's friendliness with major names is really glaring, including President Trump. The two of them apparently were friendly in the past, with President Trump flying on.
Asking if I told Princess to plant something. I had her plant an apple.
I mean, can you give me the remote, Jern?
Princess brought me an apple seed yesterday
Give me the TV, this one, look, the small TV, for this TV over there.
that had sprouted. So I told her I was gonna plant it, but since she was, and then she brought me a moth wing or a butterfly wing.
Epstein's private jet. Epstein allegedly also recruited one of his victims from Mar-a-Lago, the estate. President Trump also has a bit of an unfortunate quote that he gave to New York Magazine in 2002 that he will likely distance himself from shortly. The president telling New York Magazine, quote, "I've known Jeff for 15 years, terrific guy. He's a lot of fun to be with. It's even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side. No doubt about it, Jeffrey enjoys his social life."
There is an entire documentary I produced called Epstein and Me. The documentary goes into great detail about Trump and Epstein's lengthy friendship. Here are a few clips from that documentary that will give you an idea of how close a relationship the two predators had with each other.
He's not gonna be saved.
Come on in, go inside. An invitation into Donald Trump's world. Footage from 1992 found in the NBC archives shows the future president welcoming Jeffrey Epstein to his Mar-a-Lago estate. The get-together more than a decade before Epstein pleaded guilty to prostitution charges in Florida. Both men are seen enjoying themselves, Trump pointing out women dancing in front of them. An apparently friendly encounter with a man the president is now looking to distance himself from.
All right, now to stunning new developments in the trial of Ghislaine Maxwell, a woman identified only by the pseudonym Jane. She says disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein took her to meet Donald Trump in the 1990s when she was just 14.
Jane testified that both Ghislaine and Jeffrey Epstein sexually abused her when at the age of 14. We're now on cross-examination, and there are a couple of headlines here. One, during cross-examination, the defense attorney asked her whether she said Jeffrey Epstein introduced her to Donald Trump. She said yes.
But there is plenty of hard evidence that he rode on Epstein's plane, and not just one time, 7 times, at least 7 times. And we know that because his name appears in flight logs that are submitted to the FAA.
According to a report from the New York Times, in 1992, Donald Trump held a party that featured just himself and Jeffrey Epstein as the host, and the attendees were only 28 young girls. I arranged to have some contestants fly in. He had recently partnered with Donald Trump, for events and business deals. At the very first party, I said, "Who's coming tonight? I have 28 girls coming." It was him and Epstein. I said, "Look, Donald, I know Jeff really well. I can't have him going after younger girls," he said. "Look, I'm putting my name on this. He wouldn't put my name on it and have a scandal, or I wouldn't put my name on it and have a scandal," Trump replied. So, even back then, Epstein's activities, we'll call them, were pretty well known. And this guy, Harane, who did know Epstein and, 15 years, is like, "Listen, putting him and you together in a room with 28 young girls is not a good idea," but they went forward with it anyway. Donald Trump, Jeffrey Epstein, and a room of 28 young women.
I want to start with this great piece by Business Insider. This just broke, this news. It sure looks like Donald Trump was disguised as Doe 174 in the newly unsealed Jeffrey Epstein documents, it says. A federal judge unsealed the names of nearly 200 does, and it appears that Donald Trump may be Doe 174.
A woman named Katie Johnson filed the lawsuit and stated under oath in her affidavit that she was raped on 4 occasions by Donald Trump when she was 13 years old. Katie also had a witness testify to all 4 encounters. The witness, using the pseudonym Tiffany Doe, was a recruiter for Jeffrey Epstein. She was also a sex coach. In this horribly depraved world, Jeffrey Epstein would provide coaches to his clients. The coaches would guide young girls who had no idea how to please a man. The client would give the coach instructions on what he wanted, and the coach would then guide the young girl as she stumbled along. The following excerpts are from Katie Johnson's sworn affidavit describing each of the 4 encounters with Donald Trump.
During our first encounter, Mr. Trump didn't really talk to me at all. He spoke at me, but he was talking to Tiffany more, telling her what he wanted me to do. I thought he felt like he was too good to even speak to me. Tiffany told me what I needed to do. Anything he did say to me wasn't that great. Like, you need some work. I was 13. I didn't know what I was doing. Mr. Trump said very little to me during that first encounter other than I reminded him of his daughter. After I finished the sex act, he made a comment that I wasn't great, before putting on his pants.
That's some hardcore allegations right there.
During our second encounter, I felt very intimidated. Mr. Trump made a comment that I wasn't doing it right, that I needed to take classes. He continued to let me do it. He didn't tell me to stop. He said something to Tiffany a couple of times, like tell her to go faster. For the third encounter, Mr. Trump had another girl and I dress as maids and pretend to clean the room. The other girl, Maria, was 12 years old. I felt she was going through the same thing as me, in that she was being forced to be there somehow. So we cleaned and then very clumsily kissed, and Mr. Trump caught us making out on the job as part of the role play. Mr. Trump then ordered us to carry out a string of sex acts on each other and on him. After he finished, he said we both could have done it better and then left. We never saw him again that night.
The sexual act parts.
Tiffany phoned me and told me my next encounter would be another role play. When I arrived, she told me what it was. I'm like freaking out. So you want to tie me to a bed and play out a rape scene with a man? She told me that's what Mr. Trump wanted. I made sure that Tiffany stayed in the room. Mr. Trump had agreed reluctantly to allow her. He was pretty rough with me. I was already tied to the bed. He pushed me around and tore off my clothes and then attempted to rape me. I started crying and I asked him to stop, and I asked Tiffany to come over, but he kept on going. Tiffany tried to intervene, but she was pushed away. Mr. Trump said, "What did you think this was gonna be?" He was very abrasive and I just started crying and I screamed and said, "Please don't." And he slapped me and told me to shut up, and then he ripped my panties off. After he finished, he got up and started putting on his clothes. He was disgusted by the fact I was crying. Mr. Trump didn't use a condom and I was worried about getting pregnant. He basically said that I should be proud that he would even allow me the opportunity, and if I got pregnant, I could get an abortion. With that, he threw $400 onto the floor. Tiffany made clear she wasn't happy with him. And then Jeffrey Epstein came in and he saw that there was money on the floor and got mad. He asked if I had asked for the money and said that he was going to be the one to pay me, and said it wasn't mine to take.
Unfortunately, Katie withdrew her lawsuit because of a barrage of death threats she faced from Trump supporters. Despite the claims of the MAGA movement, Katie's words have never been debunked, and she has never wavered on her original statement.
Jane Doe has received numerous threats today, as have all the Trump accusers that I have represented. She is living in fear. She has decided that she is too afraid to show her face. She's been here all day, ready to do it, but unfortunately, she's in terrible fear.
Before we end this chapter, it's important to point out an important element of the sexual abuse cycle. One of the tools that predators use to keep their victims quiet is the issuing of deep and disturbing threats. Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump were no different. According to the sworn statements of both Katie Johnson and Tiffany Doe, both girls were threatened with physical harm to them and their families if they were to ever speak about what they had experienced. Here are some additional excerpts from their sworn affidavits.
Defendant Trump stated that I should never say anything if I didn't want to disappear like Maria, a 12-year-old girl who was forced to be involved in the third incident with Mr. Trump. Maria had not been seen since Mr. Trump said he was capable of having my whole family killed.
I am coming forward to swear to the truthfulness of the physical and sexual abuse that I personally witnessed of minor females at the hands of Mr. Trump and Mr. Epstein, including the
Yeah, I was like, got a whole line of stuff. Mm.
Hold on.
Yeah, a whole line of things that.
Oh, it's not. You did it like that intentionally, or it just ended up happening?
No, it just ended up like that. Yeah, hold on.
Sitting up and laying back or positions.
Yeah, and then I just put it there. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna put this here and put that there. There it is. What? Oh God. Oh shit.
plaintiff during the time of my employment from the years of 1990 to 2000 for Mr. Epstein. I swear to these facts under penalty of perjury, even though I fully understand that the life of myself and my family is now in grave danger. I declare under penalty of perjury that the foregoing is true and correct.
We've just witnessed a glimpse into the 20-year relationship between Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump. It's apparent that Donald Trump is a man who lacks any sort of conscience. To issue death threats to a 13-year-old girl after you rape her, while also mentioning to her that she didn't do a very good job, is something that can't be processed by a healthy human mind. This absence of a moral character also clarifies a lot of things and makes his bizarre relationship with the other pedophiles featured in this documentary a lot clearer. For instance, why did Donald Trump keep having pedophiles speak on his behalf on stage at his rallies? Why did he nominate a known pedophile as his attorney general? Why does he continually defend other rapists and pedophiles? Why did he wish Ghislaine Maxwell well? The reason he does it is because that's who he is. And unfortunately, he's found a following consisting of tens of millions of people who couldn't care less.
disgusting. It gets even more disgusting.
Ghislaine Maxwell is the 9th and youngest child of the disgraced British media tycoon Robert Maxwell. Father and daughter are said to have been very close, and he even named his yacht after her. In 1991, he died under mysterious circumstances, found drowned next to that very same yacht. It was soon after that Maxwell left the UK for America, where she became involved with Jeffrey Epstein.
Most people believe that Donald Trump first met Ghislaine Maxwell through his relationship with her father, the publishing magnate Robert Maxwell. After Robert Maxwell's mysterious death, Ghislaine moved to the United States, where she and Trump became close friends. They were seen together often, and Ghislaine boasted about how she would set Trump up with dates.
In November of 1997, we got something I gotta say very sus. Now, Trump began dating 20-year-old English model Anushka DeGiorgio. But what makes this relationship suspicious is that Anushka DeGiorgio was one of Jeffrey Epstein's sex slaves, again, his words, and she was reportedly introduced to Trump by Ghislaine Maxwell. Check out this article from British tabloid The Sunday Press. Several American millionaires already had their eye on Anushka, but she was there with Robert Maxwell's daughter Ghislaine, who has introduced several of her attractive friends to the property developer, Trump. After their meeting, Trump flew Madam Maxwell and the model south to the Sunshine State, where all three enjoyed a happy weekend together. When they returned to New York, Anushka was installed in one...
Yeah, water, please. Ugh. Testing. Yeah, that shit's funny.
At Babyjesse963 said, JJ is the go turquoise white horns elbow cough.
What? How's that? Is it JJ? No, he didn't. I thought he said J. Huh? Who? What? Who? Me what? I wasn't. I didn't do nothing. Hmm? What? I ain't do nothing.
At Babyjesse963 said, JJ is the coolest elbow cough.
JJ, yeah. And hell, why would he say JJ though? Hmm? Why would they say JJ?
That burner, that must have been me who turned that front burner on.
Oh, this time?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was me this time because I was over here.
Yeah, that burner was, when I went in there to turn the soup on, I think the first time, I was like, why does the bottom of the pan look burnt? Because it was the boot pot was sitting up there. Because I used the boot pot yesterday for the noodles. But I had took all the noodles off, but I guess you still had like the remnants of the noodle flouring or whatever. And then I touched the back burner, putting it together. I was like, oh man, I got to turn the tea on.
Oh.
I got to turn the tea on and turn the round burner on too.
Oh shit.
One of Donald's many apartments there. Anushka would later become the first British woman to publicly allege her abuse at the hands of Jeffrey Epstein. In her words, "When I was introduced to Jeffrey Epstein, I was young, full of hope and foolishhness of a teenager. Jeffrey Epstein manipulated me, coerced me, and abused me. He cannot begin to fathom what he did to us."
Breaking tonight, after 5 days of jury deliberations, a verdict is in a case which made worldwide headlines. Ghislaine Maxwell has been found guilty of helping to lure teen girls to be sexually abused by the late Jeffrey Epstein.
A unanimous jury has found Ghislaine Maxwell guilty of one of the worst crimes imaginable: facilitating and participating in the sexual abuse of children. Crimes that she committed with her longtime partner and co-conspirator, Jeffrey Epstein.
A jury of 6 women and 6 men found Maxwell guilty on 5 of the 6 charges she was facing in the month-long trial: sex trafficking of a minor, transporting a minor with the intent to engage in criminal sexual activity, and 3 related counts of conspiracy.
Here they are walking hand in hand into federal court to confront socialite and sex trafficker Ghislaine Maxwell as she's sentenced to 20 years behind bars.
There was a constant stream of girls being raped over and over and over again. And yes, Ghislaine must die in prison, because I've been in hell and back for the last 17 years.
She preyed on other women
There's an unspoken code among women that you take care of each other. And she used that to manipulate us.
Today, Annie said it was never too late for accountability.
Maxwell and Epstein were predators who were able to use that power and privilege to harm countless individuals. And for far too long, the institutions that should be protecting the public were instead protecting them. And I still hope that we find out more about how that was allowed to occur.
Ghislaine Maxwell is in prison, and so a lot of people want to know if she's going to turn in powerful people. I'm wondering, do you feel that she's going to turn in powerful men? How do you see that working out?
I don't know. I haven't really been following it too much. I just wish her well, frankly.
Mr. President, the other day a reporter asked you about Ghislaine Maxwell. You said, quote, "I just wish her well, frankly. I've met her numerous times over the years, especially since I lived in Palm Beach, but I wish her well, whatever it is." Mr. President, Ghislaine Maxwell has been arrested on allegations of child sex trafficking. Why would you wish such a person
first of all,
well?
I don't know that, but I do know that.
She has. She's been arrested for that. You know
Her
that.
friend or boyfriend,
Epstein,
was either killed or committed suicide in jail. She's now in jail. Yeah, I wish her well. I'd wish you well. I'd wish a lot of people well. Good luck. Let them prove somebody was guilty. I mean, do you know that
Oh,
she's
so you're
guilty?
saying you hope she doesn't die in jail? Is that what you mean by wish her well?
Her boyfriend died in jail, and people are still trying to figure out, how did it happen? Was it suicide? Was he killed? And I do wish her well. I'm not looking for anything bad for her. I'm not looking bad for anybody. And they took that and
I mean,
they
she's
made
a
it
child
such,
sex, alleged child sex
such a
trafficker.
big deal. But all it is her boyfriend died. He died in jail. Was he killed? Was it suicide? I do. I wish her well.
I mean, first of all, he's trying to play this part like he doesn't really know what the allegations are. How can you not know? Everybody in the country knows what the allegations are, right? Jonathan Swan has to explain to him.
The Monday morning headlines say it all. Prince Andrew's attempt to explain his friendship with accused sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein backfiring.
You've been on his private plane.
Yes.
You've been to stay on his private island.
Yes.
You've stayed at his home in Palm Beach.
Yes.
The Duke of York generating a new wave of questions in what has become a sea of speculation surrounding his ties to Epstein. Prince Andrew denied he ever saw his former friend with underage girls.
You said in your statement from the palace, at no time did I see, witness or suspect any suspicious behaviour. Virginia Roberts' legal team says you could not spend time around Epstein and not know what was going on. You could not spend time around Epstein and not know what was going on.
First of all, I'm not looking for it. That's the thing. Is if you're looking for it, then you might have suspected now, with the benefit of a huge amount of hindsight and a huge amount of analysis, you look back and you go, well, was that really the way that it was, or was I looking at it the wrong way?
Queen Elizabeth's son, who is 8th in line to the throne, was specifically asked about his 2010 visit to Epstein's Manhattan mansion, after the financier pleaded guilty to soliciting minors for prostitution.
Now, I went there with the sole purpose of saying to him that because he had been convicted, it was inappropriate for us to be seen together.
Despite ending their friendship, Prince Andrew admitted he stayed with Epstein for 4 days.
You were staying at the house of a convicted sex offender.
It was a convenient place to stay.
Prince Andrew linked to Epstein in a 2015 defamation lawsuit against Ghislaine Maxwell, Epstein's one-time girlfriend. The lawsuit was filed by Virginia Roberts Giuffre, who, according to court filings, alleges Epstein directed her to have sex with the royal on 3 separate occasions when she was a minor. Giuffre speaking exclusively to Savannah.
Prince Andrew, of course, denies that this ever happened.
He denies that it ever happened, and he's going to keep denying that it ever happened. But he knows the truth, and I know the truth.
Donald Trump was asked about the prince.
I don't know Prince Andrew. I don't know Prince Andrew. I don't know Prince Andrew. I don't know Prince Andrew.
Yeah, you say.
I don't know Prince Andrew.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know Prince Andrew.
Prince Andrew.
I don't know Prince Andrew. I don't know Prince Andrew. I don't know Prince Andrew. I don't know Prince Andrew. But it's a tough story. It's a very tough story. I don't know him. No.
But after those comments, photos of Trump were being circulated online, including some showing Trump and his then-girlfriend Melania with the prince and Epstein at the same Mar-a-Lago event almost 20 years ago. And these photos from the Duke of York's Twitter page show Trump and the prince together in June of this year.
You had an extraordinary dinner, I think, in London, didn't you, where Donald Trump was there and Epstein and Prince Andrew. And Bill Clinton.
Bill Clinton as well.
So the small dinner party, and you're
did.
sitting there with all these extraordinary people.
Anton Lazaro was a Minnesota Republican operative and donor. His generous donations allowed him access to the highest levels of government, including the presidency. He was also on the short list of alternative electors in Minnesota as part of Donald Trump's fake electors plot to maintain power after the 2000 election. Anton Lazaro was a passionate fan of Donald Trump, and also, as we'll discover later, Jeffrey Epstein.
Developing tonight, a former GOP strategist convicted of trafficking minors, paying 15 and 16-year-old girls in exchange for sex.
He was a powerful GOP donor and political operative, and now he'll be spending 21 years in prison. Anton Lazaro was sentenced today for sex trafficking minors after he was found guilty of those crimes in March. Fox 9's Karen Scullin now with what happened in court and how he got to this point. Karen?
32-year-old Anton Tony Lazaro will be 51 years old when he gets out of federal prison. From there, it's 5 years on supervised release.
Anton Tony Lazaro was becoming a big GOP donor and political activist in Minneapolis, but now he's heading to prison. Prosecutors say Lazaro targeted young girls and gave the 15 and 16-year-olds cash and gifts, and in exchange, the girls would Uber to his upscale condo for sex. He would use then 18-year-old Gisela Castro Medina to recruit the young girls, usually through social media. She was ultimately paid $50,000 by Lazaro for her efforts, but testified against him at his March trial, where he was eventually found guilty. The sentencing judge commented on the soulless, mechanical nature of Mr. Lazaro's crimes, like a sex trafficking assembly line, adding that the only two people Mr. Lazaro showed any remorse for were himself and Jeffrey Epstein, who Mr. Lazaro called his brother.
Lazaro especially started floundering on the witness stand when Williams showed these messages to Bittman. On the anniversary of the death of Jeffrey Epstein, the world's most infamous sex trafficker, poor Jeff. Rest in peace, my brother. Lazaro claimed the blurry photo might have been his grandfather before finally admitting it was Epstein.
He made Cindy Crawford, Karen Mulder, and Linda Evangelista.
He is known as the man behind the models.
Founder of Elite Model Management.
Mr. John Casablanca.
It was an unexpected profession. I was young, heterosexual, a nobody with no money. I was the outsider.
John Casablancas was a fashion icon who ran the world-famous Elite Model Agency. Donald Trump and Casablancas were friends in the 80s and 90s. Casablancas asked Trump to be a judge for Casablanca's highly successful Look of the Year pageant. There were thousands of applications to be part of the pageant every year. The young women between 14 and 19 years old knew that winning the contest would guarantee them a successful modeling career.
Contest is the ultimate contest for women that want to go all the way in the modeling business.
You're going to be constantly judged
which means that there are people from my staff and myself who will be observing your behavior, who will see what level of energy you have, how much you want to succeed.
Laboratory. How much in love are you with long hair? Totally in love?
I trust you.
Do something a little more modern with God. You're what, 14?
They are still children. They don't look like children, and once you get them all dressed up, they look incredible. They look like they're ready to work, but they are not.
It's like a Botticelli. It's super beautiful.
I met Johnny at one of the fashion shows, and we hit it off. He asked me, said, I have a new thing coming up that I want to do. It's called Look of the Year, and I would love for you to work for us, shoot. I had no idea what I was about to witness when I started shooting this project. And as I got into it, I saw, a little bit of something going on here.
I had prepared thoroughly for a long meeting with Donald Trump to explain to him why this was going to be a very big success. In fact, I hadn't finished my third sentence. He said, I love the idea, let's do it.
Best known personalities in the city of New York and probably in the United States, and our host here at the plaza since he owns the place, the president of the Trump Organization, Mr. Donald Trump.
I recall John inviting very powerful businessmen to be a part of the judging panels. He just thought it was good business to bring in very wealthy men around very young, beautiful women.
Donald Trump was a judge. I don't understand why he was there in terms of context of a fashion show. How could he judge it?
Thank you, and now it's time for the swimsuit competition.
Let's get on.
Young girls would get this opportunity to have a fabulous and lucrative career. We got the chance to win a prize of $150,000 contract with Elite.
The culmination of the entire week that these girls have been through ended up at this grand party. Everybody got loose and crazy, and there were no chaperones. Parties were the payback for all of these so-called investors or friends.
I've been to contests before, but there it was different. The energy was very much in the air. Sexual energy everywhere.
Liquor flowed quite liberally. Your inhibitions were gone, and the guests were friends of Johnny's. We laughed at some of these guys. To us, they were clowns. They were idiots, chasing young girls. I haven't spoken about this before because it took a while to process, but since our culture has changed so much, I realized that this is the backstory that a lot of people don't know about.
Can you get some beautiful women around me, please? Because I'm sick and tired of these.
The Look of the Year contest became a kind of fishing hole for some executives of Elite. It was a place where they singled out both girls who were vulnerable and might be sexually available, and girls who had powerful attributes that might become very successful.
I remember this Italian girl, extremely naive, who couldn't speak any English. She was easy prey. They were all around her. We were a bunch of kids, just put there with all these older men.
And then down this large staircase, in front of all of us, there was Donald Trump, and behind him there were 3 actors. I don't want to name them because they're all still around. They came down the stairs and spread out like sharks among the girls, who had broken up into little clusters throughout the room. During the 5-day competition, it was very clear that there were opportunities to go out and party with Donald. The contestants were led to believe that if you were nice to certain people, Good things will happen to you, and I think that's why girls were going out. I remember attending a dinner with John Casablancas and Donald Trump. This time it was a private area, a big table and lots of girls. I'd say around 10 to 15 of us, all between the ages of 14 and 18. It was just us models, Trump and John. We were all underage, but we were offered drinks. I went home early, but other children stayed.
Even though a young Ivanka Trump's first modeling jobs were given to her by fashion guru Anand John Alexander, who we'll talk about later in this documentary, her first contract was with Elite Models. As a favor to her father, John Casablancas signed her to a contract in Elite Models' celebrity division.
Nearly 5'11", with campaigns for Sassoon, Terry Mugler, MTM, and a cover for 17 magazine, 16-year-old Ivanka Trump is in high gear.
So it's a shock. You stumble upon yourself and you're like, oh.
We got a sneak peek at the clothes she'd be wearing.
This is my last outfit, which is absolutely gorgeous.
And all that was left was showtime.
Casablancas faced several sexual assault allegations throughout his career. He also had several relationships with minors. His most famous was with young model Stephanie Seymour, who was 14 when they first met. The affair was in full bloom when Casablancas was 42 and Seymour was 16. Casablancas met his third wife, Aline Wermelinger, when she was 16. They married when she was 17 and Casablancas was 50. Tevfik Arif was born to a Turkish family in the former Soviet Union in 1953. After studying international relations in Moscow, he spent 17 years as the deputy director of the Department of Hotel Management for the USSR's Ministry of Commerce and Trade. With the breakup of the Soviet Union, Tevfik and his brother branched out into other industries, among them owning a jewelry business and a chromium plant. Then, due to high-level connections, they were able to move into real estate development in Turkey, Azerbaijan, and Kazakhstan. In 2001, Tevfik moved part of the business to the United States and opened an office in the Trump Tower, 2 floors down from the Trump Organization. He called his firm the Bayrock Group. Tevfik Arif hired Felix Sater, a convicted felon with mob connections, as his managing director. And in 2003, Sater introduced the firm to Trump. While the Bayrock Group suggested Trump license his names to projects in Florida, Arizona, and New York, Trump reportedly found Arif's international connections intriguing and wanted to expand his portfolio through them.
In 2005, Trump and his family made numerous trips to Moscow looking for funding. During those visits, Trump tried to launch at least 5 major projects in Russia. They all fizzled. But as a result of his adventures, Trump made some really special new friends. They include former Soviet official Tevfik Arif, head of mega developer Bayrock Group. Trump and Bayrock inked major deals across the United States, even though Bayrock has been entangled in long-running lawsuits claiming massive tax evasion. It has even been linked to Russian crime syndicates.
On September 28, 2010, a prostitution ring involving young girls from Russia and the Ukraine led Turkish officials to raid and take possession of the famous luxury yacht Savarona. The 136-meter, 446-foot mega-yacht was located off the coast of Göcek, Turkey. A Turkish military helicopter landed on the yacht, and police stormed the 16 luxury suites. 9 young women from Russia were arrested on suspicion of prostitution. According to Reuters and other published reports, more than a dozen people, including foreign businessmen and 2 underage girls, were detained after the raid. The organizer was Tevfik Arif. Arif was accused by the police of setting up trysts between wealthy businessmen and East European models.
When are they gonna say what he did?
The group of businessmen are said to have paid up to $10,000 per night to sleep with the women on board the yacht. The court later stated that all the girls were of age. Why there were 2 underage girls originally, and then all of the girls magically became of age, is uncertain. What is known is that many of the clients aboard the yacht were high-ranking government officials as well as wealthy and powerful oligarchs. According to the investigative materials, after the girls were arrested, they were texted by their handlers and told not to speak or testify. The Turkish police suggested that they get help from the Russian embassy and to contact a Russian-speaking lawyer or their families, but the girls refused. They all followed their instructions and remained silent. We also know through a bill of indictment that earlier in 2010, the police had received information that 2 men, Musa Çelik and Gündüz Akdeniz, were involved in providing underage prostitutes to rich clients in luxury hotels. The police had bugged the phones of the traffickers and discovered they were financed by Tevfik Arif. Arif was tipped off that their phones had been tapped for over a year and that all the names involved with their business had been obtained. Upon finding out that they're under surveillance by the authorities, most sex traffickers would have shut down operations. But not this crew. Arif, Çelik, and Akdeniz decided to keep providing girls to their clients, but only girls who were at least 18 years old. They were either extremely incompetent and didn't realize that this still counts as trafficking under Turkish law, or they believed that their powerful clients would be able to protect them from the authorities.
Hey. I didn't even get to hear what the hell that guy did. Dude.
What if I told you that all of us are capable of traveling? Well, not all of us, because you're not smart enough, but what if I told you
their families, but the girls refused. They all followed their instructions and remained silent. We also know through a bill of indictment that earlier in 2010, the police had received information that 2 men, Musa Çelik and Gündüz Akdeniz, were involved in providing underage prostitutes to rich clients in luxury hotels. The police had bugged the phones of the traffickers and discovered they were financed by Tevfik Arif. Arif was tipped off that their phones had been tapped for over a year and that all the names involved with their business had been obtained. Upon finding out that they're under surveillance by the authorities, most sex traffickers would have shut down operations. But not this crew. Arif, Çelik, and Akdeniz decided to keep providing girls to their clients, but only girls who were at least 18 years old. They were either extremely incompetent and didn't realize that this still counts as trafficking under Turkish law, or they believed that their powerful clients would be able to protect them from the authorities.
What? Oh no.
What if I told you that all of us are capable of traveling? Well, not all of us, because you're not smart enough, but what if I told you that there are a lot of people capable of time traveling? They just don't know it. What if I told you that time traveling is easier than you think? It requires a lot of discipline and no machines. What if I told you that the reason why the New World Order wants you to focus on fiction stories about machines is they don't want you to know that everyone has access to time travel?
Where?
Then what if I told you that the way that those of us fight
Let me time travel, man.
is we are each pulling from time itself Yes, of course the Jews time travel. That's what makes the apostasy so great. Who here knows who created Stop the Steal in 2020? That would be me. The reason why most people can't debate me is I'm more well-read than they are. Any election I don't like is stolen. It's pretty simple. If I don't like it, it's stolen. If I like it, it's not stolen. If you win, it's stolen. The Republicans are a bunch of pussies! Victory or death! Victory or death! Victory! I was the person who came up with the January 6th idea with Congressman Gosar, Congressman Mo Brooks, and then Congressman Andy Biggs. We four schemed up of putting maximum pressure on Congress while they were voting so that who we couldn't lobby, we could change the hearts and the minds of Republicans who were in that body hearing our loud war from outside. We'll light the whole shit on fire.
President Trump tweeted that a Stop the Steal protest will take place in Washington, D.C. next week. The president's tweet says the protest will take place on January 6th. That's Wednesday, and the same day Congress meets to formally count the votes cast by the Electoral College. It takes 270 votes to win. The president also says details about the pro-Trump rally will be released later.
The Stop the Steal organizer, known as Ali Alexander, has now admitted to asking teenage boys for naked pictures and also sending inappropriate text messages to these teenage boys. Now, he posted a statement about his behavior and how he has been battling with same-sex attraction, which same-sex attraction is not a problem. Being a 32-year-old male who sends inappropriate sexual messages to teenage boys is a problem. Now, Alexander has released a statement about this, as I mentioned multiple times. I want to get into that statement now, starting with this. He wrote, "This is too gay. I apologize for any inappropriate messages sent over the years. Forgive me. While having repented before God and confessed at church, I want my supporters and those involved to hear my apology today."
These are screenshots of Snapchat messages. The Ollie files, he calls it. Number 7, Nicholas, 15 years old, Nicholas, and quotes, Nicholas was 15 when Ali Alexander asked him for sexually explicit photographs in which he referred to as jack-off material. When asked him to lie to his parents so they meet for sex, offered to buy him alcohol and threatened to make his family go W2F if Nicholas ever spoke out.
A key figure in the pro-Trump Stop the Steal campaign has apologized after being accused of asking teenage boys for sexual pictures. Ali Alexander has become one of the most ubiquitous figures in the MAGA movement. Trump himself reportedly requested that Alexander speak at his rally, with his appearance only quashed by a last-minute intervention from Trump aides. So, in other words, the people who are actually sane who are around Trump, my guess is these are the same people who had to talk him out of doing a literal coup. Those same lawyers who were doing it, they were like, "Are you insane? This guy's got a track record of being a total psycho. What's wrong with you?"
Again, in 2017, Aiden Duncan, a 15-year-old boy in Colorado, interested in right-wing politics, sent Alexander nude pictures after the MAGA activist asked him for them, according to an account Duncan gave in a March 2023 podcast appearance. Again, he's now 21, he's an adult, he has told his story. While Duncan was a high school sophomore just starting out in politics, Alexander was a 32-year-old with a decade of political work for the Republican Party behind him. And now he was willing to share the connections he had gained through that work with Duncan, as long as the teenager met certain preconditions, including secrecy. Keep this quiet. If we're going to have this relationship and you're going to do these things for me and there's going to be a quid pro quo put in place, you got to be quiet about it. 15-year-old boy.
Pro-gay.
You'll have me sharing my entire network with you, Alexander told Duncan, according to Snapchat screenshots reviewed by the Daily Beast. But in his messages to Duncan, according to the screenshots, there was one name Alexander dangled as a perk for the teenager if he kept up contact with Alexander: Milo Yiannopoulos. In a September 4th, 2017 exchange about an upcoming trip Alexander was planning, Alexander reportedly told Duncan he would introduce the teenager to Yiannopoulos and speculated about whether the boy would be Alexander's arm candy and suggested the boy would have to be entertaining. I think we all understand what the subtext is there.
He has a screenshot of a conversation in which Alexander wrote, quote, "Show me your," and then he put in the eggplant emoji. So Johnson didn't know what that was. He replied, quote, "What's that?" And then Alexander wrote back and he said, quote, "OMG, dick." But the Daily Beast said that they reviewed messages that Yiannopoulos had sent to Fuentes all the way back in January of 2022, and he warned him about Alexander's behavior. He told Fuentes in these messages, quote, "Alexander wants to come to your events to have sex with underage boys. Snap out of it."
I'm George Nader, president of Middle East Insight, and on behalf of our organization, I'd like to welcome you to our symposium. We are indeed very privileged to have our distinguished speaker, the Ambassador Muwafiq Al-Allaf, head of the Syrian delegation to the peace talks.
It's claimed George Nader organised the Power Summit late in 2015. 5 Middle East leaders were on the guest list. There was Mohammed bin Salman, then Deputy Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Zayed, the Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi, Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, the Crown Prince of Bahrain, Prince Salman, and King Abdullah of Jordan. Middle East Eye says Nader urged them to create a new power bloc in the Middle East to combat Turkey and Iran, and he would lobby for them in Washington. Libya was to join the group later.
Breaking news in the Russia investigation, we are learning that a powerful businessman with ties to both Trump's inner circle and the Middle East is now cooperating with the special counsel, Bob Mueller. The Middle East specialist is named George Nader. You see him there. During the presidential transition, he was actually in the room when Trump's team met with officials from the United Arab Emirates at Trump Tower. A meeting Team Obama did not even know about, even though it involved the head of state, Mohammed bin Zayed, the acting head of state for the UAE.
The New York Times is reporting this morning that special counsel Robert Mueller has granted the first reported case of immunity to a witness for cooperation in his probe. Citing interviews and previously undisclosed documents, the Times reports that cooperating witness George Nader worked for more than a year to cultivate Trump fundraiser Elliot Broidy, the deputy finance chairman of the RNC, to influence the White House for the rulers of Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, both U.S. allies. High on the agenda was pushing the White House to remove Secretary of State Rex Tillerson, backing confrontational approaches to Iran and Qatar, and repeatedly pressing for the president to meet privately outside the White House with the leader of the UAE.
At the Trump inaugural festivities, Elliot Broidy, of course, was there. And at the inauguration, he reportedly hooked up with another Trump-connected ex-con, who the New York Times reports would go on to take frequent meetings. The New York Times reports had taken frequent meetings throughout the campaign with Donald Trump Jr. and Jared Kushner and Mike Flynn after the inauguration during the first year of the Trump administration. This guy was also reported to have spent lots of time at the Trump White House, including multiple visits to Steve Bannon's office just off the Oval. His name was George Nader. And his criminal history included multiple convictions for child pornography and child molestation in 2 countries, resulting in at least 2 prison sentences. So when Elliot Broidy, the guy who had narrowly avoided prison in the New York State bribery scheme, and George Nader, the multiply convicted child pornography and child molestation guy, when they met up at the Trump inaugural, that was clearly a match made somewhere other than heaven. Now, as for Elliot Broidy's business partner in that Qatar thing, well, as of today, he has a new and newly serious additional child pornography charge to contend with. Devlin Barrett and Rachel Weiner at the Washington Post were first to break the news today that George Nader has been indicted again on new child pornography charges stemming from an FBI search of his 3 iPhones at Dulles Airport in January of last year. These charges, we now know, have been pending against Nader for months, but apparently he's been out of the country and therefore out of the reach of U.S. federal law enforcement, despite this sealed criminal complaint against him and a sealed warrant for his arrest that were filed with the court last April. He fell back into the clutches of U.S. law enforcement today when he re-entered the country. He flew into JFK Airport in the New York City area. These types of charges are not a novel thing for George Nader. In 1985, he was charged with importing child pornography into the United States. He ultimately had that charge dismissed on a technicality. A few years later, in 1991, he was again charged with importing child pornography from overseas. In that case, he was convicted. He was given a 6-month sentence. Years later, in 2003, he was sentenced again, this time in the Czech Republic. This time not for child pornography, but for child molestation. That conviction also resulted in a prison sentence in the Czech Republic. Despite that extensive record, though, George Nader did become some kind of advisor to the government of the United Arab Emirates and the government of Saudi Arabia. And he did then attach himself like a barnacle to the Trump campaign and the Trump White House, where he really made himself one of the guys. He was apparently around a lot.
I had a lawyer who was a very good lawyer, tough lawyer, named Roy Cohn.
Roy Cohn may be one of the most feared attorneys in New York. Super builder Donald Trump has said, if you need somebody to get vicious, hire Roy Cohn. And this mafia boss man did just that. Tony Salerno, recently indicted, has long been one of Roy Cohn's clients.
Tony, you've read the indictment, you've read the charges in this indictment. Did you do any of those things anymore?
Roy Marcus Cohn was an American lawyer best known for being Senator Joseph McCarthy's chief counsel during the Army-McCarthy hearings in 1954, for assisting with McCarthy's investigations of suspected communists, and as a top political fixer.
Another one.
Born in New York City and educated at Columbia University, Cohn rose to prominence as a U.S. Department of Justice prosecutor at the espionage trial of Julius and Ethel Rosenberg, which concluded with the Rosenbergs' executions in 1953. As McCarthy's chief counsel, Cohn came to be closely associated with McCarthyism and its downfall. He also represented and mentored real estate developer and later President of the United States Donald Trump during his early business career. In 1986, Cohn was disbarred from the appellate division of the New York State Supreme Court for unethical conduct after attempting to defraud a dying client by forcing the client to sign a will amendment leaving him his fortune.
Roy Cohn was a closeted gay man in an era that didn't welcome homosexuals kindly. He never admitted to being a homosexual even when he was dying of AIDS.
To me, the nicest thing, let's be affirmative, the nicest thing that I have ever heard about Joe McCarthy was told me by Senator Flanders of Vermont that he was a full-time homosexual. Is this true?
No, I'm sure you think that merited a badge of honor, but it is not true.
Well, I'm getting to you in a minute, but
Well,
I mean,
sure.
What about Senator McCarthy?
Sure, I mean, that's your favorite topic of conversation.
When I talk to friends and tell them that I am doing a profile of Roy Cohn, they say, ask him this, please. And I'm sure you know what they tell me to ask you. Do you have AIDS?
Oh, no. That's easy to answer.
The reason I ask is that in researching...
Is there that much public curiosity as to whether I had AIDS?
That is the question that everybody asks.
That's amazing. My doctors have gone on record as to exactly what I did have.
No, they haven't. They say it's a life-threatening disease, but the words liver cancer are not in their affidavits at all. You know, of course, why people ask about AIDS and Roy Cohn.
Sure.
Because they believe that you're a homosexual and that you simply have never acknowledged the fact. And a good friend of mine, and a good friend of yours, I should say.
Tell him if he wants to admit anything, he can, but it's a lie as far as
No,
I'm
a good friend of mine who is a woman says that she believes that Roy Cohn wants to, in effect, come out of the closet.
come out of the closet, meaning make a very dramatic statement
Just
about
acknowledge it. There's certainly nothing
Mike,
horrible about
we've
it.
been here. We've been doing a very intensive 20 minutes or more on me. I think you can see me. I think you can see, and the audience can. I ain't dying from nothing, to start with. Number one. Right. Number two, you asked me categorically, and I tell you categorically, I do not have AIDS.
What was not acceptable back then, and still isn't today, is that Roy Cohn was also a homosexual pedophile who would travel overseas to have sexual liaisons with teen boys made available from a notorious child sex ring running out of an Irish orphanage called Kincora.
I'm going to start off by having a look at one of the most notorious places in Northern Ireland, Belfast. Kincora Boys' Home.
This is a child abuse scandal that I began investigating over 30 years ago. Kincora has raised many questions. How could such corruption of boys in public care go on undetected for so long? And still, it hasn't given up all its secrets. Kincora was home to teenage boys in care, about to make the transition from classroom to workplace.
So far, there's been 3 people come forward to tell of their abuse that happened at Kincora Boys' Home. There's been Richard Kerr, Clint Massey and Gary Hoy.
Just months after Colin left Northern Ireland, this man, Richard Kerr, now living in America, entered Kincora. Colin says if his warnings were acted on, Richard and many other boys could have been saved from years of sexual abuse.
I'm angry at the authority figures, the people above them, knowing that this was going on. That's where my anger is. To those who turned a blind eye, to those children and me. Turned a blind eye because they believed they could get away with it.
Richard Kerr has suffered for over 30 years in silence, blocking out the horrors of his past at the hands of what he describes as very powerful people. As a teenager, he was introduced to the world of Westminster. He says he was trafficked from Northern Ireland and that this picture was taken by one of his abusers.
I was used as a boy toy. I was an object, a sexual object.
I have today returning Richard Kerr. Richard Kerr, I'll have him explain to you a little bit about himself, but just briefly. As a young boy, his home was destroyed and split apart by the Irish government, and they put him into these boys' homes. One was the Kincora Home for Boys, where he was sexually abused horrifically, and not only just in the boys' home, but then was taken by intelligence operatives and used for blackmail purposes, and ultimately, again, was victimized by Roy Cohn, who was the New York lawyer, worked for the Kennedys, worked for the anti-communist committee with the, what was that guy's name? McCarthy hearings, and ultimately was the attorney for Donald Trump, the President of the United States. So Richard Kerr, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Now, originally, when I heard about Richard Kerr, I heard about your involvement with Roy Cohn. Now, how did this begin? How did you first come into contact with Roy Cohn?
Who I didn't know who Roy was at that time, understand that.
Sure.
I was taken down to the Europa Hotel. It was around by 1976. He was with someone else. I was taken to the Wit and Saddle Bar. There was a bar called the Wit and Saddle Bar at the Europa Hotel. I was introduced to Roy, and he didn't come across as a very aggressive person. I have to say that. He didn't come across to me or treated me. Because, you know, I'm a child. I'm my perception, I'm seeing the world through the eyes of a child. So to me, he was just another person that was just another abuser.
Well,
and I
how
didn't
old
see
were you,
anything
Richard?
or anything else.
How old were you?
At that age, so this would happen in June 1976. That would have been 14, 15 years of age at that particular time when I met Roy.
Now here in the States, when we see Roy Cohn on TV, he's kind of snarling and surly, very angry type. Was he angry or was he friendly with you?
No, he wasn't angry. He was friendly.
He was friendly.
Sorry, but that's my experience, and how other people perceive him, that's up to them.
So then ultimately, though, you traveled with him outside of the country.
I traveled. I didn't actually travel. He didn't take me. He wasn't the one who took me outside of the north of Ireland.
Okay.
I was taken to him, and by a number of other people, and that's when they said to me, "Do you know who you were with?" I said, "No." And they said, "You were with a very famous attorney." I didn't think too much about it. I didn't comprehend. I didn't take in the information.
Our guest today, there's a very important guest. We just had an interview with Richard Kerr, who told us a story about how he was used and abused. His whole family was torn apart in this Kinkira home for boys in Ireland. And then ultimately he was taken as a sex slave across Europe by Roy Cohn. We have today one of the investigators at MI6, I believe, involved in that whole situation, the whistleblower in the case, who took a lot of heat and flack and sacrifice to bring this story to the public. We have Colin Wallace. Mr. Wallace, are you there?
Good afternoon. Yes, thank you very much for inviting me to join with you today.
You've looked into William Kerr's story where he discusses being taken out of the home and on a trip with Roy Cohn. Have you looked into that?
When Richard story came out, I never met him because he went into Kinkora as I left Northern Ireland. But from what he says, he was mentioning the same hotels as I wrote in my letter, in 1975. So that was really what sparked my interest in his case. He did talk to me about Roy Cohn probably about 3, maybe nearly 4 years ago. But to be honest, I knew very little about him. That may seem strange. He wasn't a figure in terms of British news.
Roy Cohn died on August 2, 1986 in Bethesda, Maryland, of complications from AIDS at the age of 59. 3 actors have portrayed his final days. Al Pacino in the made-for-TV miniseries Angels in America.
Can I ask you something, sir?
Sir?
What's it like after this misery ends?
James Woods in the movie Citizen Cone.
Morning. Did we sleep well last night?
I beat him again.
Have we been behaving ourselves today?
Peter, where were you? Peter, where have you been?
Brought your favorite frog.
And Nathan Lane in the Broadway version of Angels in America.
Give me an outside line. Oh, well then dial for me. It's a medical emergency, darling. Dial the fucking number, or I'll strangle myself with the phone cord!
Bonjour, je m'appelle Andrew Lucchesi, avec Rock Models in Paris. I'm 6 foot.
Test. It's working right now. Testing. The other one's it's plugged in though.
Thank you very much. Andrew Lucchese with Rock Models. Thank you.
Yeah, they usually just blink, but
Investigative journalist Michael
Yeah.
Gross has written several books
blinking, I
covering
think.
both the world of real estate and fashion, including the bestsellers 740 Park and Model. He has also been covering Donald Trump since 1985 and was fully aware of the president's former lifestyle. When Donald Trump announced he was running for president in 2015, Gross decided to dig a little deeper into Trump's past to find out more details about the legendary parties Trump used to host at the Plaza Hotel, which he owned at the time. It was well known that these parties were filled with minors. Many were young models trying to get their big break. It was a different world in the 90s. Sleeping with underage girls was just something that a lot of rich, powerful men did. No one thought twice about it. It was especially common in the fashion world. To provide further details on the parties Trump hosted, Gross found 2 former attendees who agreed to give details of what they saw going on. The first was a photographer who attended many parties, but requested that his name remain anonymous, for obvious reasons. Here's what he had to say.
Trump would take over suites on the corners of his hotel with views of Central Park and Grand Army Plaza. The attraction for the men was young girls assuming they'd get somewhere by joining the party. Of course, it never happened. Young models were attracted to the parties with a simple, time-tested pitch. You'll meet rich guys who will help you. It was networking, but on a weird, bizarre scale. The girls were as young as 15 and were in over their heads. They had no idea, and they ended up in situations. There were always dramas because the men threw money and drugs at them to keep them enticed. It's based on power and dominating girls who can't push back and can be discarded. There's always someone to pick them back up. Trump would go from room to room. I was there to party myself. It was guys with younger girls, sex, a lot of cocaine, top shelf liquor, but no smoking. Trump didn't approve of cigarettes. The men at these parties often knew each other. It's a small community. They exchanged information, facilitated each other. Trump was in and out. He'd wander off with a couple girls. He was getting laid like crazy. Trump was at the heart of it. He loved the attention, and in private, he was a total fucking beast.
The second attendee Michael Gross spoke to was not only a frequent visitor at the Trump parties at the Plaza Hotel, but also helped to organize them by recruiting models. His name is Andy Lucchese. He was a friend of Donald Trump's in the 90s. Andy was a successful model who still does modeling to this day, working for Lock Management. Andy's face may seem familiar. He was the face of Tommy Bahama for over a decade. And in Michael Gross's article that ended up being published by the Daily Beast, for some unknown reason, Andy Lucchese allowed Gross to attach his name to his quotes. This is a prime example of how in the minds of many, a powerful man having sex with a minor in those days wasn't a big deal. As you'll soon find out when you hear his quotes, Andy is basically telling the world that he slept with underage girls, and that it wasn't a big deal. It's just something he did back in the day.
It's fair to say that I was a recruiter for the parties. As for the parties themselves, there was cocaine around. Donald Trump did not do cocaine. He was in control of himself. Girls? Well, of course. But did he have sex with his female party guests? So, he's a man with a woman. How old were they? A lot of girls, 14, look 24. That's as juicy as I can get. I never asked how old they were. I just partook. I did partake in activities that would be considered controversial today.
God bless the greatest president in our lifetime, Donald Trump.
I've seen giant crowds go wild to the music that we love and share. Well, let me tell you, all those different Trump rallies I've been part of, there is such positive spirit, positive energy. I've never been with an underage girl since I was underage.
It's a modern day phenomenon. The little girls just look great, you know.
I've never been with an underage girl since I was underage.
Soon after his divorce, Ted found a new love, a young girl from Hawaii named Pele Massa.
She was like a dream, a fantasy, exotic dream of mine to meet her.
Ted was 30 years old, Pele just 17.
I was underage, and even back in the wild 70s, it just really wasn't a terribly appropriate situation in most people's eyes. And now it would be criminal.
Ted admits to a number of liaisons with underage girls, and while it may have raised eyebrows, it never raised the interest of local authorities. Ted charmed the girls' parents right along with his teenage lovers.
And quoting an ex-girlfriend who claimed that I adopted her, I adopted my girlfriend? Have you read that one?
I did read that one. I forgot about it.
What the fuck? So this kind of stuff.
Yeah, that was like you adopted her so you could take her on tour with you?
No, so I could fuck her.
And in the case of Pele, her mother signed papers making Ted her legal guardian.
I got the stamp of approval of their parents. Because they figured better Ted Nugent than some drug-infested punk in high school.
I've never been with an underage girl since I was underage.
Adding to their problems, Ted says Sandra was struggling with an addiction to drugs and alcohol, while he was fighting a losing battle with his own addiction, his weakness for young women.
I like it so much, I like it so much, I like it, I like it, I like it.
I was monogamous around the clock. Kind of.
buddy.
Young girls were infatuated with Ted, and when his willpower was put to the test, he failed miserably.
Oh, they were just everywhere. You had to get a crowbar, just pummel them. Knock them off the doorknob. They were hanging on your lingai. Yes, it could have been whiskey, it could have been drugs, but no, I was a wang-dang addict. I mean, I was addicted to girls. Addicted. It was hopeless. It was beautiful.
Before we hear from Courtney Love about her now famous sexual experience with Ted Nugent when she was a young teenager, we'll first listen to Ted explain how all the things he's ever said on film were manipulated by the liberal communist media.
That's Courtney Love.
Because she has no mind, she has no soul. I've never met the woman. I have no desire to meet the woman. And I've never had a relationship with an underage girl except when I was underage. These kinds of allegations are so cruel, so false, so hateful. Even when I did Behind the Music on VH1, they asked a question on film, filming me. "Oh, I understand you like the younger women." And I went, "No, I prefer old, wrinkled grandmas." What man doesn't like women, and what man doesn't like really healthy younger women? Shemaine's 15 years younger than I am. We've been married for 34 years. Then during the editing, here's what they did. They changed the question to, "We understand you like underage girls." And that's that VH1. That's that leftist, Marxist, communist, liberal, Democrat, hateful leftist organizations.
Courtney Love confessed on the Howard Stern show that she performed oral sex on Ted Nugent backstage around 1978. She said she was 12 and a half at the time. She then corrected herself on the Howard Stern show a few years later, stating that she was actually 14 when she gave Nugent the BJ. There's no solid evidence of who is lying and who is telling the truth. You have to ask yourself, why would she say it if it wasn't true? Love does have a history of drug use, but as we've witnessed in this segment, Ted Nugent is a pathological liar. Something else that doesn't weigh in Nugent's favor in this discussion is the fact that his song Jailbait was released around the same time as this sexual event was supposed to have taken place. I'll first post this TikTok user's reaction to hearing the song for the first time, and will then post the lyrics. Spoiler alert, the girl that Ted Nugent is singing about is 13 years old.
what do you got to do? What the fuck? This calls for a double. What the fuck?
All right, listen to me.
I got
listen to me.
it.
I want to
It's a
interview
big
you.
thing.
I want to
Okay.
interview you if you allow me.
Sure.
The first time one of the first times you gave sex was with Ted Nugent. You went backstage, you claim.
And he hates me, and he can't remember it.
And you gave him oral sex.
Yeah, I was in my peer group, and they were groupies, and
And you did it. You did that for Ted Nugent.
How old were you? 16 pretty young.
12?
Pretty young. I don't want to talk about it.
Be honest.
I don't
How
want
old were
kids,
you?
I don't want kids to know how old I was.
But I think that's important so that we understand.
No, I don't think that anybody needs to know the age back then in the,
How old were
50s.
you? No, how old were you when you gave Ted Nugent the sex?
Really young.
12?
I didn't have breasts yet.
You're kidding.
No.
Oh, that's sick.
It's sick.
How old were you?
The one he
11?
said before. No, the one he said.
12
and a half.
You were 12 and a half?
Yeah, but I mean, like that, I had a disgusting, I was in juvenile hall. I was 18 when I did the real thing.
Крупнейшими магнатами из США, занимающимися недвижимостью. Доля американского капитала в московском бизнесе пока что ничтожно мала. Владимир Ресин в общих чертах охарактеризовал положение столичного строительства и предложил несколько программ, в которые магнаты могли бы с выгодой для себя вложить деньги.
Leon Black is an American private equity investor. He is the former CEO of Apollo Global Management, which he co-founded in 1990. Leon Black was a business associate of Donald Trump. He and Trump traveled to Russia together in 1995 in an attempt to drum up some new business. At the time, Apollo Global Management was 6 years old and still developing into the juggernaut it was soon to become. Black is also friends with Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner. Business interests aside, there is another ominous commonality between Donald Trump and Leon Black. They were both good friends with Jeffrey Epstein. Black's connections and mysterious payments to Epstein eventually led to his massive fall from grace. After an internal investigation, Black was forced into an early retirement.
Tom, to me, away from Apollo and away from the markets, the headline should be Leon Black paid Jeffrey Epstein $158 million for services over 5 years as like a tax advisor. I mean, this is a story of a U.S. billionaire paying a convicted sex offender hundreds of millions of dollars. I mean, with the lending, it brings him $200 million into Jeffrey Epstein. And the report found that he visited Epstein's home in New York multiple times and his other homes around the world as well.
But another big story coming out after the close last night out of the private equity space. Apollo Global Management announcing that Leon Black will step down as its CEO. This coming after an investigation into Black's dealings with Jeffrey Epstein.
You know, to be clear, Leon Black is a Wall Street titan and, you know, sort of
by himself with his two partners, but he is the face of the firm, built Apollo into a private equity juggernaut, and he's worth, by some estimates, $8 to $10 billion personally, and just has a tremendous amount of clout when it comes to the restructuring business. But he's had this long-standing relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, and it slowly came back to bite him. I mean, he was always constantly saying, I'm not that close to him, not that close to him. And this investigation by an outside law firm suggests that Black and Apollo paid him in excess of $158 million. Now, it's said that that's because Epstein did consulting work that helped Apollo save much more money in terms of taxes. But it stinks to high heaven. And, you know, it's like calling up Count Dracula and asking him to do work, you know, on your, you know, consulting with a part of your business.
What?
I mean, it just doesn't fly.
Are we getting closer to this idea that there was compromise and extortion by Jeffrey Epstein of some of the people in his black book?
Well, it's certainly seeming like the pieces of the puzzle are getting closer together, Leland. We're not all the way there yet, but look, this new lawsuit accusing Leon Black of a really horrific, brutal sexual assault.
This lawsuit, and I appreciate you saying really horrific acts, because what happened or alleged to have happened to this 12-year-old girl is sickening, and that described what happened. But nevertheless, this is all separate from what has already happened in the payouts Leon Black has already made.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have three major components of the Leon Black Epstein thing. We have the $158 million that he gave apparently for tax advice. We have the U.S. Virgin Islands payment of $62 million. And look, the Virgin Islands were not even going after Leon Black. We got the subpoena today. It was filed back in 2021. They just asked him for photos of his trips to the Caribbean with Epstein and for documents about their communications. He was so desperate to not hand those over that he paid $62 million. Then the third component, arguably the worst, is this new lawsuit. And it's, by the way, the second lawsuit filed against Leon Black by a woman who claims she was raped by him in Jeffrey Epstein's house.
Leon Black has had several sexual assault and rape allegations launched against him. His latest one is by an Epstein victim, whose name is being withheld for protective purposes. The lawsuit describes in gruesome detail the woman's account of a sexual assault that left her bleeding and sobbing. Her lawyers say that the woman, identified as Jane Doe, has autism and a rare form of Down syndrome that has left her developmentally about 12 years old. Here are a few excerpts from the victim's sworn affidavit. It provides a small window into the horrific fantasy world that Jeffrey Epstein provided his clients.
After he entered the room, Mr. Black tossed me over his shoulder and threw me onto the massage table, knocking the wind out of me. I tried to scream, but he placed his hand over my mouth and leaned over me while ripping off my shirt and reached under my skirt and pulled my underwear off. He called me demeaning names during the assault and laughed at my attempts to escape. I then heard him rummaging among the adult toys nearby, and he roughly snapped my legs apart. It felt as if my pelvic bone had been broken. Using the adult toys, Mr. Black then penetrated me simultaneously in both my vagina and rectum, using such force that I felt tearing in my internal tissue. When I screamed out in agony, Mr. Black again covered my mouth with one of his hands. When Mr. Black was performing oral sex on me, I felt a sharp pain in my vagina, like a hard pinch. I let out a loud scream. When I screamed, Mr. Black lifted his head out from under my skirt, and I saw blood on his mouth. I panicked and kicked him with my right leg. My kick landed on his chest, and while it likely did not hurt him, he was enraged that I struck out at him and he began viciously cursing me. He then called me a whore and a slut, and picked me up off the massage table and threw me to the floor. Mr. Black got back on top of me. That's when I went into shock and began to disassociate, trying to convince myself that I was somewhere else other than the unimaginable pain I was experiencing. When it was finally over, I begged Jeffrey Epstein to take me to a doctor because I was in physical agony and was continuing to bleed. But he refused, instead telling me that Ghislaine Maxwell would take care of me. Jeffrey Epstein handed me some towels to clean myself up. He then took me down to the second floor of his townhouse and told me to wait in a chair. He grew increasingly frustrated as I continued to cry. He demanded that I pull myself together as he was expecting a visitor.
We cannot go down this road anymore. We need to stop. We need Donald Trump to fix this. Is Donald Trump a messiah? No. He's just a man. A man who wants to give back to his country, America. I like Trump because Trump is not a politician. He talks like a guy. And ladies out there, this is what guys talk about when you're not around. So if you're offended by it, grow up. Okay? And by the way, this is what you guys talk about over white wine when you have your brunches.
Charles, I can't prepare Jamie's meals.
No, I'm going to have to ask you to leave, Alex. I'm sorry, but I don't want you here.
All right, Charles. Goodbye, Jamie.
Jamie.
Charles, you've got to apologize to Alex. How could you kiss her and then ask her to leave? You know, you have a major ego problem.
The all-out war between former Charles in Charge co-star Scott Baio and Nicole Eggert shows no signs of letting up. Eggert spoke out again today, standing by her claim that Baio molested her when she was a teenager.
Eggert tweeting Saturday morning, asked Scott Baio what happened in his garage at his house when I was a minor. Creep, calling herself and her tweets a molested child and claiming it wasn't a one-time deal.
Nicole Eggert, welcome to you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
So we'll get to his defense in 1 minute.
Okay.
But let me ask you to tell us what you say happened beginning at age 14 with him.
Well, we started filming the show in September of '86 when I was 14, and he immediately took to me and befriended me and earned my trust. And then he started expressing his love for me, and sorry, it's emotional, and talking about marriage in the future. And then I was still 14 before my 15th birthday. We were at his house, in his car, in his garage, and he reached over and he penetrated me with his finger. And that is when the sexual touching and abuse started after that. The issue with him is that he was our boss. And, you know, he also was telling me, you know, you can't tell anybody, this is illegal, I'll go to jail, the show will be over, everybody will be sued, you know, you'll be out of a job, and, you know, you ruin everybody's life. And it's scary. That's intimidating, especially when you're that young.
How many times did that happen? Did you
that
have
happened quite often through the age of 16.
Like more than 10 times?
Yeah, more than 10 times.
We're
more like probably once a week. And then on set, there was just a lot of groping, a lot of fondling, a lot of pulling me on his lap, you know, trying to sneak kisses in the back, which other cast members saw.
Mm-hmm. One of whom has confirmed that to us, and we're going to get to his statement in 1 minute.
My truth is that I wasn't ready to tell my story. And for me, it was always protecting the show and protecting, you know, that whole legacy that nothing happened there. You know, that was my delusion, and that was my cover-up always. And, you know, that's not the first time I covered it up. You know, I did it my whole life. I always lied about it. Shame plays such a weird part and such a strong voice. It just, you lie. I mean, I didn't want anybody to look at me and think I was weak. I didn't want anybody to look at me and think, oh, victim. And it's not until now that I see other people coming forward and how many women I talk to that this has happened to. And it's more common than not, unfortunately. And when I talk to other women, I don't look at them and think, oh, you're weak, or ew, you're a victim. And so it's made me realize that it's not gross and it's not embarrassing. And, you know, Nick, he's put out a statement because there was stuff that didn't make that interview, where I did tell him that I was molested and that there was so much more to the story.
I do want to tell the audience about that. So it's this guy, Nick Ritchie, who's got a very raunchy website and radio podcast. And you share a manager, I should point that out for the record, but he came out with a statement just now to follow up on the interview he did of Nicole, where she's saying, I was 17, and, you know, sort of laughing about she wanted to lose her virginity. And this is what Nick Ritchie has given us. He writes, I remember the day Nicole Eggert did the radio interview with me about Scott Baio. Nicole was distraught after the interview. And off air, she was an emotional wreck. She told me it was much worse than she described on air. She said he molested me as a child, and I didn't know any better.
You say that there are other people out there who witnessed the development of this relationship between Nicole and Scott. Are you prepared to bring those people forward at some point?
Yes, well, in fact, we already have. So Scott Baio said after Nicole came out a couple of months ago, he said, why doesn't she just go to the police? If she should go to the police. And you know what? We thought about it. I advised Nicole about the pros and cons. I told her to think about it. It's a big step, as legal action always is. She did give it a lot of thought, and then she said, you know what? Yeah, I'm ready to do that. And so we met with a couple of detectives, and I gave them the witness list of the people who came out and said, I observed inappropriate behavior of him toward her when she was 14, 15, 16, 17, on that set and behind the scenes.
I'm announcing today that I have taken 5 separate polygraph tests given by 2 highly renowned examiners.
Polygraph tests are not admissible in court. Former FBI agent Stephen Foster says that's because there are people out there who can trick the test.
Some people are just guilt-free. You know, they don't necessarily have a conscience, or maybe they refocus their attention in a different direction, or they control their emotions a little bit. And some people are able, during a polygraph, to tense up their muscles and change the blood pressure in their bodies.
His name is Ed Torian, and he's an expert polygraph operator with over 30 years' experience at spotting a liar.
What do you think makes the polygraph so successful?
There's no way you can overcome it. Did you answer the questions truthfully to all these questions?
No, there's one that I lied to.
Have I done enough to outsmart Ed and his machine?
Okay, would that question be, did you ever spy on your wife's emails?
No.
It wasn't?
No.
Was it, have you ever smuggled anything illegally?
No.
Prosecutors say there will be no charges because the statute of limitations has expired.
Sometimes a simple apology can just make all the difference in the world.
You know, when Michael Jackson died, I knew him very well. And everybody was talking about Michael Jackson. They didn't know him.
How well did you know Michael, Donald?
Well, Larry, as you know, I knew him very well. He was a great guy. He was actually a very, very smart businessman. He was somebody that was very special. He lived in Trump Tower for an extended period of time in New York, and right next to me, actually. And so I got to know him very well. He would go down to Mar-a-Lago and Palm Beach a lot. In fact, that's where he was with Lisa Marie Presley when it first came out. And he was there for a very long period of time, but he would go down often.
When was the last time you spoke with him?
Probably a year ago, Larry. You know, Michael was a much different guy in the last 7 or 8 years, maybe 10 years than he was. I always view it as 2 Michael Jacksons. You had.
How do you mean?
Well, you had Michael from, let's say, up till around the age of 35, and that was somebody, the greatest entertainer I've ever seen. And then you had the later version of Michael, who was much more reticent. He was much shyer. I mean, you know, he was just a little bit of a different guy.
Oh.
And I really knew both Michaels. He was a terrific guy. He was a wonderful guy. But he lost a certain amount of confidence in the last 10 years. I mean, he went through a lot, including some very, very bad doctors.
He's a great man, and he got treated very, very unfairly. He got treated really unfairly. He's a hell of a man.
I learned so much from him as an artist and as a kind human being.
In 2 ET interviews, he supported Jackson.
It was like a family member.
Yeah.
And that's all it was.
But Robson changed his story, claiming he felt the need to come forward after the birth of his son.
This thing happened where I started looking at him and imagining him being a victim of the sexual abuse that I was at the hands of Michael.
Nancy O'Dell is off. Nichelle Turner is here with me. All right, let's start with Michael Jackson. According to reports, attorneys are claiming the late superstar spent $200 million to silence several alleged victims.
The reports also claim Wade Robson and James Safechuck, two men in their 30s, are threatening to release a wealth of evidence. This could do what no other prosecutor has been able to do, show that Jackson violated young boys and paid to keep them quiet.
Tonight's top story, Michael Jackson's accusers, quiet no more.
We're talking about mind-boggling amounts of money.
What the victims are trying to claim here is, listen, Michael Jackson shut people up, not just one person, not just two people, not just three people, but many, many, many people.
The New York Post reports that Jackson paid out nearly $200 million to at least 20 alleged victims and their families over the years.
With a trove of disturbing evidence made public for the first time in Michael Jackson's child molestation investigation, it dates back more than 12 years to the raid of what was then Neverland Ranch in Los Olivos. What you're about to see paints a picture of a deeply disturbed individual. You're looking at video of Santa Barbara County Sheriff's investigators inspecting what appears to be an attic in Neverland Ranch in December of 2003.
Watch your head. This is meant for,
Little people. The low sloped ceiling hangs above what looks like a preschool setting.
And when they do the search up here, there's also these doors that, or who knows has it. All right.
Investigators take us through a maze of toy-filled rooms and someone to monitor their every move.
Steve?
Yes.
Someone on the phone?
No, it's been on since we came in here.
The evidence obtained by Radar Online includes graphic images of child pornography and animal torture, self-portraits made by the pop star himself, and 88 documents.
It's locked.
Yeah, that's locked. Well, okay, we're going to have to get a locksmith up here.
The evidence points to a deeply disturbed man who used fear, sex, and gore to bend children to his will, one source said. Santa Barbara County Sheriff's officials tell News Channel 3, quote, they appear to be official documents, complete with case numbers. One details bloodied bed linen found in a Disneyland bag. Another lists pornographic books and CDs used, quote, as grooming tools. Much of the evidence was tucked away behind closed doors in taped bags.
I thought they said behind the jukebox, right?
Jackson was charged with 7 counts of child molestation, among other charges, but was acquitted in June of 2005. He died 4 years later. The sheriff's office tells us it did not release any of the documents or photographs to the media. All were released as part of the required discovery process to the prosecution and the defense years ago.
Police documents from a 2003 raid on Michael Jackson's Neverland Ranch indicate that he was in possession of child pornography and other disturbing pornography that was allegedly used on children that went to his ranch. So the pornography that included both adults and children, animal torture, S&M, and gore, along with drugs to treat sex addiction with multiple prescriptions written by a variety of physicians. That's according to an Esquire/Radar Online report. Radar Online was the first to report this, and they also have posted the police documents in question. The police report claims that in Jackson's bedroom and bathroom alone, there were at least 7 collections of work found by investigators that show boys in their teenage years, and in some cases younger, fully nude or partially clothed. These materials include a book depicting nude children found in the singer's arcade room, a book which contained nude photographs of men in the master bedroom, and multiple books found in the master bedroom that included one with naked and semi-naked gay men, and another with preteen or early teenage individuals who in some cases were nude or semi-nude.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Shout out your homeboy earlier from work, man. You sound like my homeboy earlier from work. He still calls me every now and then, too. Yeah.
I guess I would have to say Lawrence Taylor is the greatest defensive player ever. I'm a little prejudiced, but I would say that.
I just want to say, I grew up a Democrat, and I've always been a Democrat until I met this man right here. I'll tell you what. He will not have to worry about nobody in my family ever vote for a Democrat again, okay?
Lawrence Julius Taylor, nicknamed LT, is an American former professional football linebacker who played in the National Football League for 13 seasons with the New York Giants. He is widely regarded as one of the greatest defensive players of all time. In 1984, Donald Trump and Lawrence Taylor became friends when Taylor signed a contract to play for Trump's New Jersey Generals of the rival United States Football League. The contract was to kick in as soon as Taylor's current NFL contract expired in 1987. Trump also sweetened the deal with a close to $1 million loan, as well as a $500,000 signing bonus. The USFL ceased operations in 1986.
Breaking news right here on MSNBC about the man on your screen. The Hall of Fame New York Giants linebacker Lawrence Taylor has been arrested. We have now learned that he was arrested on rape charges.
This morning, we arrested Lawrence Taylor. He will shortly be arraigned on a felony rape in the 3rd degree.
Pro Football Hall of Famer Lawrence Taylor appearing at that arraignment Thursday after being charged with 3rd-degree rape of a 16-year-old runaway in a suburban New York City hotel room. The former New York Giants linebacker was arrested early Thursday at this Holiday Inn, and a second man is accused of bringing her there. The 51-year-old Taylor was also charged with patronizing a prostitute in an assault on the girl who was brought to the hotel against her will.
The victim is alleged to be 16 years of age. She was reported missing to New York City Police Department in March of this year.
Let's take a closer look at the charges in this case. Joining us this morning is Christopher St. Lawrence. He is police commissioner and supervisor of the town of Ramapo. Supervisor St. Lawrence, good morning.
Good morning, Maggie.
Lawrence Taylor denies any involvement in this, says he did not have sex with this particular young lady. Is there any physical evidence to support that he did, or is it just her story that these charges are based on?
Well, I can't talk about any evidence that was taken from the room, although our police did take forensic evidence from the scene of the hotel when they entered at 4 a.m. Yesterday morning.
Are there any witnesses from the Holiday Inn that also back up the story?
There are witnesses that saw Mr. Taylor there in the evening. There are no witnesses that have come forward to describe the situation with the young girl.
But they can place him at the scene?
Absolutely.
Lawrence Taylor smiles at his wife as they enter a New York courthouse Tuesday. Inside, the NFL Hall of Fame linebacker pled not guilty to felony charges that he had sex with a 16-year-old runaway girl. Taylor walked out of court with his wife, free on $75,000 bail.
A grand jury has indicted Pro Football Hall of Famer Lawrence Taylor on charges of 3rd-degree rape and patronizing a prostitute. The indictment follows his May 6th arrest when prosecutors say he paid a 16-year-old girl $300 to have sex with him. The former linebacker was also indicted on charges of endangering the welfare of a child and sexual abuse and criminal sexual act in the 3rd degree. If convicted, he faces up to 4 years in prison. Taylor, who was a 10-time Pro Bowler for the New York Giants, has maintained his innocence. He is scheduled to appear in court again July 13th.
Yes, he did have sexual contact with a woman who he paid to do that with. And he later found out, and he said it in court, she told him he was 19, she was 19 years old. He later found out that wasn't true.
NFL Hall of Famer Lawrence Taylor is sentenced to 6 years probation. He did not speak as he came and went from court Tuesday. Taylor pled guilty to patronizing an underage prostitute. The girl was 16 at the time. The AP is not identifying her because she is the victim of a sex crime. The girl's attorney says she was a victim, not a prostitute, and that she wishes Taylor had received prison time.
And if we hadn't come here today, you would have all left thinking that she was a prostitute. And now you know the truth, that a young woman who has been beaten and forced to go there and who has cried out for rescue in a text is a victim. And that is all that she is.
So I want to thank Pastors Robert Morris and Steve Dullen. They're great people. Great people with a great reputation, I have to say that. Great reputation.
Lord, we need you. We need you at this time in our country. And I thank you for our president. I thank you, Lord, for our leaders. I thank you, thank you, thank you. I know in the Bible that when something was emphasized, it was repeated. Holy, holy, holy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Lord, that we are about to bring tremendous progress to a problem that's been here for a long time. And I thank you for this administration. And Lord, we pray your blessings, your guidance today on this meeting. In Jesus' name.
I want to also address something because we've got some people that are concerned about it. And I understand that. I completely understand. But I am serving on a faith advisory council for President Trump. I was asked to serve on this council back when he was a candidate in May or June. I was also asked, thank you. And some people have concerns because I'm serving this council. Please hear my heart. I'm a spiritual leader in the body of Christ. And one thing that spiritual leaders do is they give spiritual counsel and advice to governmental leaders. That's all through Scripture. You can see that in Scripture, Old and New Testament. So that's why I'm doing it. So this is something that I'm doing because I believe in giving advice and counsel. And I would say this, if you have concerns, whom do you want giving counsel to our leaders?
The founding pastor of Gateway Church, Robert Morris, resigned after a woman accused him of sexually assaulting her beginning when she was just 12 years old. Hello, everybody. I'm Heather Hayes.
I'm Steve Eager. The woman says the abuse lasted from 1982 to 1987. The woman's allegations surfaced over the weekend. She says Morris sexually abused her while he and his wife were guests in her family's home in Oklahoma. Morris has said he was involved in an inappropriate sexual behavior in his 20s with what he called, quote, was a young lady.
Shocked, devastated, and grieving. That is how a Gateway Church elder reacted this weekend to the accusations that the church founder allegedly sexually assaulted a child decades ago. The church has now hired a new law firm. They're investigating what happened all those years ago.
Gateway Church this weekend directly addressed Cindy Clemishire, the woman who says she was sexually abused by its founder as a child.
For decades, Cindy Clemishire carried anger and shame as she watched the meteoric rise of megachurch pastor Robert Morris.
Thank you, Jesus, for
watching him has been harder and harder.
Morris founded Gateway Church in 2000.
If you don't tell the whole truth, you're not being honest.
One of the largest evangelical congregations in the nation, with 9 campuses in North Texas and tens of thousands of devoted worshipers. He became a member of President Donald Trump's Spiritual Advisory Council. But to Cindy, Morris was the traveling evangelist who began to sexually abuse her on Christmas Day, 1982.
He told me, he said, hey, come in my room before you go to bed tonight. I want to talk to you.
He was 21, Cindy was 12.
He started by touching my breast and putting his hands in my pants. He wanted me to stand and close my eyes so he could lift my shirt and pull my pants down and just look at me as a 12-year-old.
Do you remember what he would say to you, what he'd tell you?
Well, the very first time he told me, you can't tell anyone because it will ruin everything.
She says the abuse lasted 4 years until she told her family what was happening. Morris had been sharing his version for years.
Sexual temptation is an appetite of the flesh, and I developed an appetite before I was saved.
As he rose in influence and power at Gateway, Morris sometimes alluded to past transgressions.
I was very immoral, and I was immoral a lot.
In June, Morris told the Christian Post he had inappropriate sexual behavior with a young lady and resigned from Gateway.
The interview comes out. There was a response from Robert Morris in which he talked about this past incident. He sort of made it sound, he used the term young lady, I believe, twice in his statement. You've commented on this, but I have to ask you about it. After all that has gone on, all of the conversations you've had, in seeing that statement, what went through your head and your heart when you saw that language?
Well, the first thing is I have a 12-year-old grandson. He is not a young man. He is barely a preteen. I mean, he wants to think he's a grown-up as a 12-year-old boy, but he is not. I have a 6-year-old granddaughter. I can't even imagine. It just rips my heart out thinking about her.
Oh, wait a minute. We have a big celebrity here tonight. And I'll tell you something. He's great, and he loves this state. Congressman Matt Gaetz. Where the hell is Matt Gaetz? Where is he? Hello, Matt.
Donald John Trump.
All right, we've got another Trump appointment, and this is one that is probably going to surprise a lot of people because he was not on any of the lists that were floating around out there. And there had been some discussion that President-elect Trump was having a little trouble making this final decision, or maybe this is the person he had in mind all along. But he has now nominated Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz as Attorney General of the United States.
The scandal surrounding Republican Congressman Matt Gaetz is heating up. Along with being the subject of a sex trafficking investigation involving a 17-year-old girl, Gaetz is now being accused of sleeping with young women from sugar daddy websites. Jim Murray has details.
We're learning shocking new details today about the sex trafficking investigation involving Congressman Matt Gaetz. The New York Times reveals that Gaetz dated women from so-called sugar daddy websites, including one called Seeking Arrangement. According to the Times, Matt Gaetz was introduced to the Seeking Arrangement women by his friend, a former tax collector named Joel Greenberg, who's in federal custody awaiting trial for sex trafficking.
Multiple sources told CNN is that Gaetz would share images, show colleagues pictures of nude women that he said he had slept with.
Let me just say what everybody here knows. Mike Pence will never be president. Nice guy, not a leader.
Mark?
Well, I don't know if Mike Pence will run for president in 2024, but I don't think Matt Gaetz will have an impact on that. In fact, I'd be surprised if he was still voting. It's more likely he'll be in prison for child sex trafficking by 2024. And I'm actually surprised that Florida law enforcement still allows him to speak to teenage conferences like that. So I'm not too worried about Matt Gaetz.
This is an ABC News special report.
We are coming on the air because former Congressman Matt Gaetz is withdrawing his consideration for Attorney General. He posted on X saying as much amid concerns about sexual misconduct allegations and also concerns about his limited legal experience. I want to go to our chief Washington correspondent, Jonathan Karl, who's on the phone right now. John, what do you make of Gaetz now issuing this message after so much from President-elect Trump and Gaetz himself saying that he was going forward until this confirmation process?
On one level, it's not surprising, Diane. Gaetz was facing a very steep uphill climb. A number of Republican senators, and remember, they were only going to get Republican senators, but they have a 53-seat majority. They could only afford to lose 4. They weren't going to get a single Democrat. And a number of Republican senators had publicly been expressing deep skepticism and concern about the Gaetz nomination. I am told that privately, several of them were even more direct with the Trump transition team, saying that there was simply no way that they would vote to confirm Gaetz. So you had a situation where Gaetz, with all of the controversy swirling around his nomination, was simply not going to get the votes to be confirmed. That clearly is a driving factor in this rather stunning dropout. And I say not surprising on one level, stunning on another level, because what the Trump team had been signaling is that they were going to push for this. They were going to fight for this. They were going to make Republican senators unwilling to vote for Gates pay.
I hope the young women get the justice they deserve when it comes to him.
I mean, you're referring to the House Ethics Committee investigation that is ongoing.
Yeah, with his partner in jail because they paid underage women for sex and drugs. Yeah, that's what I'm referring
to. So he has denied all of that. I'm wondering, doesn't he deserve the presumption of innocence here?
Well, people are in jail. The women have confirmed it. He came to me. If I still wanted to be speaker, I could have done something illegal and stopped the ethics committee investigation that started 4 years before.
He told you to stop the ethics.
Yeah, that's what the whole motion to vacate was about.
Former Republican Congressman Matt Gaetz tried and failed to block the release of that much talked about and very explosive House ethics report. CBS News reviewed the report, which accuses Gaetz of having sex with a minor, paying for sex with multiple women, and doing illegal drugs. Allegations in that report that Gaetz denies. That report accuses Gaetz of making $90,000 in payments to 12 different women. The House ethics report goes on to claim those payments were likely connected to sexual activity and to drugs. The committee wrote it heard testimony that Gaetz had sex with a 17-year-old girl at a party in 2017. The report called her Victim A and said she recalled receiving $400 in cash that evening, which she understood to be a payment for sex. The report also said Gaetz appeared to have set up an email account from his office in the complex of the Capitol to buy marijuana. That report went on to conclude that Gaetz violated House rules that prohibit prostitution, statutory rape, illicit drug use, and obstruction of Congress, among other standards.
A friend of mine who I haven't seen in a little while, Matt Gaetz, is here. Where's Matt? He's around here someplace. Matt Gaetz. He's got a big career set up.
Did you ever see Mr. Epstein with underage girls?
No. Oh, no. If I had ever seen Jeffrey Epstein in any inappropriate situation with an underage girl, I would have terminated my relationship and turned him in.
I never saw a young underage woman.
Yet Epstein's former butler swore under oath that Dershowitz was at Epstein's residences at the same time underage girls were there.
Were there young women in another part of the house giving massages when I wasn't around? I have no idea.
I had an innocent relationship with a man who I didn't know, nobody suspected, had done anything wrong. Indeed, when my granddaughter had a soccer tournament, he lent us his house in Florida. He wasn't there, but my whole family, my grandchildren, my daughter stayed there. There were no pictures on the wall or anything that would lead anyone to suspect that anything untoward was going on.
A former victim testifying under the pseudonym Kate at the Ghislaine Maxwell trial recalled photos of nude young girls scattered throughout the Palm Beach home in almost every room. I remember that they were shocking, she recalled.
Ghislaine Maxwell's defense described Jeffrey Epstein's homes as small boutique hotels. They were very luxurious, her attorneys told the jury. They were vacation spots. Today in court, the prosecution challenged that description with what they called disturbing evidence from Epstein's Palm Beach mansion, seized during this search of his home in 2005. The video obtained by NBC News. The jury was shown a photo that was in the entrance to Epstein's master bedroom of an underage girl posing in a, quote, sexualized position. There was another photo of Epstein posing with a minor in her underwear. Prosecutors arguing the photos, alongside testimony from a former property manager, undermines the defense's argument that Epstein was an upstanding member of society. Today, you saw the prosecution start to describe the house in vivid detail. They show that video of the search. They show a lot of graphic, at times, photos of the house.
The people I saw him with were in their late 20s or 30s.
Documents also claim that Dershowitz was an eyewitness to other sexual abuse as well. There was the testimony of two housekeepers of Epstein. They testified that Dershowitz came pretty often to Epstein's Florida mansion and got massages while he was there. And one of these employees said that Dershowitz was present alone at the home of Epstein without his family in the presence of young girls.
In the travel records, it says on December 11th, 2000, the Epstein plane leaves Florida for New York City. You're living in New York at the time. Then on the next day, December 12th, the calendar says a 1:30 meeting with, quote, Jeff. We don't know what Jeff that is. People could speculate. And then at 12:13 on December 13th, the next day, it says 10 a.m. scheduled a massage with AD, presumably Alan Dershowitz. 14th, the plane leaves.
That was in my wife's calendar. My wife scheduled a massage. If you think my wife scheduled a massage with an underage sex slave, then you'll believe anything. No, we lived in New York.
Other calendar entries.
Let me finish.
You guys clarify that other calendar entries had a collective.
Let me finish.
Go ahead.
I was a visiting scholar at NYU. My wife had a professional masseuse. We have checks, canceled checks, proving that the massage occurred, when it occurred, who it occurred with, and I've had very, very few massages in my life. One at Jeffrey Epstein's house by a middle-aged woman who gave me a shoulder and neck massage, which I hated. I called up my wife and complained about it immediately. No, I've done nothing wrong. If you want to put me on trial here, you have to give me an opportunity to fully explain. You will not be able to make just charges against me without giving me an opportunity.
You had a massage at Jeffrey Epstein's house? Do you know who it was who performed that?
Yes. I mean, we know approximately who it was. There were a lot of people around her. We think we remember, and the person who was in charge of the Epstein house confirmed this, that it's a woman named Olga who was in her 40s and was a professional massage therapist. I had a neck and back problem at the time, and I had a massage. My wife had a massage. My daughter had a massage. My grandchildren stayed in Jeffrey Epstein's house when he was away. And if any of those allegations are true, do you think I would allow my grandchildren, my daughter, my son? It's absurd.
There was like a lot of artwork that had insinuated nudity with women, and I remember very suggestive. We had like a bathtub that was kind of like opened, and there was prosthetic breasts that he could play with while he was taking a bath.
Strange objects found in Jeffrey Epstein's house, along with the infamous picture of Bill Clinton in a dress. Jeffrey Epstein had some very strange items in his $71 million mansion in New York that were found after his arrest, including a collection of over 150 artificial eyeballs that were mounted on a wall that were reportedly placed there to let his staff know that they were being watched at all times. Other items found in the house include a life-size female doll hanging from a chandelier, a pair of prosthetic breasts mounted on a wall in his bathroom.
For example, he was quoted in the Daily News as saying, "I never had a massage." Then, of course, Epstein's housekeepers testify, of course he did. And then he came back and said, "Well, I had a massage, but I kept my underpants on, and I didn't really like it."
So these are the backup positions now that are unpeeling.
Right. And
I had my pants on.
And it was an older Russian woman. Now, I guarantee you, Jeffrey Epstein didn't keep older women around to give massages.
The implication being there was no erection involved.
Right, exactly.
Now, the alleged victims say that they gave massages at Epstein's residences that turned into abuse. You've said that you've only received one massage at Epstein's residence.
My wife had a massage. I had a massage. They were therapeutic massages. I kept my shorts on, yes. I'm not a big massage person. As I said, my wife had a massage. I had a massage. That was routine. When you went to Epstein's places, he offered massages, and obviously when he had them, they were not just massages, but when he offered them for people like me and my wife, they were therapeutic.
I mean, it sounds normal enough.
After all that, anyone else feel like a boiling hot shower?
Yes, sir.
Hit it, Phyllis.
Oh, God, okay.
All right, I gotta go to my friend's house where he offers every guest a massage from a woman in a recorded private room out of the good, non-blackmail part of his heart. Good night, everyone.
It's intermission time, folks. So hurry, hurry, hurry. Step right over to our refreshment center for the most extravagant array of refreshment goodies ever assembled under one roof. The show starts in 10 minutes.
Testing.
Let's pause here for a moment and ask ourselves a few questions about Alan Dershowitz's ever-changing massage story. 1. He mentioned that he hated his massage and phoned his wife as soon as it was over. Assuming she was waiting for him in the living room or by the pool with his daughter, why not tell her in person? 2. He said the massage was scheduled and then later mentioned that when you went to one of Epstein's estates, a massage was always offered to you. If Epstein offered a massage to his guests, that implies that the massage is free. Otherwise, he's not offering his guests a massage, he's selling them a massage. So why was the massage scheduled in his wife's calendar, and why were there canceled checks? In other words, why did they have to pay for the massages? 3. He said there were a lot of people around his massage therapist. Who were these people? And why was he trying to confirm her name with the person in charge of Epstein's house? Did Olga not introduce herself at any point to Dershowitz, his wife or daughter? 4. If Dershowitz had a neck and shoulder massage, why was he wearing his underwear? And 5. Why did Epstein's housekeeper Juana Lessie testify under oath that Alan Dershowitz would often visit Epstein's Florida mansion to get a massage?
And now, on with the show.
All right, but what about the other filings, Mr. Dershowitz? Jane Doe 1 and Jane Doe 2, you're mentioned 137 times. Now, what do you put that down to then?
Lawyers trying to obtain money, but I don't know what these accusations are from Jane 1 and Jane 2. I don't know who they are, but none of them is true. I never did anything wrong, which is why I've asked to have all these revealed. Today we're filing more legal claims demanding that all the papers be released. We want to know who Jane Doe 1, Jane Doe 2, and Jane Doe 3 is, so we can prove conclusively that there's no truth to any of those charges. So I want to make sure every document is released. If you have nothing to hide, you want documents released. It's only if you have something to hide that you argue for the documents to continue to be withheld.
He went on Fox News just last night to react to these documents being released and made, I would venture to say, a pretty bizarre defense in his decision to associate himself with Jeffrey Epstein and represent him in court. So let's take a look.
The one point I do want to make is that I understand all the feminist groups and the radicals who think this is the worst thing in the world, that anybody ever had any contact with Jeffrey Epstein. Where are all those radical feminists when it comes to the Hamas rapes of young Jewish girls, sexual abuse, beheadings? They are quiet. They are silent. The incredible hypocrisy of the Me Too movement. Me Too, except if you're a Jew. And I want to have a list of all the radical feminists who are pushing hard, and I understand that, to get all these names revealed, and I want to know how many of them have ever actually condemned Hamas for the rapes that we now know occurred and the murders that occurred, how many have been silent, and how many, like the National Lawyers Guild, have actually approved of what Hamas did. So let's put this in context.
That was a weird pivot. Alan Dershowitz has had a close relationship with Epstein. So all of a sudden, this 1997 piece that he wrote in the Los Angeles Times about statutory rape has come up. And he has decided to defend what he wrote in 1997. So what was that piece titled? Statutory rape is an outdated concept. It is obvious there must be criminal sanctions against sex with very young children, but it is doubtful whether such sanctions should apply to teenagers above the age of puberty, since voluntary sex is so common in their age group. Again, this is what he wrote in 1997. Any cutoff age will, of course, be somewhat arbitrary, and yet a line must be drawn. Moreover, puberty is apparently arriving earlier, oh God, this is so gross.
Great.
Arriving earlier, particularly among some ethnic groups.
You know, those blacks, they develop earlier.
Let me give you more. Based on the demographic criteria, the age of consent should be lowered. It certainly should not be as high as 17 or 16. Reasonable people can disagree over whether it should be as low as 14. 15 would seem like an appropriate compromise. This is incredible. Now remember, Jeffrey Epstein is facing charges for having sex with girls as young as 14.
Yeah.
So in Dershowitz's mind,
that was okay.
It's okay. What's the big deal?
Reasonable people can debate about that. There can be two reasonable sides to that argument.
No, reasonable people don't have a debate about 14-year-olds. That is rape. That is rape. An adult should not have sex with a 14-year-old.
What do you make? Do you have any opinions on the conviction of Ghislaine Maxwell? Was she fairly convicted?
I don't think it was a fair conviction. I don't think she had a fair trial. It's on appeal. I hope she'll win the appeal. My wife and I have known her. We knew her as Jeffrey Epstein's girlfriend early on, and I never saw her do anything that was improper.
Did you ever see Mr. Epstein with underage girls?
No. Oh, no. If I had ever seen Jeffrey Epstein in any inappropriate situation with an underage girl, I would have terminated my relationship and turned him in.
This was also not a situation, which I think is an inaccurate picture at this time, where every once in a while there was an underage girl at Jeffrey Epstein's house. The facts and the evidence show it was multiple underage girls, set appointments for each one of them, sometimes 3 or 4 a day.
His name, Anand John Alexander, an American born in India with an eye for fashion and the women who wear it.
I figured out the secret to have a great show is first and foremost find the most beautiful girls.
Known simply as Anand John, making his mark by being seen at the scene with his trademark entourage of young, scantily clad women.
In the 1990s, clothing designer Anand John takes the fashion world by storm with his provocative, India-inspired creations. He has a growing list of celebrity clients and a line of beautiful young models showing up at his door.
Journalist Sharon Waxman of the Hollywood website TheWrap.com wrote in her article about Anand John Alexander.
His strategy was to make friends with celebrities, to be seen with them, to get them to wear his clothes, where people who mattered would notice.
Donald Trump was one of these celebrities. He and Alexander became friends. Trump is seen here attending one of Anand John's fashion shows in New York with none other than Ghislaine Maxwell. It was through this connection that Ivanka Trump began her modeling career. Ivanka would eventually sign her first contract with John Casablanca's mega agency, Elite Models. But according to Anand John, he was the one who booked her first runway appearances. He claims in his autobiography that a 14-year-old Ivanka did 5 shows for him before she signed with Elite. Anand John Alexander was on top of the world, living a life that most can only dream of. Yet, as we've seen so often in this documentary, fame and fortune is not a cure for a sick mind. At the core of every predator is a wild animal with an insatiable hunger. A thirst for power and domination that doesn't just go away as one's fame and fortune increases.
Whether it was success on the runway or whether it was getting that young girl that turned him on, he stopped at nothing, literally, to get what he wanted.
He had wrote me an email saying that, he loved my look.
Jesse is from Washington State.
Can I set up a photo shoot with you? And I said, sure.
He talks you up really big, like, I can see you, I will get you there, like, you will be like a star.
And there is Autumn, the 15-year-old so eager to impress.
He would use the it girl over and over, like, you are the it girl. I really, had faith in him, like, maybe he will get me, like, this is my chance, like, my shot, I should take it.
It was almost like a dream come true in a way.
And Katie, determined to be a famous model. Katie is an impressionable 14.
You just see this guy with long, curly, flowy hair, leather pants, strand of pearls, and you're just like, wow, it's the first designer I'd ever met in my life.
The things that you heard were that he was a predator, that he would come on to these young models and promise them whatever he could to get his way with them.
What was he telling you that he could do for you?
That he could, make me famous.
Jesse and Anand meet on MySpace, texting about work and perhaps more. An internet relationship that leads to Jesse hopping on a plane to LA at the designer's expense.
He asked me to come back to the bedroom, so I did. At that point, he had started kissing me. I was completely freaked out. He kept kissing my neck and my chest. He had tried to rip off my shirt at that time, and I was just, no, what are you doing? You need to stop. At that point, put his full body weight on top of me, and that's when he started to rape me. I was afraid, so I acted as normal as I possibly could until I got out of that house.
Then Jesse says she sees an opening. Anand's 2 assistants, seen on this surveillance tape from that morning, are going to walk down the street for lunch, and she latches onto them.
And I said, he forced himself on me, and I need to get out of here.
What was their reaction?
One of the girls said, wow, that's not the first time I've heard of that happening. And at that point, I was like, holy cow.
The Beverly Hills police send Jesse to a rape clinic for testing, confirming she had sex with a man she claims raped her. Within hours, Anand John is arrested and charged with sexual assault. The floodgates open. Over the next 3 months, the number of criminal counts rise, including rape, sexual battery, and committing a lewd act on a child.
I didn't know that saving my own life was going to help so many other people.
Celebrity fashion designer Anand John has been convicted of raping and sexually assaulting aspiring models as young as 14 years old. The 34-year-old designer, who had dressed socialite Paris Hilton and singer Janet Jackson before his arrest last year, faces possible life imprisonment after a Los Angeles Superior Court jury found him guilty on 16 criminal counts.
Now to something we don't often hear. 59 years in jail. That's the sentence awarded to India-born fashion designer Anand John, convicted by a Los Angeles court of sexually assaulting aspiring models.
If the prospect of 59 years in prison is a crushing one for the 35-year-old Anand John, his nightmare may not yet be over. He has already been indicted on similar charges in New York as well, and the prosecutors in New York had said that they would wait for the sentencing in Los Angeles before deciding on their next course of action.
And his nightmare didn't end there either. Anand John was stabbed in the face multiple times and is currently suing the state for lack of protection.
I love Diddy. He's a good friend of mine. He's a good guy.
Donald Trump's past comments about Sean Diddy Combs are getting new attention. A clip of the former president praising the hip-hop mogul on a 2012 episode of The Celebrity Apprentice has resurfaced in the wake of Diddy's bombshell arrest and indictment on sex trafficking charges. Season 5 contestant Aubrey O'Day touted her time working with Diddy in the 2000s girl group Danity Kane as having prepared her for the business world, prompting Trump to defend the artist and entrepreneur when Aubrey didn't want to discuss the matter further.
I am a very strict and focused businesswoman because working for Diddy for 6 years trained me to have to be perfect.
Working for Diddy?
Absolutely.
I love Diddy. He's a good friend of mine. He's a good guy.
There you go,
Is he a good guy?
I don't want to answer that
Oh,
question.
well, I think he's a good guy. I'm going to stick up for him.
Trump and wife Melania have been photographed with Diddy at multiple high-profile events over the years. Diddy previously complimented Trump in a 2015 interview with the Washington Post amid the politician's first presidential bid, saying at the time, Donald Trump is a friend of mine and he works very hard.
The biggest secret in the entertainment industry that really wasn't a secret at all has finally been revealed to the world.
A law firm in Texas says thousands of people have come to them making allegations against Sean Diddy Combs with claims dating back to the 1990s. And this time, the shocking new accusations include alleged victims who say they were minors at the time.
Our team has had at this point more than 3,285 individuals contact us with people claiming to have been victimized by Sean Combs. We now represent 120 individuals who intend to bring civil claims in civil court against Sean Diddy Combs, as well as claims against many other individuals and entities that we will name as defendants as we file these individual cases.
The sex, booze, and drug-fueled freak-offs at the center of the case against Diddy. New reports today claim he spent up to $500,000 per event, which included the mainstream part.
Hey, yo, what's up, y'all? It's your boy Diddy.
And for the lurid after party, even having hundreds of mirrors mounted on the walls and ceilings at one event, everywhere you looked was sex, said the party planner who spoke to Page 6.
In later years, Diddy implemented a curfew for children.
The kids have like an hour left. So get extra comfortable, because this thing turns into something that when y'all get older, y'all don't want to come to.
What's up, E.T., baby? Hope you're ready for the wildest, longest ride of your lives.
E.T. spent the day with the then 29-year-old who was seemingly proud of the wild reputation surrounding his blowout bashes.
They won't even give me a permit for the parties, man. They don't want me to throw the parties no more. I said, everybody, come on over to the house.
While it's not a crime to attend a Diddy event, several of the civil lawsuits allege sex crimes occurred during those wild parties.
I've got a lot I can't tell. Can't tell that one either.
The question now could pass attendees like Ashton Kutcher, Demi Moore, Kelly Osbourne, Justin Bieber, and Usher be potentially questioned by federal investigators.
I value the advice that was given to me. Don't be the last one to leave no party. And if you start seeing people leaving in droves, you get out of there.
Video shows Diddy alongside teenage Justin, leaving people to speculate if, at the time, he subjected the pop star to his alleged freak-offs.
So check this out, yo. Justin, you ever seen the movie 48 Hours? Yeah. Right now, he's having 48 hours with Diddy, him and his boy. They're having the times of their lives, like, you know, where we hanging out and what we doing. We can't really disclose, but it's definitely a 15-year-old's dream.
Is one claim from an anonymous female plaintiff that she was raped at the age of 13 by Combs and an unnamed male celebrity. According to the filing obtained by E! News, in September 2000, when the plaintiff was 13 years old, she had a friend drop her off at New York's Radio City Music Hall so she could try and sneak into the MTV Video Music Awards. While unable to enter the venue without a ticket, the plaintiff approached several limousine drivers outside the venue, one of whom claimed to work for Combs. According to the suit, the driver, quote, told her that Combs liked younger girls and said she is what Diddy was looking for, and to come back later that evening for an after party. When she returned later, she claims the driver drove her alone to a house where she was asked to sign a non-disclosure agreement, of which she never received a copy. The plaintiff claims she was given a beverage which made her, quote, feel woozy and lightheaded, and that she went into an empty bedroom to lie down. It was there, she claims, that Combs entered with two celebrities, one male and one female. According to the plaintiff, Combs and the male celebrity stripped her of her clothes, and then the male celebrity held her down as he raped her, while Combs and the female celebrity watched. The male celebrity and Combs then allegedly switched, with Combs raping her as the two celebrities watched. The plaintiff claims Combs then attempted to force her to give him oral sex, but that she hit him in the neck and fled the room. After fleeing the party, the plaintiff allegedly reached a gas station where she was able to call her father for help.
Recently resurfaced video from the 2003 MTV Movie Awards shows Sean Diddy Combs inviting then 12-year-old actress Davy Chase to an after party, which has sparked outrage online.
Coming to an after party tomorrow?
Yeah! Our youngest victim at the time of the occurrence was 9 years old. We have an individual who was 14 years old. We have one who was 15.
New allegations against Sean Diddy Combs, and these are some of the most horrific yet. A man says he was just 10 years old when the rapper allegedly drugged and sexually assaulted him during what was supposed to be an audition, sending him back to his parents crying and in pain. The complaint says, quote, after plaintiff consumed his soda and began feeling its effects, Combs told plaintiff to move closer to him, which plaintiff did. Combs then abruptly pushed plaintiff down and said words to the effect of, "You have to do some stuff you don't want to do sometimes." Now, the next part of the complaint is just incredibly graphic. I'm not going to repeat it here, but essentially John Doe claims that Combs sexually assaulted him and then he lost consciousness. 10 years old. Quote, "When plaintiff awoke, he began crying immediately. Plaintiff's pants were undone, and then he says that his private areas hurt badly." Combs was still present. Plaintiff cried that he wanted to go to his mom and dad. Combs replied that if plaintiff told anyone about what had happened, he would hurt plaintiff's mom and dad badly. Upon plaintiff's return, his parents immediately noticed that he was lethargic and acting differently. Although plaintiff ultimately told his parents what happened, plaintiff and his parents were terrified of the potential consequences of reporting the abuse.
There was something in that other than baby oil. If I would give it a wild guess, it was, and like some of the people told me, it was probably that GHB.
Were Sean Combs' bottles of baby oil potentially laced with a date rape drug? Recent lawsuits against the disgraced rapper raise alarming questions about this disturbing possibility. And during the raids on his properties earlier this year, authorities reportedly seized over 1,000 bottles of baby oil, leaving many to wonder, why did he even have that many bottles in the first place?
And those statements include descriptions of what the witness says he saw on those tapes. So I asked him about that, and he answered what he could, given the limitations imposed on him after testifying before the grand jury. Out of those 8 videos, 8 celebrities, 6 men and 2 women, how many of those 8 celebrities were close to being underage or potentially underage?
2 males.
Diddy Combs has been denied bail in connection with the sexual abuse and sex trafficking charges he faces. And as Les Trump reports, the music mogul who once traveled by private jet to all those mansions is now in a jail that is notorious for its bad living conditions.
Music mogul Sean Diddy Combs spent his first night behind bars inside a facility that is being called Hell on Earth. The Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn is notorious for its appalling living conditions and rampant violence. How bad is it inside this federal lockup? There have been 2 murders, 4 suicides, and numerous stabbings and lockdowns in recent years. It's so out of control inside that 4 federal judges are reportedly refusing to send any more prisoners here.
I got it.
According to a new allegation, Donald Trump, former president of the United States, Republican nominee for president currently, was in fact at P. Diddy's freak-off parties. Let's put it up. Now, once again, this is currently an allegation, but according to the new allegations, former President Donald J. Trump has been linked to Sean Diddy Combs and his wild, infamous parties. The claims come from Adria Sherry English, an adult entertainer who recently filed a civil lawsuit against Combs. English, whose attorneys recently dropped her case, was eager to highlight Trump's presence at these events. While the claims might be shocking to some, Trump's involvement with the hip-hop community is not entirely out of the blue. Out of everybody's statement on the record, no one has said Donald Trump did not attend these types of parties.
I've covered this guy now for about 9 or 10 years, I guess 9 years since 2015. And there was a feeling among the people that cover him, as stories that were salacious or scurrilous came out about him, that they would stick to him and they would take him down as they would any candidate for, you know, from alderman all the way up to president. He's proven us wrong. He's proven that these sorts of things don't matter, at least when it comes to Donald Trump, and at least when it comes to that solid base of people that support him. But if you look into how typical this is, right? I mean, it is, and I think you have to hold on to what you just said, Dr. Ritchie, which is, hey, nobody's saying Trump wasn't there. Trump has in the past said, hey, I never met Jeffrey Epstein. And then what do we see? We see photos of Donald Trump with Jeffrey Epstein.
It's common knowledge that Donald Trump was at several of Diddy's parties. Johnny Nunez, who's been the main celebrity photographer of high-end urban parties since the 1990s, told The Hollywood Reporter that one year, Trump flew to the Hamptons in a helicopter to go to Diddy's white after party at Club NV. As you heard earlier, former exotic dancer Adria Sherry English, who claims that she was pimped out by Diddy at his infamous parties, stated that she saw Donald Trump at one of the freak-offs. All that's known for sure right now is that there will be many celebrity names coming out in the upcoming months and years because of legal filings against abusers who attended Diddy's freak-off parties. We also know that in a lot of cases the abuses involved minors. Whether Donald Trump was involved with the freak-off parties or not doesn't really matter. The body of evidence against Trump in regard to Epstein victims, parties he co-hosted with John Casablancas that were mostly minors, and his own legendary parties at the Plaza Hotel, again filled with minors, has not caused him to lose any support from his devoted followers. Even if the most heinous graphic facts came out about Trump at a Diddy party, Trump's followers wouldn't care. They are in a profound state of denial as to his past abuses. In the mind of his followers, none of it ever happened.
Uh-oh, I got the mic. This could be good. No, but I think we should start with, I just like to bring it up that there's a whole lot of people in this country that do give you a lot of credit for everything you've been doing for this country.
Out of all the pedophiles mentioned in this documentary, there is only one who never actually had any formal allegations made against him. The one person is mega superstar Kid Rock. For some unknown reason, Kid Rock blurted out a confession on his own. We'll look at the lyrics of his song Cool Daddy Cool first, through the eyes of a TikTok listener. And then I'll post the lyrics to help us try and figure out what would possess a grown man to write such lyrics.
Now some people say my mind's blown. I'm cooling like a snow cone. And my cell phone, I'm pagey. Can't call me, just page me. Young ladies, I like them underage. See, some say that's statutory, but I say it's mandatory. My story.
No. There's no fucking way we're putting this on the soundtrack.
I'm not a doctor, so I'm not going to even attempt to break down the deep-seated reasons that a grown man would write these lyrics, especially for a children's movie. All I know is that Kid Rock belongs in this documentary, and there's a reason why he and Trump have bonded so well.
I just want jelly. Jelly toast. Yeah, jelly toast, not buttered jelly toast.
What the fudge?
There's no fudge.
No butter.
It's not butter. Oh man, I need that charger. Let me see my charger.
We have to do a lot more, and we got to start with Donald Trump.
What do you mean?
Well, he's got to be in there because he's going to go after the traffickers.
Do you think he understands that?
We were with him last night.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yes.
Oh, so he's going to be moved to do something. I didn't know that.
Oh,
He
wasn't here last night. This is the new Moses. I mean, I'm still Jesus, but he's the new Moses. Pharaoh, let my children go free.
All right.
The problem that society faces when examining Donald Trump's long and grotesque history of sexual abuse is that there are so many accusations against him that they all eventually merge together into a collective background noise. There is too much information to process, causing our minds and emotions to shut down and become numb. With every new accusation, we just kind of shrug our shoulders. The bottom line is, his predatory behavior has no impact on the voting public. The same can be said for the freakishly high number of pedophile friends Donald Trump has had over the last few decades. There's been so many pedophiles in his life that the brain can't process it. Having 21 pedophile friends is an extreme number, even for a famous person like Trump. The fact that he brought many of these known pedophiles up on stage with him during his rallies demonstrates his lack of concern about their past abuses, and demonstrates zero compassion towards their victims. What I found to be the most incredible discovery during my research is the fact that most of these abusive friends of Trump's are either very famous or extremely rich, or both. What this teaches us is that whatever the deep sickness is that causes a grown man to abuse a minor cannot be healed or dissolved with money and fame. Donald Trump is a perfect example of this. Born into great wealth, yet he has a track record of decades of sexual abuse, of which we're still only scratching the surface. So the question remains, why do wealthy men with beautiful wives, large estates scattered around the world, and more money than they could ever spend, have this insatiable need to abuse young girls or boys? It likely has to do with power and control. Experiencing the excitement surging through your body as you dominate someone so inferior to you in strength and mental capacity that it makes you feel like a god. Apparently, this is the sort of hideous action they need to take in order to feel alive. I'm not a doctor, but that would be my guess. Why else would a multi-billionaire like Leon Black not only need to have sex with a young girl, but also physically and verbally abuse her, leaving her bleeding and begging to go to the hospital? The sad irony of all this is actually the reason why I created this documentary in the first place. During his first term as president, Donald Trump was being hailed as a savior. He was the man who was going to put an end to child sex trafficking. His followers passionately believed that Trump was put on earth by God to wipe out the child sex industry. Jim Caviezel, who played the lead role in the movie about child sex trafficking, Sound of Freedom, called Trump the new Moses. According to MAGA, he's the chosen one who was going to banish all the pedophiles from Hollywood. It made my stomach turn that this horrible predator who abused children for decades is being hailed as the new savior by millions of people who refuse to look at the facts. Trump is not a savior. He's a monster. Donald Trump is a human being with some really deep and profound issues. He'll never be forced to seek help because he has tens of millions of defenders saying that his abusive past never happened. Well, it did happen, and it won't remain well hidden. The universe will provide the truth. It always does.
The universe.
Whether it's an eager journalist or a humorous twist of fate, Trump's indiscretions will become known. And in that wild flash of truth, the mysterious control he has over people's common sense will lessen. Good people who have currently thrown all self-respect out the window in order to defend him will slowly regain their senses. There is one crime in the world that is universally abhorred, even by the worst criminals in prison. A crime that would cause even Donald Trump to lose support. And that is the crime of raping a child. Trump cannot erase his past. Eventually, it will break through the darkness that he's cast upon the country and the world. He's big, but he's not that big. My hope is that this documentary will be a small part of the process of bringing his truth to light and the healing such an act of grace will provide. When I look into the darkness, I see only hope.
You know what I like about you?
No, what?
It's like you're not afraid to be like brainy and respectful.
Right.
You guys remember this blob larger than the size of Texas that was seen in the Atlantic Ocean?
Something weird is happening in the middle of the ocean.
Why is this blocked out? Is this normal?
Some sort of frequency device is being used or tested.
It's like somebody was purposely trying to cover that area up.
Cape Town, South Africa, there was freaky weather happening.
Just take a look at this. We need to talk about these blob anomalies in Africa and why it's suspicious as shit.
Yo, what's good? We're back with another one.
It's showtime.
This was at the beginning of April, and they said that this was the result of a modeling error. Well, guess what's back? As of last week, April 25th, you're seeing this same blob reported in the same exact location. Take a look, it's back.
This is what we saw a couple of weeks ago, this strange anomaly that appeared over here deep in the southern Atlantic Ocean. Again, there's something else down here showing significant waves. Once again, we're going to step this forward 3 hours at a time, go up to 8 a.m. You can see the waves are still there, showing some sort of a disturbance, anywhere from 52 feet up to 63, 75 feet. We're going to step it forward another 3 hours, and you can see this is taking on a different shape. It's turning into what looks like a giant V, to where this last one back on the night stayed basically the same shape on its journey from the southern Atlantic Ocean up towards the southwest coast of Africa, remaining much like that the entire way. This thing here, as you're going to see, spans out a couple thousand miles.
So what could this be? This can't just be a modeling error. It's reoccurred now. It's happened twice. Will it happen again? Let me know in the comments.
Chad, what was that?
There's a UFO base in Antarctica, bro. They're testing weather modification.
Fucking hell, remember, this is for entertainment purposes only.
I was looking at this orbital viewer here, and all models here show pretty much a direct impact here. Near Earth Object Toolkit, it shows what looks like this asteroid directly hitting Earth. Put this into motion, kaboom, it gets swallowed up by the Atlantic Ocean out there.
Chill out.
You guys see that?
The theory being that the asteroid impacted in the Atlantic Ocean and began spreading something volatile across the surface and depths of the ocean.
Surely we would have heard about an asteroid impact.
It wasn't an asteroid, bro. They've got a weather modification device on Bouvet Island.
There's 3 main categories that I think people should know about Bouvet Island. So number 1, there was this guy who happened to look at Bouvet Island earlier, and he noticed that it wasn't labeled properly. So he thought this was strange. So he contacted one of his friends who happened to work at the Apple labeling for maps. And he said that this was an anomaly. All maps, all areas are usually labeled. And if this wasn't labeled, that it must have not been labeled on purpose. Number 2, if you look at it on the maps, it's extremely pixelated. It's like somebody was purposely trying to cover that area up. There's no detail on the map. Number 3 is actually these images. And this is Bouvet Island over the months of this year, which has some weird tornado formations coming out of it. What's these weird kind of like vibrational looking things that are affecting the cloud? Here's another one. Here's another one. So what's interesting about this, bro, is that the scientists around are saying, oh, it's just an instrument anomaly. But then you overlay that with the satellite imagery and you start to see, well, no, there might be some weird kind of like sound artifact coming out of Bouvet Island.
Told you, bro. They ain't normal clouds.
Yeah, the patterns did kind of match that thing.
These were sent to me from someone who monitors NASA cloud images.
Dang!
Look at the shape coming from Bouvet Island. I'm just a lowly ham radio operator. I just took an interest in this and I'm sharing videos. What is this coming from Bouvet Island? It's consistent.
What is that?
Over years, we're talking years.
Damn, look at that one, bro.
You guys tell me, did stuff happen around these dates? Look at this one. What? What? It's just... You guys tell me what you think of this. Please tell me there's a logical reason for this.
What are NASA saying about it?
Come on, bro. NASA lie about everything.
Date is the 14th of April 2024. Not much going on off the coast of South Africa. What you're going to do is click on the 10th of April. What? The fun begins when you start going along the time frame and you can see the movement of this thing. Then Sky has come out and said it was a glitch. Here's the thing. If it was 80-foot waves, which the data is saying it was, I do not personally believe that could happen because this is a busy shipping area. You would have had mayday calls. There would have been a lot of chaos going on. Also, there's no footage of 80-foot waves. Somebody surely would have taken a picture or video of 80-foot waves. So I don't believe there were 80-foot waves myself. This is just my personal opinion. That is not to say that it couldn't be something else that was energy related or frequency related. This is purely my speculative opinion. Although nothing happened of note, several people have written to me on the channel to say that they have experienced severe weather that they feel was abnormal during and after this time frame.
See? Weather modification, bro.
Changing the weather don't mean there's a UFO base there.
The CIA remote viewer saw it, bro.
We need to talk about these blob anomalies in Africa and why it's suspicious as shit. The first blob anomaly that appeared was on April 10th of this year. It was 80-foot tall waves that spanned 2,000 miles, so bigger than the size of Texas, and it moved northward for 24 hours on the coast of Africa. The second anomaly that popped up was on April 25th, and it wasn't quite as big as far as size, but it still had waves that reached up to 80 feet. It was in a different location as well, but it was still headed towards the coast of Africa. This is the first blob laid on top of a map of UFO sightings from around the world. Please look at Africa and how close the blob anomaly was to a UFO sighting. Let me show you the second one. Here we have our second blob that is headed towards the coast of Africa. Now this all reminded me of a CIA document that I read a while back. Let me show you. Look at this very last paragraph for me. Now what this is remote viewing session notes from 1987. It looks like it's handwritten, and that's because it is. The remote viewer took notes in his own writing. But look where it says South America / Africa, and you can read what he said right there about seeing aliens inside this space inside of Africa. Now look at this. The remote viewer also drew a map and labeled it incorrectly South America, but I'd put my money that this is Africa, because look, that is definitely Africa. And right where he put that X where the UFO base is supposed to be located, there are UFO sightings. And we have the blob headed straight toward the coast of Africa. Y'all, I'm telling you, aliens are in Africa.
Surely there'd be more sightings in South Africa.
They see them all the time, bro.
Did South Africa have a real UFO sighting this week? A video emerged the other day showing what appears to be a strange light in the sky in South Africa. Some have suggested that this is a satellite or perhaps a drone. The truth of the matter is it's very hard to tell from this video. But what you need to listen to is the hilarious reaction from the South Africans around the camera.
That shit is moving. It is moving.
I told you, bro. What the fuck is that?
Bro, this is gonna be on the news, you see. Bro, this thing is coming down, bro. This thing is coming down. Let's not over-exaggerate, kid. Think about it. The universe is so huge.
South Africans are the best.
I think a passing ship would have seen a UFO base.
It's underground, bro. They found the entrance.
Oh, I promise you're in for a treat with everyone's favorite unnamed island. People kept asking me to check out the diamond-shaped waves on the coast, so I did. This looks a little like it's possibly obscured, but it could be just some sea mist. Here's some nearby rocks that just look normal, kind of bubbling, but it is a volcanic island. That was Google Earth, but on USGS, the nearby rocks have clear concentric circles as though they're vibrating, perhaps? Here's the big surprise. A helicopter tour of Bouvet Island, yes! Wait, could we slow down? Is that an entrance?
Told you, bro.
There's also this weird thing on the uninhabited island. Naturally, I head off to Google Earth to see if I can find this entrance. Is this an entrance? Or just an alcove in the rocks? By the way, I also found this. It's between Bouvet Island and Brazil, deep in the ocean. Clearly a structure, and not just a little structure. That's at least 50 kilometers wide.
Damn.
Curiouser. Could it be related to Bouvet Island?
Those lines in the ground did look a bit straight to be natural.
They're old structures, bro. They were here long before humans.
Something weird is happening in the middle of the ocean, and I don't see many people talking about it, so I want to show this video to you. Basically, these guys are in a boat in the middle of the ocean. They're just cruising through, minding their own business, and you're gonna see this weird phenomenon. This may be normal, I don't know. I haven't seen anyone talking about it, not trying to start a conspiracy, but take a look. You're gonna see the water be really, like, smooth here, and then they're going through a part that's really, really rough. Now, I can't... Right here. So you can... it's kind of... Yeah, right here. See this line? They're in the middle of the ocean. The water is the same depth on here as it is here, but it goes from super rough to really smooth. Completely different texture water. I do not know what causes this. Maybe some of you experts out there can give us a hand.
That's caused by frequencies underwater, bro.
I think it's the wind doing it to it.
Trust me, bro. There's a giant antenna underwater.
On this island, there is a place that's called Ministry of Humanity, as you see it here. And 5 days ago, someone posted a picture of HAARP. I guess we can finally talk about. So if we can talk about that, let's talk about the CIA and its connection to the island. And you can pause the screen and read this, because I really want you to pay attention to the imports that is coming in. And this is where it gets spicy. You see what's operational there? But then check out what happened in 2006 with an earthquake. Yeah, that's right, an earthquake. Because who remembers in March 11th of 2011, we had a tsunami that took place, and also there was a lot of people who exposed HAARP being operational the night before. And now back to this in 2014 where they rebuilt it. So now I guess it's time for me to get inside of satellites to see the image that's crossed over this island, where January 4th, 2019, you had the fun clouds taking place. So who's ready for me to go live and we'll go through every single one of these satellite images?
They had to make a deal with the penguins, bro.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, bro. There's penguins in the Norwegian Armed Forces.
A penguin has been promoted to the 3rd highest rank in the Norwegian Armed Forces.
Fucking hell.
Major General Sir Nils Olav III, Baron of the Bouvet Islands, was just promoted to Major General last month, and he's the most highly ranked military penguin in the world. Sir Nils was awarded his new badge of honor at a ceremony in Edinburgh, Scotland, which was attended by over 160 uniformed soldiers. The ceremony involved a carefully choreographed parade, in which Sir Nils inspected His Majesty the King of Norway's guard. He was knighted in 2008 and promoted to brigadier in 2016. And now that he was promoted to Major General, he even outranks his namesake.
I had to fact check this one myself, and it's actually true.
You don't want to fuck with the penguins, bro.
Crazy update today on the blob. I'm sharing information sent by other people. This is the day before May 6th, when one of the appearances of the blob, right? We're seeing swirling very close to the area of Bouvet Island. But get this. This is May the 6th. This is the day the blob showed up at ventusky.com. Why is this blocked out? Is this normal? Do we normally see giant areas of satellite imagery blocked out? But check this out. Check these coordinates. Okay? And in a minute, I'm going to show you the relation of these coordinates to Bouvet Island. Now, I'm a licensed ham radio operator. That's the whole point of my channel, is ham radio. I love ham radio. So I recognize this shape. The first thing I think of is an antenna. I'm showing you images of a Yagi Uda antenna. You can recognize the shape. Look at this, though. I also am familiar with underground heating of concrete. Look what that looks like. I mean, this rabbit hole really keeps getting deeper. And I just want to remind also the relation to this area to Bouvet Island. There's a mysterious Bouvet Island that has no label when you zoom in on Google Earth. Here we go to our strange, definitely unnatural pattern. Let me know in the comments what you think.
Someone would have noticed them building a giant underwater antenna.
It's been there for thousands of years, bro.
The blob. This looks like a blob too, and it follows a magnetic force when dispersed into nanoparticles. The magnetic force gathers the particles into a blob. We know the blob appeared from a fault line area because there's a mysterious island down there. This ferrofluid contains nanoparticles of iron. Well, what if something is leaking from the fault with nanoparticles of iron, and a magnetic force is gathering it and pulling it to the north? Even how the ferrofluid dissipates and breaks up as the magnetic force pulls away is just like the behavior of the blob. Yes, Ventusky came out and said it was a glitch, a model error, but many people aren't buying this. Right by Cape Town, South Africa, there was freaky weather happening, as well as radar weather going down in the US and other strange weather anomalies. See my past videos for that. That's where I'm at with the blob.
It's probably just a coincidence.
Nah, bro. They keep fucking up the settings.
Now, this has been happening since April. And they were saying, oh, it was a model error. Early? Over a month later, it's the 5th time. Still in error? I still believe that, huh? Very interesting. I would believe that. But I'm going to show you the evidence of how many stories of floods. Look at all of these stories about floods in a particular area where the blob was surrounded. What's y'all answer for that? I'm just saying. But what do y'all think below? Leave in the comments.
You think all those floods are coincidence?
It's gotta be. Floods do happen.
Not that much, bro.
You didn't think I'd forgotten about our little island, did you? No name unless you know it. None of the apps like it. You can't even find it or Prince Edward Island from 2017 to 2022. Poof.
They photoshopped it out, bro.
Yeah, that's a bit weird.
On this app, there's a weather marker, so you can see what the temperature is by Bouvet Island. Oh, what's this marker? Remove me, version 3. Dev test spot.
Dang.
Another dev test spot. Remove me 22. I hope they're not doing testing by our island. By the way, this report from the US Army Research Center is investigating gravity anomalies by Marion Island and Bouvet Island.
What?
I'm sure I'm not the only one missing the blob. I guess it was just a glitch. Oh, by the way, venomous snakes have been washing up on the shores of South Africa. Apparently most uncommon. They say strong sea currents are pushing them into colder waters. Even 500 turtle hatchlings also washed up. I'm sure it's just a coincidence.
Yeah, something don't seem right with this island.
Bro, look what's going on in the ocean.
Something really strange is happening in our oceans, and the wildlife is clearly reflecting that. Groups of whales have been coming together before beaching and unaliving themselves, and scientists have no clue why. This specific group was located near Australia, and the general assumption was that they may have just wandered too close to shore by accident. But the exact same thing happened near Taylor's Bay, and according to the locals who were trying to help, the whales and dolphins sounded like they were screaming for help. Check it out real quick.
First stranded before 2 p.m. yesterday at the rocky beach in Taylor's Bay. They were screaming. It is probably the thing that's stopping me from sleeping, because you can hear this screaming in your ears. They were making more than a noise. They were really yelling out for help.
And even after the locals and rescue teams helped the whales back into the water, they re-beached themselves further down the coast, almost as if they refused to go deeper into the ocean. Over in the beach in Oregon, a female anglerfish washed up, which is really strange when you consider that they live 2,000 to 3,000 feet deep. And with the huge anomaly that we were initially told was a glitch coming back, people's speculation is starting to grow and theories are starting to circulate. I touched on the first theory that states that very large creatures, or a very large creature, possibly Leviathan, has entered our ocean's ecosystems, eating the wildlife and scaring them as well. But there's a second theory stating that some sort of frequency device is being used or tested, heating up the oceans and scaring the wildlife. Leave a like and let me know what you think.
They might have pissed off a bloop, bro.
What's a bleep?
It's like a megalodon blue whale hybrid, bro.
These are the 5 scariest sounds ever recorded in the ocean, and the last one is the scariest of all. First sound was recorded years ago by researchers in the Mariana Trench. Many believe it to be an unknown creature living in the Mariana Trench. This is the sound of a beluga whale impersonating a human. Scientists are still confused as to why whales try to sound like humans. Next one is the sound of a creature scratching the ocean floor, and by the sound of it, this thing is massive. This is the sound of a humpback whale hunting. Scariest sound ever recorded is the bloop. Scientists claim that it was just an iceberg breaking.
Iceberg, bro.
Yeah, it didn't sound like an iceberg.
The bloop. Most of you have already probably heard it, but maybe you haven't heard the actual real-time recorded version. It was first heard in 1997 when it was picked up on hydrophones across the Pacific, and whatever it was very, very loud.
This thing is massive. This is the sound of a humpback whale hunting. Scariest sound ever recorded is the bloop. Scientists claim that it was just an iceberg breaking.
They ain't no iceberg, bro.
Yeah, it didn't sound like an iceberg.
The bloop. Most of you have already probably heard it, but maybe you haven't heard the actual real-time recorded version. It was first heard in 1997 when it was picked up on hydrophones across the Pacific, and whatever it was very, very loud. The underwater microphones that picked it up were around 3,000 miles away and still managed to detect it. Most versions on the internet have been speeded up by 16 times so that the bloop can be heard easier, but the original version I find far more eerie and mysterious. Let's take a listen.
Sounds like a USO, bro.
Don't sound like a big fish.
Trust me, bro. The bloop is out there. That was scary, bro.
Shortly after this recording, the sound was pinpointed by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. It was located around 650 miles off the South American coast in a remote corner of the Pacific Ocean. Fans of fictional tales went wild because it's around here that the legendary Cthulhu creature written by H.P. Lovecraft in 1928 was alleged to have lived. Now, although the NOAA now believe the sound was caused by an icequake, there is actually no real evidence to prove that this was the cause. So, what do you think it was caused by? Some say it was a blue whale, but there are no recorded blue whales in history whose sound could be heard from 3,000 miles away. Others strongly believe it was some sort of whale hybrid or other enormous unknown sea creature.
The bloop is real, bro.
We're getting a bit off subject here, mate.
You need to know about the bloop, bro.
If you're ever in the ocean, you hear a super deep roar, you probably shouldn't swim in that direction, because it might be the bloop. The bloop is a name given to the sound of an ultra-low frequency that was recorded in the South Pacific Ocean off the coast of South America. It sounded like this. Early speculations was that the sound was from a very large, undiscovered marine mammal due to its deepness. But in 2012, although they didn't know for sure, scientists decided it was more likely a giant iceberg that was cracking and breaking away from Antarctica. However, guys, this is a map of all the unmapped areas of the ocean floor around the world. Literally 80% has not been seen. Who are we to say the bloop isn't out there terrorizing the ocean and eating whales or boats? Tell me what you guys think. I'm on Team Bloop.
Someone would have caught something that massive on camera by now, mate.
They already have, bro.
Look, they spotted the blob. It's only for a couple seconds. Look at that shit. So for those who don't know, the blob is basically supposed to be one of the biggest sea creatures that exists in the ocean, supposedly. Everybody thought to believe the megalodon, but it's really the blob. Right here, this is like a baby blob, and this is a blue whale. They said that, you know, the blue whale is supposed to be the biggest ocean creature, but nah, bro. The blob is given the name of a mysterious underwater sound recorded in the 1990s, right? They try to tell people that it was just ice shells breaking in the Arctic and all that, right? But they said that the sound was so scary that it sounded like a group of 90 blue whales from one sound. Now, this is supposed to be a 3D image of like how big the blob is compared to a human. And y'all wonder why people still to be in the ocean, right? We're gonna run it real quick one more time. Look, y'all, look at that shit. Oh my God.
Ted, that was fake.
What about this one then?
Have you seen this footage? This is of the Leviathan, or Levadiana, whatever the hell you call it. It attacked this cruise ship. Just take a look at this. What could it be? What is that?
Damn, look at that, bro.
I look like Godzilla.
That one probably wasn't a Leviathan. It's the year of a dragon.
Yep.
This is it for us, as scientists have found this angry biblical creature that is larger than a continent coming out of the water, and we have been warned about this for centuries. People were terrified after a biblical end-of-the-world creature was seemingly spotted on Earth, as the Bible warns us in Isaiah 27:1 that a huge Leviathan creature will roam around until Judgment Day, and when it rises, it will be the end for us all. And many are horrified, saying it's rising up now. Experts had taken this aerial view of a huge Leviathan-like head underneath the ocean, with many saying it cannot be landmass, as what appears to be its head is moving. Many people were terrified, with even sonar equipment back in May showing something dark and hundreds of feet in the water starting to move to the surface, and it's already bigger than the size of Texas. It's believed to be coming to the US, as Wyoming recently just had a huge crack the size of 6 football fields open up almost immediately, with scientists still not knowing fully how or why. Even just the frequency of earthquakes recently, to even several whales and animals just ending up on the shore not alive anymore, have all been eerie signs. Several articles and studies have not been able to fully clarify where all these things are coming from.
Ted, nothing on Earth can have a head the size of South America.
It could be a Julia, bro.
If NASA discovered a massive skyscraper-sized sea monster in Antarctica, what do you think they would do? So just like the sound the bloop was recorded in the ocean, there was another similar sound recorded back in 1999 called Julia. This sound kinda eerily sounds like a woman's voice underwater. It was so loud that it could be heard for over 3,000 miles. And while scientists say it was likely just an iceberg rubbing against something, others speculate it was something way more interesting. Some claim that at the same time the sound was recorded underwater, a NASA satellite got a picture of a shadow 2 times the size of the Empire State Building moving near Antarctica. However, it's said that this satellite image is just like a conspiracy or misinformation, which I love spread. But anyways, if you want to hear more about Antarctica monster myths, I just did a longer video on YouTube about it. Go check it out.
So we got a UFO base, a Leviathan, bloody penguins, and a bluff and a bloop.
I've seen crazier shit, bro.
In January 2015, investigative reporter Linda Moulton Howe stumbled upon a mysterious Antarctic tale when she got an email from Brian, a retired U.S. naval flight engineer with a wild story from his time in Antarctica in the 80s and 90s. Brian dropped a bombshell, claiming he saw some seriously strange stuff during his 4,000 flight hours over Antarctica.
Naval flight engineer. He's asked me to call him only Brian.
The juiciest part of the story is that he stumbled upon a massive, perfect circle carved into the Antarctic ice sheet, leading to a glowing cave entrance below.
Looks like a butthole.
But here's where it gets even weirder. When Brian tried to get closer, all the gadgets in his aircraft went haywire, and they had to do an emergency restart.
Dang.
After that encounter, shady authorities confiscated records and gave Brian and his crew the silent treatment. Intrigued by the craziness of Brian's story, Linda dug deeper.
Something archaeological in Antarctica.
Brian later spilled the beans on what went down. In 1987, during a resupply flight out of McMurdo Station, Brian and his crew got last-minute orders to pick up something from a remote campsite in Antarctica's interior. When they arrived, they found the camp trashed and deserted, with no sign of human activity anywhere.
Dang.
This creepy scenario kicked off a string of disappearances at Antarctic stations. Odd radio bursts in strange languages popped up before each disappearance, coming from some unknown source deep under the ice. As the crew got jittery, Brian's co-pilot spotted a big shiny craft silently cruising past their cockpit.
A signal came from under the ice.
Yeah, bro. There's a lot going on under the ice in Antarctica. But we'll have to save that for next time.
Hold up, Ted. We got more supers from the guides.
Tell them about the candles, bro.
We found a company that only supplies churches, so we called them up and managed to talk them into supplying us. So now they're supplying churches and us. So thanks, guys. That's because of you. We've been buying them individually every week, so the donations really help, guys. Thanks.
Cameras.
We do have evidence that the man in the maroon shirt met with TPUSA before the shooting ever happened there on campus, though. On the gun that was presumably fired, we do see Tyler Robinson's DNA, along with a little bit of Lance Twiggs, but this DNA was on the gun. Now, however, the DNA was never up on the roof. What we saw on the roof where he supposedly jumped down and on the windows and such was DNA that does not match his.
Trying to use AI-enhanced video as evidence is insane.
That's why they're not releasing it to the public, bro.
For anyone believing the story that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk with a bolt-action rifle, here are 5 reasons why you're being played. 1. UVU has over 2,000 cameras on campus and they haven't released any of the footage to the public. Why, if not a cover-up? 2. They cemented the entire surface right after he got killed. Why, if not covering up evidence? Just like there are exploding pagers, there are exploding microphones. 3. The security details signaling to each other seconds before the incident, then looking pretty relaxed, not even pulling out their guns. 4. Charlie had a lot of influence on the younger generation, and he started questioning AIPAC's influence. He was against the war in Iran, and his favorite congressman was Thomas Massie, the guy that AIPAC invested over $30 million to defeat. And now the US is at war with Iran, and everything that Charlie was calling out is turning to reality. And 5, and most importantly, all the inconsistencies surrounding Erica Kirk. If you're Charlie's wife, don't you want to investigate these things? If all this doesn't add up for us, it shouldn't add up for you. But no, she just wants us to move on and play the grieving widow. And now some guy who's most likely innocent is facing the death penalty. The people that fabricated this story are testing to see how stupid we are and how much they can get away with. And that level of arrogance will eventually be their downfall.
Don't know what to make of this case, but it reeks of a cover-up.
The official narrative's nonsense, bro.
Charlie Kirk, during an event at Utah Valley University, was shot on September 10, 2025. From nearly 400 feet, or about 120 meters away, the gunman had been lying in wait. A single round tears through the air, hitting Kirk in the neck. The crowd erupts in panic. The shooter immediately ran across the roof as people scatter in fear. He leaps to the ground and disappears into the neighborhood. Officers rush to the stage. Kirk is pulled away and taken to a hospital. A massive manhunt begins. Heavily armed police search every corner. Nearby, officers recover a Mauser bolt-action rifle, hidden in the woods and wrapped in a towel. Meanwhile, the suspect flees nearly 250 miles south to his hometown of St. George, Utah, where his father confronts him after recognizing him in surveillance images. Tyler admits his role. 33 hours after the shooting, police surround the home. Tyler Robinson is arrested without resistance.
They even made the gun disappear in the animation.
They're saying he disassembled it before he jumped off the roof, bro.
They said the gun that Tyler Robinson had, when you watch the video, he jumps off the roof. He allegedly takes that gun, puts it in the woods. Now, they claim that this gun was disassembled because when you see him jump off the roof, he clearly didn't have a gun in his hand. If he did, if it was somehow on him, it had to have been disassembled. But here's the problem. The gun found in the woods was not a gun that was even able to be disassembled. And take into account the time that would take to even do that, let's just say that this was even hypothetically possible, where the shooter took the shot, assembled the gun, took the shot, disassembled the gun, jumped off the roof, stashed the gun somewhere in the woods assembled, got in his car, somehow took off 250 miles, evading law enforcement, made it back to his home, and only until he was accused by his neighbor and his father who turned him in, he was the actual prime suspect, and now he's being charged for the aggravated murder of Charlie Kirk, which is now being discussed as a capital punishment. It's all very strange, and I think anyone's naive to come to a direct conclusion until there's firm evidence.
The whole thing's shady as fuck.
I told you, bro. It was an inside job.
I've got a video of a guy breaking down a Mauser. Watch this guy break this down.
This is my rifle. It takes 2 different tools to take it apart. It takes a Torx key and an Allen key. Now, if I take a shot and immediately disassemble this, I have to remove the bolt, remove the magazine, grab my Allen key, hit the 2 bolts on the bottom, put those away in the Allen key, grab my Torx key, remove the scope, put everything in the backpack, make sure I have everything, and make my way downtown. Okay, which is going to take a lot longer for him than it is for me, especially because his fine-tuned motor function, something as simple as grabbing an Allen key to a little bolt, is going to be extremely impaired due to a dump of adrenaline throughout his bloodstream. An extreme elevated heart rate is going to make these fine-tuned skills extremely difficult. I mean, just for him to think and analyze of what needs to be done to disassemble this rifle and get away would be difficult. And we're not even going to touch the topic of him assembling the rifle on top of the roof, which if you reassemble a rifle and you take a cold dead shot, it's not going to be 100% accurate. Okay? Or the fact that he disassembled this after taking a shot, which the rifle's going to be hot and he found no gloves. There's just so many inconsistencies that just makes zero sense. I mean, I'm still working on this and I have taken this rifle apart 1,000 times. Now he has to put the pieces of the rifle into a backpack. And this is a gigantic backpack. Shout out Wolfpack, best backpacks on the fucking planet. Anyways, as you can see, this barrel, broken down, does not fit in this backpack.
I wish I was a cop. I'd sit there and like, this story is horseshit.
It's true. The rifle would need recalibrating after we reassembled it. But he was probably aiming for his head, and he hit his neck.
The bullet fragments didn't even match the gun, bro.
Exhibit 6 is the bullet fragment, the bullet jacket fragment, as well as some other fragments that were recovered from Mr. Kirk at the time of autopsy.
Thank you. Going back to page 2, will you read the first full paragraph there, beginning with Exhibit 6?
Yes. Exhibit 6 consists of one .30 caliber class deformed damaged bullet jacket fragment and 4 lead fragments.
Will you read the next paragraph as well?
The Exhibit 6A bullet jacket fragment could not be identified or excluded as having been fired from the Exhibit 1 rifle based on an agreement of all discernible class characteristics and neither sufficient agreement nor sufficient disagreement of individual characteristics. The results of the comparison was inconclusive.
Yeah, that's a bit odd.
It's because it was an exploding mic, bro.
There's also the fact that this guy supposedly climbed on the roof with it and then assembled it, which doesn't make sense because if you assemble it, that means you have to take the scope off, put the scope back on. You have to zero the rifle after you do stuff like that.
Yeah, the guy who had killed or allegedly killed Osama bin Laden. Who's that? Mike? Who's the?
I know who you're talking about. The Navy SEAL.
Yep, he was just talking about that. And I only say allegedly because I don't know anything about that. I don't know the specifics, even though I read the freaking book he wrote. But yeah, he was saying that to be able to do all that and get off of that roof, it all seems bizarre.
Not only that, they supposedly disconnected the rifle again, took it apart on the roof, put it in his backpack, jumped off with it, and then reassembled it and left it in the woods?
Yeah, that don't make sense.
I'm telling you, bro, it was an exploding mic.
I've been in a lot of shootings. I've killed more than a handful of people, and this thing looked shady off the bat. I mean, I've killed people closer than I saw the camera, and I've never seen a shirt move like that. That looks like an explosion to me. Just the fact that no one started doing first aid to Charlie Kirk, they were more concerned about getting SIM cards out of cameras, removing cameras, and then getting him off the X somehow. There didn't seem a lot of concern for his life. It seemed like just clean it up, and then, I mean, I've been told they paid it over a couple days later, and then you get Erica Kirk behind all the razzle-dazzle, and she's really quick to forgive the alleged shooter, which technically says that was him because I forgive him, but that you can't forgive Candace Owens for having an opinion or asking questions. And they mock people by saying, oh, I'm just asking questions. Yeah, I'm a SEAL Team 6 sniper. I'm asking a lot of questions. No one wants to answer them.
And you're able to ask these questions because you've been there. General, same to you. So this rifle, this 30-06, it's a powerful rifle. What do you make of this narrative that the bullet might have hit Charlie's spine, which would explain why the damage wasn't what you would typically see with a rifle like that from that range?
No. That's not what happened, and this is the thing that hurts here is, and what bothers me the most out of it.
Wait, General, you don't think that's what happened?
Absolutely not. I'm with Rob. Something exploded on him.
I told you, bro. The mic exploded.
Where have we seen that happen before?
When leaders from around the world visit each other, they tend to bring gifts with them. Do you want to know what Donald Trump received from the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu? A golden pager, which is a disgusting symbol and reference to the thousands of explosives that they hid inside of pagers and walkie-talkies, which led to the deaths of people like this girl. This is her funeral, right here. Israel hid those explosives in devices, knowing that the people carrying them would be in the civilian population. These devices went off in schools, inside of restaurants, supermarkets, inside of hospitals. Multiple children were killed. Medics were killed. This injured over 3,000 people, and they made the pager beep before it exploding, knowing that people will pick it up and look at it, so it exploded in their face. People were maimed. There was one story of a mechanic picking up his friend's pager, looking at it, and it said error, and it exploded in his face, and this person is now maimed for life. He lost an eye.
It's fucking savage.
That's why they gifted Trump a golden pager, bro. It was a threat.
We fast forward now to February 4th, 2025, just a few weeks after Trump's inauguration into his second presidential term. Bibi Netanyahu enters the White House and presents President Trump with a gift, a golden pager, a nod to the Mossad's pager operation. I'm sorry, but why? Why? What is the context of that? Is that like an inside joke? Is it a threat? Because Donald Trump was not president when the pager operation took place. President Biden was. So why would he gift this to Donald Trump? American troops were not involved, so far as we know.
Either way, it's an insane gift.
Trust me, bro, it was a threat.
Some very shocking questions are now popping up about Charlie Kirk's body.
You guys realize that we still don't know where Charlie Kirk is buried, right? And looking back on this video of Erica Kirk crying over Charlie's body, something felt weird about it, and not for the obvious reasons. Like, it should have been a private moment, yes, not a public moment, but that's not what bothered me, and I couldn't quite figure it out until I started looking at the dates. Charlie was assassinated on September 10th, and this video was posted by Erica just 2 days later on the 12th. The highest profile political assassination since JFK, and he's in a casket ready to be buried 2 days later? Is that even enough time to do a thorough autopsy investigation and bombing preparation of the body and flying the body back to Arizona? The body couldn't have been in the state's evidence longer than 24 hours, which is really crazy when you think about it.
He's not wrong. It doesn't make sense that Charlie's body was handed over to TPUSA so quickly. Then again, they also gave Charlie's cross necklace to Erica almost immediately after the incident.
So many things point to it being a cover-up.
Yeah, bro. That's why they concreted over the crime scene so fast.
The construction crew, they got to completely plaster over the crime scene where Charlie Kirk was assassinated. The text messages got out that they wanted a construction crew that could keep their mouth shut. We already covered that before. Well, watch this. This guy says he was one of the guys who paved over it, right? Watch this.
You better fucking believe it. I'm gonna go help.
I'm gonna go help.
All it was. I'm gonna go help these guys. He's asking for help. They want to do it right. He framed it in the sense that, hey, we want this to be done right. So that's why I showed up. So, I mean, to do pavers correctly, you over excavate. You get rid of the tops. So
you do.
You do 100%. Okay. You want to get a good base. And these guys had kind of, there was two guys in charge and a ragtag crew. The second guy that I hadn't talked to on the phone basically said, hey, look, we're not talking to anybody. We're not saying anything to the media. He says this is above our pay grade. The FBI and the state, the governor and the FBI, that's what they told me. The governor and the FBI said they want this done by Monday. And we need to get it done. We're not asking.
What the fuck?
Yeah, bro. They even used crisis actors.
Yo, what's good? We're trying to hit 250k subscribers. We're giving away a free P.
It was an inside job.
Bet you didn't see this.
Dan Flood and Mikey McCoy lock eyes. Look at them looking at each other, moments before Charlie's about to be killed. Mikey raises his phone close up to his face and can be seen to visibly be interacting with it in some way. He briefly looks up, puts it back under his arm. Dan Flood gives a little head dip, nod, looks over at Mikey, moves his head back, raises his arm, gives the signal. Boom. Charlie's dead.
Until that can be explained to me, and until it can actually be explained in a way that it makes sense, this was absolutely an inside job, and the official narrative is utter bullcrap. Until somebody can explain why they looked at each other exactly when they did, why the hand signals and just all of the things seem to be perfectly aligned with them signaling each other for some reason. Why Mikey has his phone like coming up right before Charlie gets shot and then immediately ready to jump on it without even looking at what happens with Charlie. He just jumps on the phone, turns around, walks the other direction. Until all of that can be explained. But so far, nobody's been able to explain it to me.
If you watch the full video, it's clear that the guys giving the signals don't even flinch when the gun goes off.
I told you, bro. It wasn't a gun.
Why would anybody want to kill Charlie Kirk? So I was a bounty hunter. One of the first things that you learn is, well, before this person is eliminated, what were they talking about? And so I went back and looked at, well, what was Charlie Kirk talking about in the days, weeks, and months leading up to his murder? He was talking about this multifaceted occupation very openly. He was pissing a lot of people off. And since then, we've learned a lot about a pressure session in the Hamptons at Bill Ackman's mansion, where he was surrounded by fanatical Zionists. Benjamin Netanyahu phoned in, and that Charlie Kirk rejected $150 million in funding, and then he had heard rumors that there was $1 billion on the table. And then we come to find out through Candace Owens that there's this gentleman called Pierre in Israel, who was one of the first people to announce that he was aware of Charlie Kirk's death, that actually had offered Charlie $1 billion, which Charlie rejected. Wow. And you find out that all of that money immediately after Charlie's death was accepted. Turning Point USA, and it's pretty eye-opening when you look at who the people are that are around him, and that's up to and including his wife. I've been very open about saying it's my opinion that she, at minimum, had foreknowledge.
Love him or hate him, you gotta respect him for not taking their money.
Erica took it immediately, bro.
Lori Francevy and Ken Francevy, Erica's parents, and Erica at the time, Francevy, moved from New York to Arizona to be in close proximity to Fort Huachuca because that's where Lori Francevy was designing and testing weapons of war for the future. She is a defense contractor with a company that's actually listed with FARA as an Israeli company agency that was used to spy on American Christians during a memorial for Charlie Kirk. Erica Kirk actually filmed a movie on Fort Huachuca where she was dressed in all black, like literally dressed like an assassin, and played the role of an assassin on a rooftop with a rifle.
Jesus, this is like, it's like they're telling you.
And Ken Francevy, by the way, her dad, this guy is like the founder of Raytheon Israel Ltd, and he's directly connected to the funding apparatus for the Iron Dome. So he was like fleecing American taxpayers and working directly with Israel to the tune of hundreds of billions of dollars for this Iron Dome. And then when she went on with Barry Weiss, she's like, yeah, I never really dated, and I don't find drinking to be productive. You were on a reality romance television show. It was nationally televised where you were dating and drinking. She covered up that engagement to the baseball player. She seems like a real, like, promiscuous Jezebel spirit type of deceptive liar demon thing.
They're all Satanists, bro.
Come on, Ted, not everyone's a bloody Satanist.
Trust me, bro. They actually are.
These are Erica Kirk's parents, Lori and Kent Francevy, pictured here as an older couple. But they're also pictured here as a younger couple next to a woman named Lilith Aquino, who is the wife of Michael Aquino. And if you don't know who Michael Aquino is, he's one of the most prolific Satanists that was in our military. Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino, a high-ranking Satanist and military official who specialized in psychological operations, founded the first tax-exempt and government-recognized satanic institution, the Temple of Set, in 1975. He joined the military in 1968, was an active member in Anton LaVey's Church of Satan from 1969 to 75. Aquino's home was raided on August 14, 1987, and although videos of him were found performing satanic ritualistic blank blank on children, no charges were brought against him because he was a CIA operative, and the issue was a matter of quote-unquote national security. And real quick, this is a picture of Michael Aquino and his wife, Lilith Aquino, that we saw in the first picture, pictured next to Erica Kirk's parents.
How can he be in the military and be an open Satanist?
They don't care, bro. Look at Jack Parsons.
Now, if this seems a little bit too out there for you, I'm going to leave you with this clip where Michael Aquino will explain everything himself. Give it a listen.
Aquino and his wife, you are a lieutenant colonel in the United States Army. Correct. Now, and how does the Army feel about you being head of the Temple of Set?
The Army has known about my religion for the entire span of my Army career, which began in 1968. And there was a reasonable amount of curiosity, as there has been all the way along, with what exactly is this strange and unusual thing. And I've talked about it in much the same way that I've talked here today on your show about it. And other than that, the Army has paid very little attention to it.
So you just go about your Army duties and it's fine and Okay, yeah.
There are some out there internet theories that claim that J.D. Vance and Erica Kirk are both secret children of Michael Aquino. Now, Maybe this is a coincidence, but me personally, I don't believe in such things.
It's all getting a bit far-fetched now, mate.
Come on, bro. They're identical.
The strangest part isn't Charlie Kirk. It isn't even TPUSA. The strangest part is the lineage behind it. Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino wrote a book called Mind War while stationed at the Presidio in San Francisco. Not a self-help book, not a political rant, a blueprint for psychological warfare. Mass persuasion, narrative control, cognitive terrain. And Aquino was also an open Satanist. He never hid it, never denied it. Now here's the part people skip past. Aquino didn't write Mind War alone. His collaborative with retired Major General Paul E. Vallely. Fast forward. Vallely sits on the board at Turning Point USA. So take a step back. Strip away the merch, the slogans, the crowd noise. What is TPUSA actually doing? It's not just debating ideas. It's persuasion at scale, changing minds, moving groups, steering perception. And when the same people tied to a psychological warfare playbook are embedded inside a movement built to shape mass belief, coincidence stops being a useful explanation. This isn't about symbols. This is about methods. Because Mind War doesn't care what flag you wave. It only cares that you don't notice you're waving it.
To me, I think he was a very high-ranking, powerful guy. Like I said, he was high up in the military, but it seems like he was running all these dark programs, like almost all these satanic panics, allegedly, where kids were being abused. His name comes up. And it was also alleged he was involved in Project Monarch, which is after MK Ultra ended, which MK Ultra is 100% proven because they found the financial records where they were like torturing, abusing people for mind control. It was mind control operations. And it believed he was also, it appears to me and lots of other people, that Aquino was also tied into this.
I think we're going off the rails a bit here, mate.
Trust me, bro. It's all about ancient bloodlines.
Erica Kirk, she's Jesuit educated. We know that they're kind of the Mancunian candidates of the Vatican. They were financed originally by the Farnese family. The black nobility, I think, is where we look at the top. So I think that she's connected in with these old, ancient Vatican, Papal, European nobility families. Donald Trump, I think, absolutely is. It's the Triple Crown. It's the City of London, Washington, D.C., and the Vatican. That's the corporation. It's the Crown Corporation. So I think she's deeply connected in with those lot. I think the Mossad thing is not a distraction, but it's an element. Now, if we see this as a sort of stepping stone stairwell to get to where we think the top bit of control is, Mossad is a step, an element, but it's not the top at all. The Rothschilds bailed out Donald Trump through Wilbur Ross, who was a Jesuit. So we're looking at these old Babylonian bloodlines, who at least they believe anyway, that it's about carrying that bloodline. So I think she is in with the Jesuits. She said when she met Charlie, when she first saw him, she spotted him in the snake of the queue at the airport or something like that.
Officially, they met at a meeting, but she, for some reason, gave this speech after he died, just for the listeners' context, and she says, I didn't know who he was then, but I did see a person I somewhat recognized from TV that turned out to be Charlie Kirk when we were both in Israel in the snake of the line, waiting to do the Wailing Wall thing, I suppose. But yeah, another snake reference. God damn.
Why does it always go back to the Rothschilds?
Because they rule the world, bro.
The British royal family has been flatlie royal since 1840. Explain that. Flatlie royal means illegitimate, not allowed on the throne. So, from the Battle of Waterloo, the British royal family lost all their money and they've been funded by the Rothschilds in exchange for breeding rights. So the Rothschilds had the breeding rights to the British royal family from 1819 to 2019. So what was the purpose of the Rothschilds needing this? The British royal family were virtually bankrupt from 1815. So the Rothschilds funded the British royal family in exchange for the Rothschilds breeding the royals. So the whole British royal family are Rothschild Batards. And Batard is the royal name for bastard. So what I did in my legal documents is I exposed King George V of England as being sired by Tsar Alexander III of Russia, and I exposed Queen Elizabeth II
as sired by artificial insemination by Winston Churchill, who was actually the illegitimate son of King Edward VII.
I told you, bro. It always goes back to the Rothschilds. But we'll have to save that for next time.
Before we get into the giveaway, we got to say a big thanks to everyone ordering them. Let's get back to the giveaway.
Leave a comment for a chance to win in our next episode. Let's do this, bro.
Bang bang!
Blah, blah.
Contact us on our website to claim your prize.
That's terrortedstowels.com. Go grab some merch, bro.
And as always, thanks for watching. Remember to like, comment and subscribe. And we'll see you in the next one.
DARPA is our advanced weapons.
Yes.
It's our advanced technology weapons, correct?
All the technology that we use today is from DARPA. That phone you have is from DARPA.
If there are flying saucers and they're not little green men from outer space, DARPA made them. Seriously.
DARPA invented the internet.
Yes, absolutely true. DARPA was telepathically talking to dolphins in like 1992. The program had this creepy Illuminati logo. I mean, look at this thing.
Yo, what's good? We're back with another one.
It's showtime.
All the technology that we use today is from DARPA, which is a part of the government. They handle all of our military defensive systems, offensive systems. They create all the technology that we use today. The first self-driving car was in 1984 by DARPA. So all the stuff that we think is brand new and amazing, they've been had all this stuff. That phone you have is from DARPA. Facebook, Meta, yeah, that's all DARPA tech. They all work for the government. Why do you think it's free? Because you're the product. The fact that they're giving us ChatGPT and all this great technology, isn't it great? Man, they had this shit 30 years ago.
Is DARPA American?
DARPA is part of the government, yes. Think of it like S.H.I.E.L.D. You know Marvel?
Yeah.
They're S.H.I.E.L.D. They're like part of the shadow government, which they get all their funding from something called the black budget, which essentially is above the government. They don't listen to Congress or the POTUS seat. They can green light any project that they want from the black budget and then just like, oh, okay, yeah, let's do this now. We don't have to have, the president sign off, Congress, nobody.
How can they operate without needing anything signed off?
It goes back to the space race, bro.
DARPA was created in 1957-58.
I can't remember what it stands for, but basically DARPA is our advanced weapons.
Yes.
It's our advanced technology weapons, correct?
It began in 1957 after the Russians launched Sputnik. We got caught by scientific military surprise. That was like a bad thing. Herb Bjork becomes its first science director. The reason Sputnik was so threatening, it was a satellite, the Russian satellite, the first one orbiting Earth. The reason it was threatening was because it takes a rocket to get a satellite into space. If you can put a satellite in space, pretty soon you can put a nuclear warhead on that rocket and hit the United States. That was 1957. That's where everything changed. And so Herb Bjork wanted to know in seconds and minutes how long it took for that ICBM to get to the United States. So he hired the smartest guys in the room, the Jason scientists, about which there are extraordinary many conspiracy theories.
It's also why they faked the moon landing, bro.
Come on, let's stay on subject.
DARPA is something most Americans have never heard of. It's the biggest collection of geniuses anywhere in government. These are the guys that are creating not the next generation of technology, but 3 generations from now. If there are flying saucers and they're not little green men from outer space, DARPA made them. Seriously. This always struck me as very funny. DARPA's work is so classified that one DARPA scientist sitting next to another DARPA scientist has no idea what the other guy's working on. It's too highly classified. I mean, even at the CIA, we weren't cleared.
Not even at your position?
I had to get a Q clearance once because I had to go to the Department of Energy to talk about a nuclear issue. Nobody liked the fact that I had the clearance, and I ended up having the clearance just for 1 day, and then they revoked it. But that's how DARPA is too. This is another thing that always struck me as funny. There's a DARPA website, and they have pictures of scientists like, working together all in bliss. These are just generic pictures of random people you pull off the internet. These aren't DARPA people that are in the pictures. You can't show the DARPA people. They're too highly cleared.
They're 30 years ahead, bro. What we've got now, they're decades ago.
Makes you wonder what they're working on now.
DARPA invented the internet.
Yes, absolutely true.
Wow. Did DARPA invent GPS?
Sort of. So what we did is we actually got GPS into a small form factor. So that's what DARPA did. So the fact that you can have GPS in your cell phones or things like that was absolutely prompted by DARPA.
Okay, did you invent Siri?
Yes, Siri came out of my office.
But if you were to ask anybody in this country who invented Siri, they'd say Apple.
Oh yeah.
Apple. They get all the credit.
Great.
They get none of the credit.
You know what? That's the best transition in the world.
It is? That's okay with DARPA.
Oh yeah. Because Apple had a huge role in inventing Siri as well. It's not like I handed them a finished product. We handed them a bunch of technologies that were very useful, and it was their job to then take that.
Well, not useful, essential.
Yes, fair. Essential, but still, they put a huge amount of effort and research into it, and so together we make a product.
Apple just made the interface.
They're all plans for DARPA, bro.
You've said figures like Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, and Bill Gates are not geniuses, but front people. Steve Jobs didn't invent the iPhone. Do you think the government invented social media and AI?
Well, if you go back to the 1970s, the government had a huge credibility problem. The Pentagon had put all this money into the internet as a surveillance tool. They wanted to promote the internet and computers as a way to control people. But the problem is, Americans had this experience of the Vietnam War. There were the Church Committee hearings. Americans knew the CIA was this evil organization. There was absolutely no choice in government. So you needed a strategy of how to make people believe computers were safe and cute and innocuous. And the strategy they came up with is, let's just open source this to nerds. So Steve Jobs partnered with Steve Wozniak. People don't know this, but Steve Wozniak was an employee of Hewlett Packard, which is a defense contractor. Whatever he created actually belonged as an IP to HP. So Steve Wozniak creates this computer, and then he goes to his superiors at HP and says, listen, this computer, I'm happy to give it to you guys. And they told him, no, we don't want it. Go sell it yourself. It's yours. And then he becomes a billionaire along with Bill Gates. You have to ask yourself, why would they do that?
I'm guessing it's so they can control them.
It's to control us, bro.
One of the very earliest computer scientists, whose name was Norbert Wiener, and he wrote a book back in the 50s, from before I was even born, called The Human Use of Human Beings. In the book, he described the potential to create a computer system that would be gathering data from people and providing feedback to those people in real time in order to put them kind of partially statistically in a Skinner box, in a behaviorist system. And he has this amazing line where he says, one could imagine a global computer system where everybody has devices on them all the time, and the devices are giving them feedback based on what they did. And the whole population is subject to a degree of behavior modification. Such a society would be insane, could not survive, could not face its problems. And then he says, but this is only a thought experiment, and such a future is technologically infeasible. And yet, of course, it's what we have created, and it's what we must undo.
They don't want to undo it, bro. It's by design.
Wiener must be rolling in his grave.
So the government once had a DARPA program called LifeLog, built to track every email, every photo, every location, every purchase a person made all in one place. They killed it on February 4th, 2004. The next day, Mark Zuckerberg filed the LLC for the Facebook Incorporated. Scale 1 to 10. How much of a coincidence is that?
A 1 or 2. There's some people, I'm not one of them, maybe you're not one of them, who are constantly thinking about how to monetize literally everything. they also have very deep connections in government. Well, we've known since Tom Drake went public in 2002 that NSA is intercepting every phone call, every text message, every email. Okay, why not go farther than that and intercept everything else? If DARPA was doing it, he knew DARPA was doing it because he has contracts in government, sensitive contracts, and he knows that they dropped it. Why not pick it up and figure out how to monetize it? I believe that's what happened.
That can't be a coincidence.
I told you, bro. They're all government plants.
These are data harvesting entities. They know everything about you, who your friends are, your location, what you like to eat. Like, even if you look at TikTok, they have a predictive thing to where it views your biometric data to where you see like your retinas to see what you get excited over, what you're looking at, what ads excite you, this, that. They have all that stuff, right? So yes, Facebook, the same day that they were created, a project named LifeLog ended, which was essentially Facebook and its data collected. Even if you look into Oracle, so you guys know Larry Ellison, right? Can anybody tell me why his first client before he started Oracle that we know today was the CIA themselves? In a project called Oracle. Surprise. And this is in the 1970s, right? So there was data collecting and all that stuff. So all these companies that we come to know today have some type of government background, government backing, and then they release and like, oh, look at this mogul. Look at this person. Aren't they so great? They're a genius, right?
Looks like they're all frontmen for DARPA.
I told you, bro. DARPA have been behind AI since the beginning.
Sam Altman didn't build AI. Neither did Elon Musk. Neither did Jeff Bezos. Let me tell you who did. In 1956, a group of scientists gathered at Dartmouth College. Math professor John McCarthy, along with Marvin Minsky, Nathaniel Rochester, and Claude Shannon, coined the term artificial intelligence. They received a $7,500 private grant to study whether machines could think. What followed was decades of funding from DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, the same government agency that invented the internet, paid for by American taxpayers. That's where AI was actually born, not in a Silicon Valley garage, in a classroom, in a government lab, paid for by us. Then Altman, Bezos, and Musk showed up and claimed to own it. They didn't write Shakespeare, they didn't discover penicillin, but they scraped all of it. Every book ever written, every photo ever taken, every song, every story, every medical record. Everything ever written by every author in the history of the world, without asking, without paying, without telling you, then built a subscription wall around your own history and charged you to get in. That's not innovation, that's theft.
It's the same with Palantir, bro. DARPA started all of them.
Great, and they're making war machines.
The Pentagon is currently testing something called the Total Information Awareness Program. The American Civil Liberties Union calls it the most extensive surveillance program in history.
It was going to basically spy on all Americans, total information awareness, right?
The idea was that a potential terrorist would leave a digital trail, but in order to find that trail, you had to collect all of the digital information there was, from anywhere and everywhere that you could find it.
They're going to use every telephone call you ever make, every text you ever make, every Google search, every website you ever go to. They have a way of collecting all of that data.
The program had this creepy Illuminati logo of a pyramid with this all-seeing eye looking down on Earth. I mean, look at this thing.
All these organizations pushed back against it, so the government said, okay, we're not going to do it anymore. But then Palantir was like, well, we'll do it because we don't have those.
Well,
go ahead.
It's even worse than that. Palantir didn't exist yet. Peter Thiel created Palantir as total information awareness was getting into trouble and experiencing the public backfight. And as they were setting it up, they used Richard Pearl to connect them with Poindexter, who was running total information awareness, about they essentially privatizing the program and having Palantir do a TIA.
Having the all-seeing eye in their logo is diabolical.
It's always been about control, bro. Now they're making killer robots.
How US Marines use the cardboard box to fool a robot is not what you think.
The Squad X program was a DARPA initiative where autonomous robots and military personnel fought side by side. In one of the tests, a team of DARPA engineers took 6 days to train a robot on human movements and detection by having it observe the Marines. And on day 7, the Marines were told to approach and touch the robot without being detected. But the Marines used some unconventional tactics to approach the robot, including somersaulting continuously toward it, sneaking forward under a cardboard box, and stripping and using a fir tree as camouflage. Of course, the robot, which was trained on regular human movements, failed to detect any of the Marines.
We ain't got anything to worry about yet.
Trust me, bro. They've got robots that eat dead people.
You ever see that DARPA robot that they built? They built a DARPA robot called the Eater robot. EATR. I forget what it stands for. But it's fueled by biological material.
Dude. Dude, sometimes I feel like scientists don't watch any movie.
Or they watch them all.
Oh, they watch them all and like, I'm gonna do that.
They're like, what do we do? What are we doing here? We're making fucking weapons. All right, what's the best way to fuel these things? Is it solar? Should we get out there and fill their tank up with gas? Or let them eat bodies? And I think it was any kind of biological material. So it could be plants, could be just plants.
It could just be
just ground squirrels. Maybe they just eat ground squirrels.
Yeah.
Maybe they just eat fucking dead bodies on the battlefield.
And just keep going.
Right, if you're a robot, an autonomous robot that exists on biological materials, and you also kill people, you got plenty of fuel.
Right.
You just eat a couple of those people.
You keep going.
Can you imagine if they really design artificially intelligent robots that kill people and eat them?
That's fucking terrifying.
It's gonna get a lot crazier, bro.
Yo, what's good? We're trying to hit 250k subscribers. We're giving away a free piece of merch at the end of every episode. All you gotta do to win is leave a comment on this video and be subscribed. Let's get back to the show.
Annie Jacobson wrote about this 5-6 years ago when she was writing about DARPA, whenever that was, if people remember what year that book came out. You know, that there was data that DARPA was telepathically talking to dolphins in like 1992. Like, what the fuck else do you think they have?
There's some of these things that they come out that they were like, we were doing this in 1965.
That's right.
So what are they doing right fucking now, dude?
Yeah, they're running this.
No, that's why I'm like, I can't, like, I do care and I understand there's real life decisions that have to be made by politicians that affect people's day-to-day lives. But we're just learning about what the ruling class was doing 20 years ago, 30 years ago. What are they doing now? Now, I'm not saying there's, like, I hope, I don't know. And they could be doing things that are just insane that go beyond I mean, even Trump talked about, I think he called it a discombobulator.
I don't think the discombobulator's real.
It is, bro. It's called the voice of God weapon.
I was talking a little bit about, well, mind control in particular, and something that I worked on, and I'm not proud of, but it's called the voice of God weapon. So there are 4 different techniques and technologies that can pipe voices into an individual's head. And once you can do that, you can control them using neuro-linguistic programming techniques. You're rewiring their thought processes and brains. And so this gets into what's called offensive information warfare. And they used it, I believe, in the Gulf War to tell the enemy at that time, lay down your guns, this is Allah. And it worked pretty well because hearing voices which have no direction or sound, you have to assume that it's some spiritual entity.
We're getting into science fiction territory now.
That's old technology, bro. They've been using mind control for decades.
Now we have, which are magnetically activated nanoparticles and sensors. So how do you control a brain? Most people don't believe that. Oh, you can't control me. I have my own free will. There's no way you can get to my soul. Well, sorry, that's not true. So these nanoparticles are activated under certain magnetic frequency and will alter the brain patterns and pathways. Recently, my school came out, Harvard came out with what you see here on the right slide is the magnified view of a needle that's injected into the brain and puts the scaffolding over the brain, and then it's read that way at a much finer resolution.
They can't inject something into everyone's brain.
They don't need to, bro.
This is why it becomes so important to understand the novelty and the viability of neuroscience is being leveraged as weapons. We then have the use of nanoparticulate agents, aerosolizable nanomaterials that can be breathed in and disrupt blood flow and neurological network activity, that can be used as an in-close weapon, or perhaps that can be used as a more broad weapon of disruption and or destruction. We also have the capability to utilize nanomaterials to get electrodes into a head and to create a vast array of viable sensors and transmitters. This is DARPA's N-cubed program, next generation non-invasive neuromodulation, utilizing these techniques and technologies to create vast arrays of implantable electrodes that need not be put into the brain surgically, that are then able to read from the brain and write into the brain remotely in real time. And there is a rapid pace. The prizes are big, economically, in terms of power as well, but there are risks and hazards. Yeah, there are conventions that are out there, but the question then arises, are these conventions not just necessary, but are they sufficient? These international signatory treaties have suggested that no, they're not. They're really not keeping their finger on the pulse of the rapid development of brain sciences, not only within the United States and its allied nations, but internationally. And sometimes in programs that utilize commercial veiling to be able to then hide behind in terms of what's being made available to make their military intelligence personnel better, and to develop a whole arsenal of weapons, both kinetically and non-kinetically, that can then decrement the performance of competitors and adversaries.
Come on, mate. We're a long way off from being able to breathe in microchips.
They already exist, bro. It's called smart dust.
It's a project first dreamed up by the military to get information from the battlefield.
They call it smart dust, and the new technology may soon make it possible to keep track of anything, anywhere, including you.
Smart dust originated with DARPA back in the 90s. This powder-sized chip is something called the Mu chip from Hitachi. It's the smallest commercially available RFID system in the world. You can literally scatter this stuff like dust or embed it into a sheet of paper. It doesn't require a battery. Flecks of computing power settling on your skin, ingested, monitoring you inside and out.
The nanoparticles are designed to go under the radar of the immune system, and so they are undetected in the body.
We have computing everywhere, we have connectivity everywhere, we have infrastructure that can compute those with new capabilities like AI.
If you have enough data and you have enough computing power, you can understand people better than they understand themselves, and then you can manipulate them in ways which were previously impossible.
I find it hard to believe we've all been sprayed with microchips that can control us.
Trust me, bro. Wouldn't be the first time they sprayed poison.
Daily combat pitted U.S. soldiers against determined communist forces in a challenging environment. Dense foliage could conceal large groups of the enemy. The U.S. military responded to the problem by assaulting trees and brush with a potent herbicide nicknamed Agent Orange. According to the Defense Department, more than 11 million gallons of the defoliant were sprayed on the jungles of Vietnam.
If they're spraying something to kill the foliage, hey, that's a good thing, because then I can see the enemy. I grew up on a farm. You can kill the weeds in about 2 or 3 weeks later, the weeds are back, but the weeds didn't grow. But it wasn't colored. A lot of people think, well, you look up the next morning and the whole ground was orange, because Agent Orange was colorless, just like herbicides.
Agent Orange did its job, but it also had long-term side effects for those exposed to the defoliant, including various forms of cancer and Parkinson's disease.
DARPA have been doing fucked up shit from the start.
They tried to deny it, bro.
In Vietnam, America dropped more than 19 million gallons of herbicides, with Agent Orange being the favorite. The hope was that the chemicals would strip Vietnam of its dense trees and vegetation and give U.S. soldiers the upper hand. The reason Agent Orange is so dangerous is because of the chemical dioxin. Once in the body, it can hit just about everything, including the nervous, respiratory, and circulatory systems.
Dioxin remains toxic for decades.
It's also not water-soluble, meaning it doesn't degrade easily, and genetic effects can be passed down through generations after one person's exposed. For some vets, the first symptoms began with blurred vision, memory loss, and lack of concentration. From there, the symptoms can get a lot worse. Agent Orange has been linked to prostate cancer, lung cancers, Parkinson's disease, and birth defects, among other diseases. After coming back from the war, soldiers and their children born after the war began to show symptoms. Vets began protesting as effects showed, but the VA said there was a lack of evidence to support their claims.
But at this point in time, we don't seem to see anything that confirms that there's something there specifically.
The VA eventually backtracked, and in 1991, the Agent Orange Act was passed, allowing vets to receive benefits.
I thought Agent Orange was what Netanyahu called Trump.
Come on, bro. People don't like it when we take the piss out of Trump. They unsubscribe.
Yeah, that's sad. It don't matter who's in charge. We're always going to question them and take the piss. That's the job of society.
They want to keep us divided, bro.
The internet has become, social media has become the complaint box of the world. It's why we're more fractured than we've ever been as a society. Men hate women, women hate men. Everyone hates themselves. Like, everyone's convinced the other side. They can't just be wrong. They have to be Hitler, or they have to be communists. It can't just be, yeah, I disagree with the philosophy that underpins their point of view. And if you dare say, you know, I don't agree with most of this person's political beliefs, but I think at their core, they were a good person. We've just had different life experiences. We got to get back to this place where the internet is just capturing our antagonisms towards each other. Like, we have to, like, there is still a corner of the internet filled with the warmest, most heartfelt things. Like people being kind to each other, people like forgiving each other, people apologizing to each other. Like that could be the best of this. Like we could really use this technology to connect each other again to our humanity, our shared humanity. But let me tell you, like the medium is pulling us in this antagonism. The algorithm is pulling us into this antagonism. We don't have to take the bait, gang. We don't have to do it this way.
People put themselves in echo chambers, but by doing that, they're playing right into the plan. They want us at each other's throats.
The plan's working, bro.
This Hunger Games society is designed to be a pyramid, this pyramid. At the top, you've got the less than 1% that control the wealth of the world, they control the corporations, they control the banking system, the pharmaceutical cartel, all the cartels, the oil cartel, all of them. And therefore have the power to dictate to human society in general, even though they're a tiny few compared with the population. At the bottom of this Hunger Games society is supposed to be virtually everyone else. In a state of deprivation and dependency for even survival upon the decisions of the 1%. And in this structure of the Hunger Games society, between the 1%, less than 1%, and the rest of the population, is designed to be a merciless police military state. In the end, the plan is to merge the police with the military. A merciless police military state to impose the will of the few on the rest of the population and to stop the population rebelling against the few. Now, if people just take a step back and look at society from that perspective, it's unfolding before us like by the minute. You have the hoarding of money, thus power, in the hands of fewer and fewer people. You have more and more people getting sucked into deprivation through homelessness and poverty. And you have the destruction of what people call in America the middle class. And the destruction of the middle class is pulling more and more people into deprivation and dependency. Now, this is not just happening in the United States, it's happening all over the Western world, all over the world. And it's the Hunger Games society unfolding before our eyes. And unless we start to realize that this structure unfolding is not happening randomly, but by design, cold, calculated design, unless we start to understand that, it will just go on happening. But if we understand it's coordinated, we might have a chance of starting to pull back, push back, whatever, against this totalitarian tiptoe that is very quickly becoming a totalitarian sprint.
The Hunger Games is coming, bro. But we'll have to save that for next time.
Before we get into the giveaway, we've got to say a big thanks to everyone ordering the merch. Once an order comes through, we have to make it, fold it, polybag it, and contact us on our website to claim your prize.
That's terrortedstowels.com. Go grab some merch, bro.
And as always, thanks for watching. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe.
All the time.
A code that may prove our world is not what we think.
It really feels like you're looking through a microscope into a whole new world that you never knew existed.
What is the true nature of the world we live in?
What is it really? I'm claiming we're about to find out.
It's a simulation.
Nah, bro. We live in a prison planet.
For thousands of years, humans have asked the question, why are we here? Wondering about the origins and purpose of our existence. Countless theories have been proposed, from creation myths by all-powerful beings to more recent explanations from the fields of science. Many of the proposed explanations include the idea that our life on Earth is not the only dimension to reality. Other realms are thought to exist, everything from Valhalla to Hades and Heaven. Some question whether our world is even real, theorizing that our reality is just an illusion created by the higher beings in these other dimensions. A simulation of sorts.
See? It's a simulation.
I'm telling you, bro, it's a prison.
I recently spent a couple of days with a proponent of this idea, an independent researcher named Danny Goller. And what is it that you're researching?
The connection between consciousness and matter.
Danny claims he discovered a technique to see into a different layer of reality.
I am the discoverer, or the claiming discoverer, of a unique phenomena in that it is a repeatable experiment that people can do. I'm not suggesting that people should do it, but it just happens to be the case that if you ingest and you project a diffracted laser on the surface, you will see what seems to be a self-executing code of some sort in the surfaces where you project the diffracted laser. What seems to be a very digital in nature, infinite clock that runs these weird symbols in it. And it seems to be something fundamental in that it doesn't really respond to anything that people do. So it doesn't really care who you are, where you are, when you are, the conditions of your mind, the temperature in the room. Doesn't matter if you're playing music, doesn't matter if you play frequencies, doesn't matter if you even introduce magnetic fields. It's just doing what it's doing. It really feels like you're looking through a microscope into a whole new world that you never knew existed.
This is crazy if it actually works.
It's worked for thousands of people, bro.
One of the things that we find a lot is that the filming of the lights itself is the least interesting part. The filming of the response I have found to be the most fun. And it's because the response is very consistent.
They refer to the characters that appear in the laser as the code of reality. thinking that what they are seeing is the source code of the simulation we live in.
We are living in a computational world. In fact, the constituents of what makes up the real world is actually computational. It's like the Matrix, but in reverse. It's the opposite of what is shown in the movie. So in the movie, we're in the Matrix, which is the computational world, it's the fake world, and we're trying to get back to the real world. In reality, the computational world is the real world, and we are in a subset from that real world that we call real, physical, but it's actually just a tiny subset in a much larger computational space, much larger operational space. But for all intents and purposes, the state that I'm occupying inside is not one of thinking that maybe, but one of absolute knowing. We absolutely live in a simulation, and it is simulated by another civilization. It's not just like random laws or something like this.
I do think we live in a simulation, but this has got to be some sort of hallucination.
It's not, bro. Thousands of people have seen the same things.
If you're watching this, I'm a scientist, no idea what that is, but it is written in there. There's code inside of that. And it's not Japanese, it's not English, it's not ones and zeros like I thought it would be, like binary code. It's something else, and it's there.
Break this down for people because it got shared amongst my group, and it's like, what the fuck?
Exactly. And that's the only question you're still going to have after you see it.
It doesn't answer any questions. It just invites a lot more.
Yeah, nothing else. There's code. Absolutely, there is code.
So the code's not like spinning there. It's like, it's literally like kind of written out static?
It's static. I can move the laser up and down and see all of the letters. But it's like three-dimensional, so I can get close to the wall. I can look down inside of the laser that way, and I can look up in the laser that way.
That's fucking insane.
They're doing extended sessions now, bro.
There's now people able to do intravenous DM for like 5 hours at a time instead of 5 minutes at a time. And I was the 41st person in the world to do the intravenous DM thing, and I've been completely different ever since that day.
For anyone that hasn't experienced DM, how would you describe the experience?
If we had some two-dimensional creatures that were living on this piece of paper right here on the table, and one of those creatures figured out that he can smoke some DM, and that somehow enabled us to peel this two-dimensional creature to where it could see in 3 dimensions and see everything in this room, that's DM. You're getting peeled out of reality into some other realm.
Has it changed your perception of what reality really is?
100%. It's so much more real than this reality. It's so ineffable. There are no words that can describe it. It's 1,000, maybe 1,000,000 times more real than this, in such a way that just coming back to this feels like everything is kind of claymation for a little while. You go up there and you come back and you're like, something about this plane doesn't feel real anymore. And that is a permanent shift that's hard for some people to make. And you can't unsee that you were kind of able to poke your head out of the side door of the Truman Show and look out backstage for a little while.
5 hours. It's a bit much.
So they can communicate with the entities, correct?
One of the things that we prepare folks who are going to do the experiment for the first time for is the fact that there's a non-0% chance that an entity will appear in the light itself. And so far, in my experience, it does not appear to be intentional. It feels that it might be accidental. As in, we may be shining a light into a space where these entities may just be, and we just happen to be shining a light in who knows what, their office or their house, or I don't even know. But when they tend to notice it, surprise isn't the right word, but interest is the right word. Like, they tend to come and they want to like look at the light and, you know, see what's going on with the light typically. But definitively, entities do occasionally appear in the frame.
It's got to be part of the hallucination.
Nah, bro. Everyone sees the same entities.
Aliens, light beings, machine elves. Let's take a look at the most common other dimensional entities that people encounter on DM.
machine elves. Now, this description is probably the most popular in large part with Terence McKenna. In Terence's own words, they seem to be self-transforming and often try to teach something to whoever is visiting. Alien or humanoid beings that can only be described as extraterrestrial are also on the list, and not just your typical gray aliens, but reptilians, insectoids, and so on. Arguably the most fascinating are the geometric entities. They're often described as complex, ever-changing geometric shapes or fractals that feel very much alive. Others include animal spirits, angelic beings, and even entities that are just beyond human comprehension. But what's really shocking is a study out of Imperial College in London found that 94% of DMT users encounter similar entities. So the obvious question is, why does this substance lead to such similar encounters with people with completely unique life experiences and unique brain chemistry? Where do they come from? Is it all in our mind, or do they come from somewhere else?
I want to say this is nonsense, but 94% is hard to argue with.
I'm telling you, bro, it's legit.
The weird thing is, every scientist that I know that's studying DMT, not one of them thinks it's a hallucination.
What do they think it is?
I think the more familiar someone is with DMT, the less certain they are about what the hell's going on. But everyone, literally everyone who uses DMT pretty much goes to the same exact places. And they all meet the same entities, the same 7 or 8 different types of entities. And it's been the same for 4,500 years of recorded history with DMT. And DMT is something we make in our own body. It's an endogenous chemical.
How have people been using it for 4,500 years?
It's what shamans use, bro.
The United States classifies DMT as a Schedule I controlled substance. But it is the subject of several scientific studies around the world. Some indicate that it may have potential therapeutic benefits for treating anxiety and depression. DMT has been used in traditional medicines for probably thousands of years. Perhaps its most famous application is as the psychoactive ingredient in ayahuasca, a South American brew made from the ayahuasca vine and the leaves of a plant containing dimethyltryptamine. Ayahuasca is traditionally administered by curanderos and shamans during spiritual practice for healing and visioning. Many users of ayahuasca report intense mystical experiences and spiritual revelations, often accompanied by visiting other realms and even seeing entities.
Makes you wonder how they knew how to make it.
They say the plants told them, bro.
The weird thing about DMT is that someone figured out in the Amazon thousands and thousands of years ago, no one even knows when,